Well, it's another good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world, as we welcome you along to one of the greatest racetracks in North America. It is an endurance classic tucked away in Central Florida, and it's one we all know well as being characterized by bump after bump after bump. We had drama in the opening round of the season, saw plenty of fantastic racing, wins for Drop Bear, for Lobs Falcon, and for the 223 Magan Turbo car. Crashes were prominent at Spa, including one from our safety car. Hopefully that is behind us, though, as we prepare for another round in the AHU Endurance by VCO, as it is time for round 2 here at the 4 hours of the Sebring International Raceway. Once again, we've got Mike Yao helping us on the camera front, but here in the commentary booth for the opening 2 hours of the race, as it was at Spa, it's myself, Lewis McGlade, Cameron Roger, alongside. What a fantastic round it was last time.
Yeah, it was a great way to start the season. A bit of carnage at the beginning, but then it turned into a really great race after that. And I can't wait to see what is going to happen this time at Sebring. Another great circuit on this calendar. And yeah, just great to see this championship expanding. And we expect a great race today.
Sebring's one that's really open for multi-class racing, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. There's a reason why it's got such a special place on the calendar, and I think it just allows for some good multi-class action, loads of places to overtake, and also some pretty sort of fun corners for the drivers as well.
Now, one thing that people know about the AHU Endurance Series by VCO, that we have plenty of prizes up for offer. One of those is, of course, the Social Butterfly Award won last year by Summit Sim Sports. And guess what? They've got ourselves a nice track map to take us around the Sebring International Raceway.
G'day guys, Jackson Rayhani here, driver of the number 55 Summit Sim Sports Dallara LMP2 entry, here to take you for a lap of the Sebring International Raceway in preparation for round 2 of the Apex Hunters United Series. Right, coming along the front straight here, turn 1, setting yourself up, really weird long corner here. I like to use 4th gear and try and late apex and run it as wide out as I can onto the curb on the right hand side and set myself up for this nice little passing opportunity here at turn 2. Nice little weird complex of corners, a right, left. It really tightens up here, so probably single file, very little opportunity for passing traffic coming onto the back straight. You want to set yourself up again here. If you're behind another car, you can really set yourself up for an overtake coming into this turn 4 hairpin, and track tightens up again. So another really tricky, you want to get the pass done at that hairpin before going through that little complex of corners. Coming through another straight here, and another really tight right-hander, another passing opportunity, but probably the last one we'll see for a while in this circuit as the track really tightens up again. So coming through another long left, you want to get as wide out as you can, use as much speed and aero as the car's got. Coming through this nice little speedball corner, right-hander, and again you want to really use as much of the road there as you can, and keep yourself in line for this nice little complex of corners once again. Coming through a right-hander, another left, and you want to set yourself up really nicely for this back straight. Get off this corner nicely, run up through the gears again, coming into the final corner of the circuit. Right, Sunset Bend now, probably one of the weirdest corners in motor racing in my opinion. About 100 different lines you can take through here. A lot of drivers tend to use the late apex. There's a really nasty bump mid-corner. I try to keep it in 4th. If I mess it up a little, go back to 3rd, and run it onto the front straight. And that's a lap of Sebring International Raceway. Really tricky, bumpy track. Have a good weekend, guys.
Well, once again, a massive thank you to Summit Sim Sports. Fitting that they are the ones to take us around this racetrack, especially when you take a look at the starting grid in a few moments' time once we get through into the race session. Not quite yet, but Summit Sim Sports can have pole position here at the Sebring International Race. It's very nice to have a nice look around the circuit with them.
Yeah, it's great to see them, giving us this content for the stream. Really great that because they've been doing that for quite a while now, and they're obviously getting involved with the community, which is a whole good aspect of this league and in general, getting people involved. And yeah, it's certainly a great track to come racing today.
Yeah, it really is, especially with the list of cars that we've got available for us. We said before last round about how this series has grown from strength to strength. Once again, 60 car grid. out in action today, which does mean that we'd expect some chaos and carnage. Of course, we know that safety cars are able to come out. We will have a safety car. It's all controlled by race control themselves, not done in-game. It's all a manual safety car procedure. I would, if I were a betting man, Cam, I'd be saying that's pretty much a guarantee to see a safety car out in action today.
Oh, definitely. This track has a few, like, it's quite wide and quite open, but it's got a few little pinch points. I mean, just like you just saw there on the right side, that sort of chicane sequence coming onto the Allman Straight, you can really see the LMP2s try and dive down the inside because they know if they get stuck behind a GT3 there, they're going to be losing a couple of seconds, and those couple of seconds really make a big difference in the multi-class racing. And just in general, it's quite sort of an old school track. There's no sort of forgiveness if you make a mistake. It's going to be, it's going to be a bit of carnage if someone goes into the barrier.
Well, the split, I believe, is 16 LMP2s, which if you're telling me then it's a 60-car grid, bearing in mind that we have two major classes. Of course, we have the LMP2 class and we have the GT3s. There is a subcategory in GT3, which is GT3 Am, but, that's being a subcategory. They're still all driving GT3s of the same power. What that would tell me, now I do always say never trust a commentator's maths, but that is 44 GT3s, which I'm going to say that it's so easy to trip over yourself in turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, in that sort of opening sector of the track. And when you've got 43 other cars around you, that's where things get a little bit tricky in that GT3 category. I think the prototype should be all right, and really, there only being 16 of them, they should be fine, but the GT3s, not so sure.
Well, and we did see that at the start of the previous race. Unfortunately, as we came over the top of Radion, there was a big crash with one of the Vendaval cars, and because they were towards the front of the field, all the cars coming up over the crest just continue to just come in, and there's a huge crash, and hopefully we don't see that again. But certainly when you have a big grid, that is a potential. So hopefully we don't get that, but it is always something to think about, as this track can bite you. I guess the bumpy nature of it as well can just unsettle the car in a bit of a weird place, and before you know it, you're going spinning into the wall.
And who was it that the Vendaval took out over the top? It was, of course, their teammate.
His teammate,
Really rough call, that one. They're not starting too far away from each other. I believe it's second for one of the cars. I think about 8th for the other one. We'll take a look then at the race grid. Of course, said it before, Summit SimSports Everest starting from the pole position with Synergy Sim Racing alongside, running through the top few of this grid. Rival Autosport, Apex Hunters United, our champions, start from the front row last time, start from 4th place this time. And the analytical race on Oz starts from 5th. Frog Leap Juiced, the other Summit SimSports car, this one being the K2, and then Drop Bear, the number 88. Of course, Drop Bear were victorious last round. It was at Spa. They'll be starting down from 8th position. Then Fishy Motorsports Sim Rigs, Fishy Motorsports 25. And then the Alpha Aggressor racing car from 12th place. You can see there the other final few of the prototype category, Apex Hunters. That's the one that Nick Foster's now driving, so he's bailed from Shane van Gisbergen, the final couple there in the prototype category. But then the rest coming from the GTE. Shane van Gisbergen's car is the one that's starting from pole position. It was the pole position from Shane van Gisbergen himself. You can see there no Nick Foster, so it's Pablo Castro jumping in behind. That's a driver you'd normally see teamed up with Govind Keeney elsewhere in European sim racing. Vendaval start alongside in the front row of the grid with the other Apex Hunters, the 169, Brad Newman behind the wheel starting from 3rd position. Mac 1 Esports from 4th place, then Rival Autosport, Evolution, Trans Tasman, Emily Jones. Watch out for this car. This is going to be a really strong car today. We know of the talent of Emily Jones, a really fantastic driver, but also a great teammate in the form of Madison Downs, someone who I know the Australian community will recognise from plenty of exploits within the supercars racing scene. Vendaval Sim Racing, yellow with Dylan Burst behind the wheel. The other Trans Tasman racing, the 184, and Paul Blomqvist behind the 135 Apex Hunters United. The rest of the grid will filter through your screen because there are, as said, 44 of these, and I would butcher everyone's name if I ran through all of them. Fantastic grid of cars. But considering how the last round was, Cam, considering some of our... We don't really have a favourite team. We don't have a favourite driver for the championship. It's not necessarily how it was even last season, where for the GTEs and the GT3s, we had essentially guaranteed pickings for who was going to compete towards the front. In this, way more open in both categories.
Yeah, way more open, as you say, and the times, especially in qualifying, like the gaps between the cars are just so close. And also, especially in the GT3 category, when you have all these cars, just inevitably there's only going to be a little tenth here and there, and that always, I mean, just look at the size of that pack actually coming around the big bend. It's pretty incredible seeing all those cars, and when they're just so close together, it's great indeed. And with a 6-race championship as well, each of these races is so important. So I think it's going to be difficult to predict who's going to come out on top in this championship, but we'll find out certainly by the time we get to Daytona in a couple of months' time. But for now, the teams and drivers, they just need to make sure that they're getting the points on the board, but that's easier said than done in this championship.
Yeah, just to clarify very quickly, the top 5s of each of the categories from last round, these will be their championship orders, of course. It was a drop by motorsports. It's the 22, the one that's starting from 14th place. Then the simrigs.com number 73. Then the Summit Sim Sports K2, the number 56, which is starting a bit further down behind their teammates. Then the Synergy Sim Racing car, which starts from the front row of the grid. And then the drop bear HRS, the 88, which is starting a bit further up in GT Pro. Of course, the Lobs Falcon, fantastic victory for Jared Brody Kostecki. Then it's Venderval Sim Racing, Trans Tasman, Blue Flag Racing, and WEH E-Racing in the GT Pros. The top 3 at least in the GT3 Am, Mag and Turbo, the 223. Then it's a Velocity 250 and Summit Sim Sports Blanc 255. Ready to go racing. Of course, another 4 hours onto the clock. Of course, plenty of pit stops ahead of us. That safety car we'd expect to see out, but I think the pit lane is going to be called upon quite a few times. It is a bit of a fuel-thirsty race, this one.
Yeah, the fuel strategy is going to be a really intriguing one indeed. The guys need to make sure they're getting their fuel targets. And at the end of the day, even though it's a 4-hour race, it's not the longest in the world, the strategy is certainly so important. And these teams, right from the offset, will need to be thinking about that and thinking where they want to be in this pack of cars.
Well, let's see how things are going to get underway here at Sebring. Summit Sim Sports Everest, Jackson Rihanna starts from pole position. Wayne Bork alongside in the Synergy Sim Racing car. Just behind that, Rival Autosports Chris Down. And then, of course, Justin Rougier in the Champs car. Trying to find that starting point. A little bit of a false start from a couple of drivers from the second and third row as they're already trying to make it forward. They've not gone yet. They finally get going. And just behind it's the Frogleet Juice car that's trying to go around the outside, all the way around to try and grab third position. Not sure how that one's going to work out. Summit Sim Sports Everest, though, they are losing the race lead. Synergy Sim Racing, Wayne Bork already to the front. There's already a car off, a couple of cars off, including the 56 Summit Sim Sports, the K2 car that's up there in the championship, whilst their teammates fighting back for the race lead.
And here we go for the GT3 category as well. And it looks like we've got Shane van Gisbergen there taking away the lead. And then Richie Stanaway actually getting up the inside there. So that is going to be an improvement there up into the second place. And it looks like all the GT3 cars in the background are coming through really nicely, which is good to see. So many cars. We're getting almost a 3-wide situation there, coming down now in towards turn number 3. And this is where it could get a bit tricky for these cars, getting really tight as you come out onto the big bend.
Yeah, this is tight stuff indeed, but all seems fairly clear, for at least for the majority, towards the top end of the GT3s. I might as well give that a round of applause. Well done to a lot of those from getting through. It's so easy to trip up. You can see a little bit of side-by-side. You can see a little bit of diving around from Gibson just behind the 177 of Emily Jones in that Trans Tasman Racing. Her teammates also trying to fire their way up. Kurt Stenberg just a bit further down position-wise, as we've got some side-by-side between Jacob Tobb, Thomas Hinz, of course a fantastic driver that we know mostly done a lot of racing within the European scene as Hinzy, but this time making up the position in that BMW M4. Loving this GT3 category. Spoke about it a lot in the previous round about how we're seeing a variety of them. It's not just 3 GTEs, 3 GT3s. We're seeing the entire contingent of GT3s contending up and down the grid. It's lovely to see a variety, not just in livery, but in mark as well.
Indeed, and I'm pretty surprised how all these GT3 cars have come through so nicely so far, but that is giving us a good hope for the race ahead as we're coming out into turn 1 with the LMP2s. Bit of side-by-side action already as we start the second lap of the race, and it looks like it's at the number 25 there trying to have a bit of a defending now, but it's going to be so difficult indeed. The times are so close in qualifying, and you're going to have to really be fighting for these positions, because you know the second you make a mistake here, when you've got a train of cars like this, you're just going to be losing place to 1, 2, maybe even 3 cars.
Yeah, Manny Tolentino, this is the car that Nick Foster has moved across to. You can see just ahead of that, Bradley Sanders in the analytical car, diving straight down the inside just at the final moment to try and clear Fishy Motorsports, the number 25 that Michael Whiting is driving at the moment. Great little attempt there from Bradley Sanders. I think it was a little bit bold, a little bit brave to try from that far back, but gave it a good go and respect was given. Behind, you can see another bit of movement, as I think that might be the Frogleet juiced car that was trying to make a little bit of progress of Lockhart Brownlee. Let's take a look at what happened to Angus Cook, the K2 car. From bad to worse. Bad start to the race coming down into turn 3, and unfortunately that continues. I'm going to say that there is a fair amount of damage which isn't assisting them with driving around this circuit, because this is a tough circuit anyway, and if you've got a damaged car, well, it's not going to be easy to, as the number 1 car of Justin Rouget is trying to attack the Summit Sim Sports Everest car, our pole sitter, from 2nd position now.
Yeah, it's a shame for that 56. Doing so well last race as well, but unfortunately getting a bit unstuck, as now his teammate there trying to defend, going a bit wide there actually. As we come back to the GT3s now, look at this battle for the front of the pack. Getting a AHU number 1 or P1 and 2 now, and it's getting very close indeed. I do wonder how much Stanaway and Van Gisbergen are going to be fighting, knowing now obviously their teammates in this. They have a bit of control of the race so far, and with it being just so tight behind, maybe they're going to want to just think about this a little bit and try and pull away from the cars behind.
Yeah, you've got to remember as well, but as much as they're running 1 and 2, you do have Jackson Suzlin Harlow, of course, winner within the GT3 category. There is Richie Stanaway, potentially with a slow-down penalty. And allowing, yeah, it is a slow-down penalty, as Richie Stanaway is dropping back 3rd, 4th position, back down to 5th place at the moment, as the battle up in 10th place within the prototype category. Lear getting past Tolentino and the number 13 down and out outside of the top 10. But that slowdown penalty, very costly for Richie Stanaway, as he's really lost the front group, and it's allowing Jackson Suzlin Harlow in 2nd position in that 101 car to try and attack for the race lead in GT3.
Yeah, that is, they had, they're sort of in control of the race a little bit at the front, but unfortunately, yeah, he's lost that, and he's going to have to, it's going to be quite difficult actually to make up those places, as we're just saying. It's so close in that category specifically, and now Shane Van Gisbergen has to do it himself out the front, but he certainly knows what he's doing out there, of course, so don't think about that too much. But also Jackson Suzlin Harlow, very good last season. Obviously, I think changing teams for this season, but looking very good at the front there. Just needs to find a way past, find a way in the slipstream. But obviously, both being in the Porsche, there's yeah, just the driver's skill to is the difference between these drivers.
I say Jackson Suzlin Harlow did very well last season, back in season 1 of the AHU Endurance Series. Got to remember that last round, the opening round of this season, the AHU Endurance by VCO, was the first time that Jackson Suzlin Harlow has come racing with this series and not won, courtesy of winning every single race in the previous season, the GT3 category for the Team FA Alonso Car Australia team. So realistically speaking, it was a bad round. I don't know if that's the right way of putting it. Either way, they did finish 2nd on the day, and now Jackson Suzlin Harlow in that 2nd position in GT3 is trying to attack for the race lead. You can see in the timing tower there, it's just 2/10 between Suzlin Harlow and Van Gisbergen. But running down into sunset, as there is the GT3 field, absolutely massive it is, and the front is becoming a bit of a feisty affair.
Yeah, it's getting very nice as we come out onto this front straightaway for another lap. And just obviously a reminder of the GT3 category with the Am still being a subcategory, but they are still fighting for the overall positions in the GTs. We get a bit of a side-by-side battle there coming into turn number 1, and all the cars with the red numbers, the ones you're really looking out for, the ones starting with 200. So look out for them, because they can get involved in the pro battle and the overall battle in the GT3s. As once again, even more side-by-side action now coming towards the exit of turn number 1. Is that Gallo going all the way around the outside there, coming into turn number 1?
Yeah, Mach 1 Esports, they weren't in the category. Oh, there's a spin there, and that was the 15. Oh, the 115, I think it was. I can't remember which one it was that was just sent off. It wasn't the 115 because you can see that one just on screen. Let's take a look as to what happened. The 196, one of the juiced cars, yeah, just spun out there by the 127. That was not so pretty. I don't think there's any major damage on that vehicle, but either way, that was less than pretty, shall we say.
Yeah, getting very tight there. 3 cars into one corner, all trying to give each other space, and unfortunately sometimes that doesn't work. But just behind them, actually, we get a bit of side-by-side action there with Warden and Carmichael there coming up the inside there, the 117, and keeping that position. But yeah, Bowler there possibly having the tiniest bit of damage on the rear, so just need to be careful that the car's not getting too unstable.
Yeah, and it's so easy to find that instability around here with the bumps. Any major issue, and it'll be multiplied tenfold around the circuit. It's kind of why I think we were seeing some of the issues from the Summit Sim Sports K2 car, because even with a slight bit of suspension damage, particularly if it's rearward on the car, I've always said this before, is that if you get suspension damage on the front of your car, it's bad. If you get suspension damage on your rear, yeah, you might as well almost cancel the rest of the day, because you're not going to have a fun time of it at all. As Carmichael going on the attack of the Pursuit Sim Racing, WHE Racing under a fair amount of pressure. They are in the top 5 in the championship as the WHE Racing car, so not going so well for them so far, as I think it was a drive-through penalty potentially just ahead of them as well.
And now we come out onto the Ulman Straight, and we're looking at Uan coming up behind Rihanna, who's actually dropped down another position there and really sort of falling off the back. Wayne Burke at the front starting to pull away, get a nice gap at the front there of the LMP2 category, and the gaps here just starting to get a little bit further. So I think Rihanna obviously is going to be hoping for just a little bit more pace, but it seems that that qualifying pace isn't quite translating into race pace as we see, but maybe they're trying something on the strategy. We'll have to find out as the minutes continue.
But that's just it around here, is that you can... I know it's obviously kind of a moot point about playing the strategy game, as it's Pursuit Sim Racing, Matthew Bowler directly ahead in lap traffic. Of course, we saw that 127 being sent off at this corner, and nearly saw it 2 times in a row as well. This is a circuit where you can play the strategy game, especially from the rival autosport point of view. So Doge, much wow, just sat in the slipstream of the car ahead and just going to save fuel. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some nice fuel-saving strategies before, and to be honest, it actually works out quite well often, because you never know when safety cars are going to be coming out and things like that, and going longer into the race is always going to be helping you out. You're going to be getting yourself in a nice, better position later on, sort of leave the window open for strategies a bit later on in the race. So yeah, just look out for that. I'm sure you're going to see the odd one here and there, especially in the GT3 categories. It's quite critical that in a green flag stint that they go longer than 1 hour, because otherwise we'll be having to make a splash and dash at the end.
Well, here's a little battle, like we were saying before, with the GT3s. The way it was worded in the ruling, and I do love the wording of it, which is the pro drivers can't take your silverware. If you're in a GT3 Am, they can't take your silverware, but you can take theirs as a GT3 Am. That's exactly what we're seeing here. Chris Weitzel, who's second in GT3 Am, all well and good, but is battling with plenty of the higher-ups within the GT3 Pro category, as it's the 144, the Mach 1 Esports car, that was diving it down the inside going through the first corner. Does pick up that position, but Chris Weitzel doing really, really nice. Jesse Butler was the one who got through in that scenario. But like, this is what this category is all about. It's not just about them battling between themselves, it's about them battling with the readers, as finally the rival Autosports has got through. I think picked its way through courtesy of a little bit of traffic in the way, as the prototype leaders are hitting it for the first time.
Always, we've got one of the Lamborghinis around there at turn 3 as well, so the traffic really starting to be quite a major factor for these LMP2s, and already for Rihanna in the 55, might be looking to lose another place there to Yeman in the background as well, because also he's got the 58 just in front of them, going a bit side by side, but this can always be a bit awkward there. And the 88 might be able to come past as well, as we've got the 296. Was that the car that spun earlier as well? Sister car as well.
It was a sister car for it, yeah.
unfortunate for that team game. 2 cars involved there. There's now Rihanna looking down the inside, but this is, he sort of, if he attacked, well, actually on the outside though, the number 88 all the way around the outside there. That is exactly what Rihanna didn't want, because if you go and attack too much, you can lose a place. But they're still side by side now, coming into Tower Corner. Who's going to come out on top on the exit? Oh, it looks like the 88 there getting a bit of a blocked there by the traffic, and Rihanna holds on for now.
Yeah, you got to remember when you're coming up towards traffic like this, they're sat there looking at their mirrors thinking, oh, goodness me, they're going side by side as well. This is ridiculous. Let's see what happens to the 296. Think there might have been a little bit of air assistance when it comes to a bit of contact courtesy of netcode potentially, but also I think just a little bit too much speed in there. As we'll see, Chris Weitzel once again losing another position, this one to the 111 WH eRacing car around the outside. Really do like that livery, by the way. It's very, obviously it's the standard Porsche livery, but it just looks very fancy indeed. Big dive there from Jackson Rihanna, obviously trying to scythe their way through traffic just to keep the number 88 Drop Bear Motorsport car at bay, which is, let's be honest, easier said than done. Already can see Chris Allen running away in the rival Autosport car. Now another bit of GT3 traffic. It's constant. When you've got 44 of them, you've got so much to tick off before you get any clean air again. And once you've cleared this group and got into clean air, it'll be the last time you see clean air all day, I'm going to assume.
Yeah, the 40-odd GT3s, they'll spread out so much as well that already in a few laps you'll get some traffic as the 184 there goes down the inside there of the Porsche there, the 162, getting a bit of side-by-side action on the exit, and there's quite a long run now up towards the next braking zone. So is he going to be able to make it up the inside there? I think that's Stenberg there coming up the inside. Can he complete that move? Taking a couple of corners, but I think he's just about managed to do it there as we're getting the number 1 car now coming around the outside of them, and it looks like that's a really nice overtake there by the by Ford there, or not by Ford, sorry, by Stenberg. Ford dropping down there to 9th place in class.
Oh, I think just as we cut away from it there, I think Stenberg just made a horrific mistake at Tower, and now Ian Ford's going to come straight back through to the inside. Might well be able to dive that one through as we got the battle for the race up towards the race lead, as it's Burst versus Richie Stanaway. As their fights continue, you can see that number 1 car just coming through. Ian Ford, by the way, did get back through on Stenberg, and now the Mac 1 Esports car, the 122, is also coming through. That's that side by side in the background. As it was the 58 there, the rival Autosport car that was just getting through in the prototype category, just clearing all of this traffic. This is exactly what we saw at Spa. It is just crazy. It is chaos in here, and it is hard to press their way through the 55 way wide at Summit Simsports. Tried to go around the outside of a side-by-side battle in GT3, and Yemen nearly went through in Drop Bear. You got Fishy, you got the other Drop Bear car as well in the background, and that's that 4th car in shot of the prototypes. That is the race winner from Spa.
And this is getting very close indeed. The guys need to be careful now because Rihanna is in this such an awkward situation. He's trying to get past the GT3s, but any wrong decision, and we're seeing the Drop Bears cars going to be coming past him. He gets a little bit of a bad run there actually as we come around the Big Ben corner, coming down towards the hairpin. Is going to be quite a crucial braking zone because you've got to judge it correctly. You don't want to brake too late and then smash into the GT3s in front of you. It's a very tricky time for these LMP2s, and because there's so many, it's not like it's going to last for one lap. We've been seeing them doing this crazy overtaking for a couple of laps now, and it looks like it's going to continue for a little bit longer as we get towards the front of the GT3s. But for now, we're seeing actually that Drop Bear and Fishy trying to battle a little bit there into Cunningham, but unfortunately not able to get past.
Yeah, I think there is a large amount of chaos. Race control are going to be somewhat busy as they were in the opening 4 hours of Spa. Can we say that? The entire race. Of course, I think anyone in any of these groups is really playing the fuel game right now. They are just firing on all cylinders, trying to get through. There was a drive-through penalty adjudicated to the 127 car for the contact that we saw coming down into turn 4. So the 127 picking up that penalty. Of course, the 127 being the Pursuit Sim Racing 1, Matthew Bowler. Did a bit of bowling himself and has been, brought down into pit lane by race control.
Always, we've got a bit of a bad exit there from the number 8 Delaney there, and he's going to be getting a bit of a run now. On the outside is Cameron Dunce. Is he going to be going round the outside of turn number 1? That is going to be a really tricky move, so just going to back out to that one. Goes a little bit wide though, and unfortunately loses all that time. Going to have to go over the dirt there, and unfortunately couldn't make that stick, but it is a very tricky move indeed.
Yeah, nearly came under a lot of pressure from the 25 behind Michael Whiting and the other Fishy Motorsports car as there's battling. Thomas Hinds just getting inside of the top 10 within the GT3 category, and the next car behind being that Lamborghini of Todd. Butler losing out as well in the background. So we're just going to see these position switches happening all the time. Now, that is not a great move. Down the inside, just really at the last moment there, and spinning out the AHU car, the 135. So I don't think it's the last time we're going to see that style of move throughout the day.
Yeah, there's a couple of corners here where you have to sort of commit to the move. If you don't do that, you sort of hang yourself in there. The cars are really on the limit around this track, and I think that's why the drivers really sort of love this track. You're really pushing the whole time, and the corners there, sort of unusual apexes and radiuses of the corner, and yeah, getting into tricky situations like that. And that will certainly not be the last, as we've come to Stenberg now, who lost a couple of places there since battling with Ford. Ford's up the road a couple of places now, and he's trying to battle Thomas Hinds just in front of him.
Yeah, got another drive-through penalty to hand out, as we'll see what's happened to the 212 Alpha Venturi. Oh my. Now that's something to come round the first corner and see. And then ARCA brakes were in full effect as no one decided to slow down for the instant, and it just kept going, of course. Now, that will take a while for race control to do, but they have been busy. Aidan Coote receives a drive-through penalty in the 102. The 102 being the Drop Bear Motorsport and Cozy car. That one picking up a drive-through penalty for contact between themselves and the Simrigs.com DPR car of Andrew Dyson. So there's a bit of an issue there. Also just coming through as well, the 135, which is the AHU car, receiving a drive-through penalty. So as much as we saw them getting sent off, clearly they've done their own issues at various points in this race, and they have been sent to the Shadow Realm with an entry to the pit lane. Jackson Susan Harlow and Shane van Gisbergen going to see them battle out. Obviously Susan Harlow jumping up into the race lead on Van Gisbergen. So it's battle between the three namers. I don't really know how you classify Shane van Gisbergen as being a three namer, but it's a van, why not? Battle of three namers anyway at the top of the GT3 field, and they are gapping the rest of them in the background as it's Vendervold leading AHU, leading Vendervold, leading AHU.
Burst there, he's not too far away, but he's not really involved in this battle, and Standaway as well has actually done not too badly coming back from that slow down penalty as well. But yes, as you say, it's the sort of the double battle between these two teams, really fighting at the front as we're getting the 196 now, diving it down the inside. Froglead there, are they going to be able to make a position on the apex? It's difficult to go side by side here, but it looks like they're just about going to be getting past the Billabong Racing car, but it's actually going to be side by side coming through Fangio up towards Cunningham Corner. Who is going to be bigger on the brakes? It looks like Froglead there got the advantage, got the inside line, and have got that move there up into what is 21st, but they're still fighting for some good places and good pride.
Also, just going to very quickly correct myself. I said it was the penalty for the 135 AHU car against the 144 Macron Esports. It's the other way around. My apologies. Did read that one wrong. It's the 144 Macron Esports car, which was, I believe, the incident that we saw that sent the 135 down the road. So that penalty being dished out to Macron Esports. They are very, very busy in race control. Of course, Simon Black. I know Shane van Gisbergen was doing a lot of race control last round out after Nick Foster decided it was a good idea to bin it. Coming through Stavolo. I think it was with assistance, but I don't really remember too much. We've always got to throw Nick Foster under the bus a little bit. I think it's a requirement every time we go racing in this series. Cool
yeah,
guy.
that's actually the good. I mean, well, I know we've mentioned it before, but the community aspect of this league is absolutely great. And the fact that you're getting, the drivers and the organisers both racing hard, racing for the lead. As we're actually getting a race for the lead, Susan Harlow and Van Gisbergen, they've just swapped positions there on the leaderboard. I think we're getting a bit of a battle for the lead here in the GT3 category, but unfortunately looks like that has stopped just for the time being. But yeah, it's good to see the likes of Van Gisbergen coming in here, getting involved obviously with the league in general, but with the stewarding and then coming here, battling for the race lead hard on track. It's just a great community aspect.
Yeah, Van Gisbergen nearly getting through on Jackson Susan Harlow with a late dive into T5, not able to do so. Van Gisbergen was supposed to drive in the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour a week ago. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take to the grid courtesy of the car being out of the race by the time he wanted to. I'm pretty sure it happened at Daytona as well. He's not having a good record with these iRacing Endurance. I don't think he's turned a lap actually in the race in either of the opening two in the iRacing official races. But of course, everyone speaks highly of Max Verstappen and his influence within the sim racing community and how much time he puts into sim racing. I think Shane Van Gisbergen definitely in that category as well, not just because of the racing that Van Gisbergen does, but also for, league administration and running of the place, which is something which not too many people necessarily have the time or want to do. But Shane Van Gisbergen clearly wanting to put on a great show, and also now getting to battle it out. Because speaking of other races, he wasn't allowed to race, and he didn't race in the first round of this season as well because the car was already retired. His luck's terrible. Yeah,
and that's how he ended up doing loads of the stewarding. But it's good to see that he doesn't. Some people, if their car crashes, they might just be like, "Oh, I'm going to turn the PC off and go out for the evening or whatever." But instead, he's getting his hands involved on the stewarding side of things last race. But hopefully the stewarding room is just a little bit more quiet this time. But we have seen quite a few accidents in the opening 23 minutes of this race. But I guess that is what you can expect when you get a load of highly competitive drivers fighting for position on quite a bumpy track.
Yeah, well, we've got a big battle here, of course, as we focus on the prototype category, all the way for 5th place down to 8th, realistically, with the Fishy Motorsports 25 car. The 4 of these, of course, you've got to remember, it's Summit Simsports Everest started this race from pole position. Jackson Miano really got a close battle there between the number 8 Fishy Motorsports and number 22 Drop Bear Motorsport SBM car again. The 22 is the car that was victorious last round out. Fishy Motorsport under a lot of pressure. Thankfully, they've got a little bit of assistance in the form of a rear gunner, Michael Whiting, in the number 25 Fishy Motorsports car that's just sat off the rear end of Cameron Dance. No way to pass, and Cameron Dance with a bit too early an entry into T1 there. Went to go and hook the apex nice and early at the first corner, which normally means that you're going to take a one-way trip towards the wall. Thankfully turned out of it in swift enough time and managed to hook it up nicely, but still lost a fair amount of time to the number 8 car of Blake Delaney that he was closing down on. A bit further down within the GT3 Am category, we've got the 282 battling away. It's the Pulse Racing Team CM security car. Of course, right on the rear end, you'll see the PRT on the rear end of the car directly ahead. That's because it's another Pulse Racing team car. And then, of course, the Team MRX Race Sims directly behind. A nice little three-way fight. And not too far up the road is the Magaturbo Motorsports 224, which I'm pretty sure was one that did quite well last time. Oh, it was their teammate. It was a 223, the Magaturbo 223, which was victorious last time. Never mind.
There's also quite a few sister cars here, as we're seeing with the Fishy Motorsports on screen. Drop Bear as well involved there. They've got a couple of cars. AHU Vendeval. We've seen a lot of them having this sort of double car entry, which is great to see, getting loads of drivers involved as we get a bit of side-by-side action now coming towards Sunset Bend. Now we're seeing there one of the cars coming up the inside, and I think that's Mitchell actually coming up the inside there, and that is a really good move. Something is quite difficult. You've got to be a little bit sort of brave on the brakes to hold the car there, dive it down the inside where the bumps really are on the inside. That's why you see them go so wide, and really a bit of an opportunistic move there.
Yeah, and like I say, you need to be opportunistic around this circuit, because it's, whilst we typically speak of the circuit being such a fantastic one for endurance, when you actually think about it for wheel-to-wheel combat, for actual wheel-to-wheel combat, it's hard to pass, realistically, because you think of it, the primary overtaking opportunities going down into Sunset and going down into T1, they're quite easy, realistically, to cover off, same as with the hairpin, because they're, you just hold the inside line, it's kind of easy to understand what's going to go on there. And yet we see such fantastic racing because the other corners of the circuit, they just lull you into, go on, just give it a dive, just give it a go, just try it. Or coming down into Collier or Cunningham, where the defensive move leaves the outside open as well. That's what happened. We were catching the tail end of that battle, but the team MRX Race Sims did get past the Pulse Racing team CM Security and then got sent off.
Yeah, that's not a nice place to go for a spin, but fortunately actually keeping it fairly nicely, but difficult track, as we're saying, to go racing. And you get corners like this, you see it's a little kink left, but you see how the apex curb sort of comes in towards the middle of the track as well, so it really pinches you at that point of the track and just makes it that a little bit more tricky to get your overtake, as we're also seeing this three-way battle now in the LMP2s getting really close indeed, as Drop Bear getting the slipstream, getting very close. Cameron Dancer maybe just lifting off a little bit as well, as getting the other fishy car, so Dancer going to have to go to the outside to cover off the number 25 as coming to Sunset Bend once again. The number 22 now, Cameron Dancer going around the outside, going to try and get a little bit of a run up towards turn number 1, and hopefully we don't see contact like we saw just a few seconds ago with the GTs.
Yeah, Cameron Dancer going to try and figure a way past, but I think you're absolutely right. I think there is, you can see it very clearly there, obviously not wanting to make it 3 wide especially at that point, and so lifts out of it very, very nicely indeed, and obviously just going to play the long game in this battle. And to be fair, there is still 3.5 hours. The fact that we're half an hour through this race, near enough, obviously 28 minutes on the clock completed, 3 hours and 32 left to go. The opening half hour, mate, has flown past very quickly. We're not too far away from Prototypes jumping into the pit lane. And by the way, you want to speak how quick race control's doing? I kind of not jumping to conclusions, because they're going through everything correctly and such. We saw that instant down into turn 1, and race control have already made a decision on it, being that it's a drive-through for the 280, the car that spun out the of course the Pulse Racing team car that spun out the Team MRX car, which was pretty clear, didn't need to go over too often, and so racing have been like, right, there you go, sorted, done, dealt with, don't need to worry about it anymore. Really do I like that. It's not that it's just swift for the sake of being swift, it's swift because it doesn't need to take longer than it needs to take, you know what I mean? We've all had it where there's been some adjudication where it's gone on for 40 minutes over one incident, where it's just kind of like, mate, just give someone a penalty, for goodness sake.
Yeah, or if it goes on for months and then you sack the race. That's something completely different topic, but it's certainly possible. And fast penalties are always nice, because it's always when you're still thinking about the incident as well. If it goes sort of even 10-20 minutes, you got back involved with your race, you're not thinking about that, and then all of a sudden the penalty comes up, and you're like, oh wait, oh yeah, it was for that one. Good
exactly.
to see.
Yeah, no, I think we've all had it where it's sort of like you get delivered a penalty, you just kind of like, for which incident was this?
Well,
it was for one. It was one that
was which.
For which? Yeah, well, that's normally what I say. I'm a touring car driver, mate. You know what I'm like. No, it's you kind of just start thinking, or the stress of like, am I going to get a penalty or not? You just it's dealt with now, and you just get on with it. By the way, there's a 3-way fight at the top end of the GT3 Pro category between Vendevold Sim Racing White, AHU, and then the other Vendevold Sim Racing car. Richie Stanaway not having the pace to quite keep up with the rear end of Dylan Burst, of Shane Van Gisbergen, of Jackson Susan Harlow. So it's no longer a battle between the three namers, as Dylan Burst jumps onto the scene and looks to attack for race victory. I mean, speaking of race victory, it's probably a bit early, but still, with a battle for the race lead.
Yeah, it's looking like a really tasty battle is coming up here with the GT3s. These especially now that you've got Burst getting involved, these top 3, they've just been so close, and even the cars behind, they're not really too far away. If someone wants to try something a little bit different on the old strategy side of things as well. And yeah, good to see that they're just keeping very close indeed, but it's not the easiest thing in the world to just pull away, as we've seen with how close these times have been. So they're going to have to try something, but right now, at this point in the race, if you were in Shane's shoes, Lewis, would you be fighting this, or would you just be sitting there saving a bit of fuel?
Are you asking me if it was me in the car, or are you asking if I was Shane Van Gisbergen? Two different questions. If it was me in the car, we wouldn't be battling for the race lead, that's for damn sure. But I would be very, very patient. in this. Not really trying to fight, but he's got to watch out as he's going to get dived by Dylan Burst at any moment. And so he's got to be a little bit careful. Got to be watching his mirrors. If I were in that suit, I'd almost be like, it's fine. I can just sit here and save fuel, and I can extend the fuel mileage, and then we come in for our final stop in 3 hours, or 2 hours and 10 minutes, whatever it is going to be, and save time in the pit stop and play the really long game. But if I'm Shane van Gisbergen, and I'm actually being Shane van Gisbergen, I'm here for a bit of fun. I'm not here to play any of this long-winded game. I'm here to get out of there and go elbows out and go racing with Jackson, Susan, Harlow. So I think there's going to be some intense battling up for the race lead at some point.
As we're seeing some intense battling here, actually in the sort of the mid packs of the categories. On 55, they're trying to get past the round. Is still in that car, battle for 4th place there. Yemen's still just a bit behind them, but also in the GT3 category, we're seeing this this crazy battle with Hinz and Ford battling into the hairpin, and now we're looking a little bit behind. We've got Todd and Stenberg still involved in this battle for the lower parts of the top 10. And looks like Yemen actually has got past Rihanna there, just up the road. Has one of them actually gone off? Yeah, the 55 there in the background. Rihanna's gone off there, coming into a Tower corner. And I wonder if there's a bit of contact between the two drivers, because that's a bit of an unusual place to go off on your own.
Tower, I mean, to be fair, Tower, you say unusual. I think it's pretty easy to go off the Tower. It's not quite as much as like Oak Tree at VIR, but it's a pretty easy corner to exit the racetrack. We'll take a look as to what happened to Jackson Rihanna. This is coming round Collier down into Tower, trying to get around the outside, and just asked way too much of the car, the braking zone, of everything, locks it up, say goodbye to the cone, keeps it out of the barrier though, and that will be the most important thing in that scenario.
Yeah, I've seen that move so many times there. You try and go around the outside of the GT3s, but the road just sort of kinks to the right a little bit, and you just end up losing the track position and the area of the track as the GT3 sort of running a little bit wide as well. Bit difficult to judge. And fortunately, Rihanna there, as you say, keeping out the barrier, because that would have not been fun. I don't know if there's some sort of luck involved, the length of the runoff there as well. But yeah, unfortunately, the pole sitter dropping down all the way, as we see number 27 there lock up the rears. Do they make a bit of contact, or can they just keep that out of the way? I think they've been able to do that. Unfortunately, though, Ferrari running into the back of them.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of always going to happen, where you're obviously just trying to wrestle it over the curb and then slow it down. The Ferrari's always going to hit into the rear end. By the way, whilst we focus on this battle for 11th spot, and to be fair, even a few positions up from it, of course, we're focused on Jacob Todd just behind. You've got Kurt Stenberg. Just ahead, you've got Ian Ford. You've also got Thomas Hinz, as you were saying. Down the road a fair way. This is the whole thing that we were speaking of between the GT3s and GT3 Ams, as there was the move from Shane van Gisbergen and smashed off Jackson Susan Harlow. Dylan Burst nearly went through in the background, and Shane van Gisbergen takes over the race lead in somewhat controversial circumstance. I'm sure we'll take another little look at that in a few moments' time. But either way, ahead of even this battle is the 223 Mag and Turbo Motorsport car. Now, you might be missing that one from your GT3 Pro roster, and that's because it's a GT3 Am car that is well inside of the top 10 at present in the GT3 category overall, which I'm going to say is a pretty fantastic way for them to be going. By the way, Shane van Gisbergen did return the race leads to Jackson Susan Harlow. Whether it was being nice and jumping out of the way, or whether it was Jackson Susan Harlow going for it, it remains to be seen. Let's see once again this move. What do you think of it, Cam?
I mean, he was there. He was there, but it's just on the exit. He just maybe sort of went a tiny bit too wide, but I don't think that was like an outrageous move. It was definitely there, definitely the space being given on the inside there as well. So just a little bit unlucky of how that worked, and if they have swapped positions back, then I guess that is all fair and love and war, as they say. And I'm sure that battle is going to go on for quite a while as well, as you've got obviously Burst right behind them indeed. But also another big gap I just looked is Wayne Burke there in the LMP2s, a 14-second gap to Rougier, who's also now got another 10 seconds behind as well. So that front of the LMP2 has really opened up in the first 30 minutes of the race.
I think Bradley Stanley's just had a bit of an issue in GT3 Am, the 221 that is running around in 5th spot at the moment, Team JDR. I think they had an issue down at T3. Went back on with them and they were essentially completely stationary in their Lamborghini Huracan. Speaking of which, we've got one on screen, of course. Jacob Todd. Do love a Lamborghini Huracan myself. I think it's a fantastic looking car and a fantastic sounding car as we return up towards the battle for the race lead in Pro, but also everything else as well. That is terrifying when you're driving. I don't care who you are and how much experience you have. When you are in a pack like this and it's acting like it's the M25, but everyone wants to break the speed limit, yeah, I'm not so sure what's going on.
Yeah, this is quite crazy, actually. It's good to see as Stanaway there diving it down the inside of one of the AM cars, trying to keep up. And is he actually? Yeah, he is. He's on the back of this field now, as Van Gisbergen's actually dropped off the back of Susan Harlow. So yeah, that gap between first and second in the GT3 Pros has started to open up, and it looks like we're now getting a bit of a battle for the podium as well. So Stanaway still involved, as yeah, I'm sure he would be happy after that slowdown a bit earlier, and it's starting to get a little bit crazy. The traffic hasn't really calmed down too much.
Yeah, good job for Richie Stanaway to rejoin it, but it does seem as though a little bit of leader running away at the moment in the form of Jackson Susan Harlow. By the way, we did see a prototype entering the pit lane on the right-hand side of your shot. That one's the Alpha Aggressor Racing number 27, which jumped into pit lane. There was one of the GT3s coming down. That was more for damage. That one being Chris Weitzel, I believe, jumping into pit lane very, very early for the GT3. Typically, we expect the prototypes coming into the pit lane between the 35 and the 45-minute mark. Now, that is a very wide window, mostly for the fact that we have no idea, but also for the fact that you can do a lot of fuel saving around here. Probably more so to the 40 to 45-minute window around here should realistically be possible. GT3s, you're talking of between an hour and 10 is the expected window for them. And of course, you want to take it out towards the end of that window. You want to save all of that fuel, not just for the first stint, not for the second, but it's for that third pit stop. Because if you can extend 10 minutes every time, which obviously is a ridiculous margin over the entire grid, it's never going to happen, but 2 or 3 laps every single time, it means you need to put 2 or 3 laps less of fuel in each stint, which by the end is 6 laps less of fuel if you can save 2 a stint. That is a monstrous margin late in the race as the rest of the prototype contingent come in. You got the 2 fishy cars in there, of course, as well as pretty much everyone else.
Yeah, it looks like that is the pit lap for the LMP2s, with all of them coming in. So it's around sort of 39 minutes there, including the formation lap. So we might see just over 40 minutes once we get into the actual sort of full stints, with them leaving the pit stop with a full tank, as we come to this battle for third place. Stanaway's caught back up as we get in some of the LMP2s actually leaving the pit lane. That could get a little bit dicey there with the number 1 car on the exit, but it looks like they're just getting in front of the GT3 battles, and Stanaway now needs to try and find a way past Burst as we come out onto this Big Bend sort of straight.
Now, in the prototype category, you can see there Yemen and Dance 1 and 2 at the moment. Those, of course, being the 2 drop bear cars. Now, those 2 yet to pit. The 89 is your race leader, Synergy Sim Racing. Obviously, will be into the pit lane. Will the top 2 be on the next lap? Did see it pop up on your screen there, by the way, about the track temperature, 38, 37 degrees Celsius at present. Fairly hot, although not too hot, of course, based on temperature from around this time of year. It's actually from next month, from March, is where the weather's being pulled from. So, you know, supposed to be a little bit warmer, of course, having a 12-month calendar, and that being represented in iRacing when it comes to temperatures and such. Soon will be rain as well. I think that's it's not too hot, and it does mean that it should be some fairly simple double stints on the tyres for most of the prototype category, and often Bathurst and such in these kind of temperatures. I think that they should be able to double stint in the GT3 category as well. It's just whether they do or not. And obviously, if you do double stint, as you brought this up on the Bathurst 12-hour here on iRacing, if you're double stinting, you want to stay in the car and do the double stint yourself. You don't want someone else's scummy old tyres.
Yeah, because everyone, even if you're doing sort of similar lap times, everyone is using the tyres differently. Maybe they, even just between teammates, maybe someone uses the fronts a little bit more, maybe someone uses the rears, and that can change the balance a little bit. And obviously that's a lot down to driver preference. So if you are keeping your tyres, you want to stay in the car yourself and use them. Obviously, if you have to change driver for whatever reason, then it is possible, but it's never nice picking up someone's used tyres. And I think it's just a little bit less comfortable, especially for the driver jumping in, because they're cold. They haven't got up to speed with the track, with the car, with the conditions. They need to know what's going on, and the best way to do that is obviously giving them the fresher tyres. For those double stinting or just in general, I think you're going to see a lot of drivers sort of do the first couple of stints and then swap over at that second pit stop.
Yeah, especially within the, like I say, within the prototype category. How it plays out in GTs is a slight mystery, more so as the battle for fourth place within the Am category in the GT3s. Of course, that one being between Simon Evans and, of course, Gallo. Or it's actually Stanley, sorry, it's for third place. Stanley, who we did catch up with a little bit earlier after a couple of issues. There's Emily Jones, still behind the wheel, of course, because they're not pitted yet. But trying to attack for fifth place now. Emily Jones, again, much more akin to a teammate of Madison Down. These are supercars experts. They're really, really good. If this was a V8 supercars race, they would be battling up potentially a little bit further than where they are in the top five. I'd say they'd genuinely be battling right up towards the front. Emily Jones did fantastically in the VCO ERWC in the Yaz Heat car not too long ago. I think GT3s maybe a little bit, tiny bit out of their comfort zone, but still battling and very strong indeed.
Yeah, those supercars are unbelievably unique. Pretty crazy set of regulations actually, because they sort of look like GT3 cars, but they're really not, and acting a lot different. So for drivers to be jumping between different cars and getting up to speed is always a really good thing, because it's sort of a lot less controlled, I would say, because these GT3s, for the most part, especially with the driving assist and stuff that comes with them, they can be just a little bit easier to drive per se. But yeah, you still have to be a very skilled driver to get them to the top. As we're seeing a bit of a battle here in the GT3 category, we've got Jesse Butler getting on the back of Dyson. They're coming towards Sunset Bend on the inside. Can they get a bit of a lunge down the inside? No, they can't. They have to sit there just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and of course these two, you could tell by the number that had appeared. If you keep your eye on the position delta that was on screen, in the light in the car, they'd switched positions already. That lap, I think it was 26th and 27th spot, because obviously that's the entirety of the GT3 category, not just splitting Pro and Am. So they'd already switched at some point in the lap, and we're going to switch again. We did bring up the point. I think last round it was Ewan that was saying about why the BMW didn't have the numbered lights for position. Not sure if the BMW is getting it anytime soon, but of course that was because the BMW M4 GT3 joined the iRacing service prior to it being homologated and such, so it wasn't technically an official GT3 when it joined, because it was a prototype. Hence, when it was released, it was the M4 GT3 prototype.
Yeah, I mean, it was released probably, was it about a year ago? A year ago? It's quite a while ago now. That it's been around, and I'm sure it will get updated at some point. Always we're seeing the 196. Haven't we seen that car go around to this corner? But that time, Dench in the car, that was on his own, which is not ideal.
Yeah, if you're going to have a spin though, right? Would you rather it be a spin by yourself or a spin assisted by someone else? Because they're two, like, if you're assisted by someone else, I feel like your anger goes through the roof. Whereas if you spun by yourself, you're kind of like, oh.
Yeah, you didn't see it. Yep.
Yeah. No one.
I'm just driving. Yep. Oh, that is getting very tight there for the race leader in the GT3s, getting the number 56 almost, diving down the inside there in turn number one. I'd love to see an onboard there of the 56, because I think he probably had to back right out of that one, and that could have been a game-changing collision. But unfortunately, we got through turn one there nicely, as now Shane van Gisbergen getting a bit of a toe there down towards the hairpin. Is he going to be close enough this time around? I think it might just be a little bit too far this time, but Susan Harlow will be Yeah, I think maybe wiping just a little bit of sweat from his brow after that one.
Yeah, that was a bold move from Angus Cook, of course, the Summit Sim Sports. That was the K2 car, not the Everest. The Everest one's the 55, the K2 is the 56. The 55 is the one that started from pole position. Like you say, fair enough. Sometimes you got to try those kind of things. That I'm glad he backed out of it. We are going to see that view that you want to see. Angus Cook, who we're on board with in that Summit Sim Sports K2. It's just coming up so fast into turn 1.
Oh, wow. He was actually blinded by Van Gisbergen there. And that, wow. Because I was thinking, as I was coming up behind that car, I was like, there's loads of space there. We'll see. But then all of a sudden, as he goes past Van Gisbergen, you then see Harlow there getting right sort of in the way on the apex. And I'm pretty surprised they didn't have a bit of a collision there. But that is, just showing you how quick the reflexes need to be.
Yeah, excellent picture on screen right there. That's a lovely. I think that's a selfie. That is the WEH E-Racing car, which is some great ones. I think the Doge is still my favourite just because it's a throwback, and as much as the Dogecoin and stuff. Well, the Dogecoin is still a thing though. That's whatever. Anyway, moving on, because I'm getting into a complete tangent as we're going to see a battle between the WEH racing car. You got Jacob Todd directly ahead as well. This one for 9th position. Blue Flag Racing, the one directly ahead. Again, I'm just going to say, as much as it's just the standard Porsche livery in different colours. I really like those colours on the WHE racing car.
Oh yeah, they're great. The green, there's a lot of green. That's to be said, as we're getting a bit of side-by-side action between those two. Coming towards turn number 1, we're getting a bit of a replay here for the 196 involved again. As we're getting Mach 1 having a bit of a collision there with them. Oh, 2 double contacts. And once again, the same corner, the 196 goes off. They're not having fun in that corner, but the 277 as well. Maybe just squeezing a tiny bit there on the inside of turn 4.
Yeah, like I say, another thing for race control to add to the list of stuff they've got to look at in the opening hour of this race. It has been a fair few things. They have not had a quiet time. Although I do remember having a race, probably I think it was last year at Spa. I think it was a 24-hour race where everyone was really behaved for the opening 2 hours, and race control were just sort of sat there being like, "Can someone make a mistake? Can someone do something?" Because it's just like, we're just sat here quite bored, to be honest.
Bit of side-by-side action there, just up the road. Is that for the race lead of the GT3s? I think it is. Shane Van Gisbergen there getting through into the lead. Jackson Susan Harlow there dropping down. He's had a bit of side-by-side action there coming out of Tower Corner. And Van Gisbergen there up into the lead. And Burst has dropped off this one a little bit, so it's now just this two-way battle. And Susan Harlow there having to now come back at him and try and regain the lead.
That was a real anglicised three-namer moment right now. I've done that too many times. Not with Shane Van Gisbergen, but with plenty of other. Where it's just like, I have no idea what to say now. I'm just going to roll with it. But yes, obviously Shane Van Gisbergen in the Apex Hunters United 197 car, taking over the GT3 race lead with a cheeky bit of side-by-side, I believe, on the exit of Tower, or going through into Tower, as we ride on board with James Glasspool back up towards the... I'm not going to call this a battle for 4th place, because they're two teammates in the drop bear cars. Of course, Dance behind Yemen. I don't think they're going to fight at all.
You mean Dance is just going to come straight past being the winner of last time, as you say? Or do you think that they're actually just going to have a little bit of slipstreaming fest at the moment?
Yeah, like I say, why not? When you've got this kind of time, that save the fuel, try and play with it a little bit. Don't necessarily have to force the issue when it's your teammate, especially when there's no real issues behind. They are already, though, 42 seconds off of the race lead. Now, I'm not going to say they're going to play any championship game, because it's way too early in the day to be talking championship. That is typically something which I would talk about when it comes to a season after 20 minutes of racing, about who's going to win the championship. In this case, when you're battling this team, of course, 22 winning last round out, they're not going to be like, yeah, but we're the lead car within the team, because it's early doors. It's way too much. Let's see how Shane Van Gisbergen got past Jackson Susan Harlow, though. It was on the exit of Tower, and you called it right. Just a nice little move. And Susan Harlow just did not really fight it once we'd come through Bishop.
Yeah, I think he just ran a little bit too wide there, and Van Gisbergen getting the run. And even with the P2 coming past them, just a nice, easy move there. And Van Gisbergen now having to defend as we come towards Sunset Bend. Susan Harlow there diving it down the... Well, not really diving, actually. I think Van Gisbergen there in the end just assisted that move. Maybe let him go back past, because that seemed a bit too easy.
We are swiftly approaching the end of the GT3 pit window as well, as we close in on 1 hour down in this race. It's normally more so towards the hour mark of the race, as we were saying before, where we're expecting these teams to come into the pit lane. The battling that they're doing, though, is allowing... I was kind of going to say that those two, Jackson Susan Harlow and Shane Van Gisbergen, had pulled away a fair amount from the two behind, of the Vendaval Sim Racing Yellow and the Apex Hunters United car of Dylan Burst and Richie Stanaway. But to be honest, that gap's coming back down again as the top four once again come back together again.
Yeah, I think a bit of traffic and a bit of these battles is helping the situation, but it's great to see that they're still so close, because I'm sure if you worked out their average lap times at this point, it'll be literally thousands or hundreds between them at the moment. Such close battling at the front there of the GT3 Pros, and also in the other categories as well. It is quite tight, but the fact of having 4 cars literally still fighting for the lead is great to see.
Yeah, like I say, it's typically, though, the pit window where we see those tight battles split. That's where the difference is really made. Are you taking tyres? Are you taking a full tank of fuel? Are you switching driver? Because obviously all these things add more time into the pit stop sequence. I don't think tyres or fuel or the driver change is done concurrently, if I remember correctly. I think the driver swap is. But the fuel and tyres not done concurrently, as there is the move down the inside from Dyson on Bowler.
Yeah, I believe that is why, because obviously taking the tyres is what adds the extra time, which is why you might see some people double stinting tyres, because you lose less time by staying out there. As we're seeing now is that Stanaway now trying to get past Burst there on the inside, but couldn't quite do what Harlow did on the previous lap. And that gap certainly coming towards Stanaway. But as we were saying earlier, all these guys in the Porsche makes it that a little bit more difficult, because it's basically a spec class race for those guys at the front, where they're just going to have to use their drive skill to try and get past the Stanaway, trying to go a little bit offline, but can't quite get a run towards turn 3.
Yeah, like I say, just giving it a cheeky look and an idea at the moment is Stanaway. I think the opportunity will come. It's just whether it's now or whether it's the wise idea to save fuel. You asked me what I would do in Shane Van Gisbergen boots. What would you do in Richie Stanaway's boots?
I think I would go and overtake, go and help my teammate up the front. As you're getting a bit of side-by-side action there towards Cunningham with the two... is that the drop leaps, frog leaps, sorry. And yeah, fortunately, they're not having the best day. Both of those cars, the 196, 296, both having some issues, both going around a few times. And I think this is one race yeah, going to be happy to see the end of, as we're only ending the first hour of it.
I mean, I think we've all started endurance races, whether they're 4, whether they're 24, whatever, on the wrong foot. You know, having issues, whether it's your own mistakes or whether it is assisted. We've all had a race like that, and they are so hard to get to the end of. And so yeah, for a few of these teams that have been sent off a few times in the running of this race, like I said, the frog leap juiced racing cars, both of them red and blue. They're just sat there thinking, come on. Anyone else? Someone else want some of my paint? Anyone else? No. Yeah, it's how it is.
It's also, like, I guess, the mindset factor as well, because once you have a couple of issues, it sort of just snowballs a little bit. Then you become maybe a little bit less interested in the race. You get a little bit more frustrated. You try some things, maybe fight some things that you shouldn't have, and yeah, it just snowballs, gets worse, and before you know it, you're having a few more spins purely just because you're not really just in that mindset of fighting at the front anymore.
Now let's kind of speak as to what's happening on our screen right now. Jackson Rihanna, Summit Sim Sports Everest. Now I'm going to take a wild assumption this is a car that's taken tyres when no one else really has. They are 1 minute and 25 seconds off of the position that they started in, P1. That is an enormous margin to have dropped in less than an hour. Not necessarily sure as to what's gone on with the Summit Sim Sports Everest car, and the previous lap times did lose a lot on the previous lap, so clearly there's been even further issues over the last running. Wayneberg currently running in the higher end of the 48s. What is Jackson Miano doing on a typical lap time? That would be the real question right now. There's got to be that. So there is damage on the rear. You can see, well, there's a lot of damage on the rear right, and they are running in the 50s.
Yep, losing quite a lot of time, unfortunately. And especially when it's on the rear, as you see there, the sort of crumpled rear end just makes the car that little bit more unstable. There's quite a lot of actually sort of medium high-speed corners where you really need to rely on the car. You need to have confidence in the car, and if you're not quite able to push the car to the limit, then you're really going to be losing some time, which is a bit of a shame for the pole sitter, but that is endurance racing, and that's why the points are given at the end of the race. Yeah, you can see going to be losing out. You can see Glasspool as well entered the pit lane not too long ago in 13th spot. Looks like they're going to drop is Summit Sim Sports Everest down to 12th place at some point in the future. Speaking, by the way, we don't typically see driver swaps in the first stints of the race, but the Fishy Motorsports 8 car, Blake Delaney was behind the wheel of that one, anyone who can remember. Now it's Jamie Dyke behind the wheel of the number 8 Fishy Motorsports car. Emily Jones into the pit lane though for the Trans-Tasman racing car. That one's the 177. She'll come to a stop in a box, but they should stay in the car. I'm pretty sure if I were them, you kind of keep a driver like Emily Jones in the rhythm, in the car, switch out Madison down for the final couple of stints of the race. They're both very, very fast, but you switch them out of that side so that you're giving yourselves an even split rather than switching on every stint. Yeah, definitely. I think that's probably the one of the nicer ways to do it, especially in a 4-hour race, but that is just a little bit before the hour mark, so they need to be careful with that to make sure they go over the 3-hour mark to make sure they're not having to do a splash and dash at the end, and that is also something they need to look out for. But this time obviously we've had the formation lap, and then you've got the couple of minutes of the pit lanes to add on to it, so they might be okay, but leaving the pit lane now with 1.5 minutes still to go of the hour might be a little bit close.
I also don't believe there was a tyre swap on that. I think it is the same tyres as before. That didn't look like a particularly long stop from Emily Jones as she would depart her box. I think this might be the meta, as the cool kids would say, the strategy, as other people would say. I don't know what I would say because I'm sort of not really cool to anyone, and I'm certainly not smart. So it's sort of somewhere in the middle. And I don't know what they'll be running, whether the leaders will also follow that and whether they will switch tyres or whether they will keep on their sets. I'm going to say at the moment, with the temperatures that we've got, I'm keeping my tyres.
Well, the thing is, say, I don't know exactly, but it's around 30 seconds or so, isn't it, for
All
time?
in.
30 laps in a stint, you've got to lose a second a lap or not. But let's find out. As you say, we're seeing lots of the leaders now coming into the pit lane for the GT3s to make their first pit stop. And let's see what they do. Are they going to be changing tyres? Are they not going to be changing tyres? Because that could obviously be quite a big factor in the next part of the race. But we'll have to wait until they filled up with fuel to find out what they're doing.
Switch of drivers. Richie Stanaway out, Brad Newman into the 169. Shane van Gisbergen is keeping out on the racetrack. Also a switch. Jackson Susan Harlow out, Alexander Bird into the car. So at least a switch of drivers for a couple of our runners within the GT3 category. It's just whether they go up onto the jacks and whether they switch tyres, which is the big kicker. They are still stationary for fuel. I think they are switching tyres as well, which again, as we've said, I don't want someone else's scummy old tyres. I want my own sets, as they all get moving once again. Kobe Williams also inside the Vanderbilt Sim Racing yellow car. So switches for driver in all three of those leading, within the leading quartet, the three that came in, all switching driver. Does that mean that Shane van Gisbergen's going to jump out as well?
It's an interesting one indeed, but I guess if you want to split up the driving time just a little bit more, because 2 hours is obviously, I mean, it's not too long for those who love endurance racing, but it is obviously when it's a bit of a shorter race, you might just have a little bit of a relaxing time in the mid part of the race. But let's see what Van Gisbergen does. I wouldn't be surprised if he stays in, because he seems to be in the rhythm, but sitting in that slipstream behind Harlow for quite a while has obviously led him to do this extra lap as well, which is going to put him in very good stead. Is that in staying out as well, actually, for another lap, saving a lot of fuel there in this opening stint.
Well, just remember his teammate being Pablo Arroyo Castro. No stranger to allowing his teammate to do a mighty opening stint. Anyone who watched the official iRacing Daytona 24, Pablo Castro sat there and watched his teammate do 1 hour, do 2, do 3, do 10 and a quarter. 10 and a quarter hours in one stint to start the race. Of course, that was Govan Keeney. I don't think Shane Van Gisbergen is going to be doing 10 and a quarter hours today, mind, but still, you never really know. The 277, wonder if we're going to get a safety car out here, because the 277 is requesting a tow at the moment. The 277 being the Mach 1 Esports car, which is stationary on the exit of T1. Whether they'll be given the all clear to get a tow, whether we'll be seeing a safety car out for the very first time, we'll have to wait and see. There is Pat Gallo. I think it's just going to pull straight off. Obviously, a lot of damage on the front right of that car, and on the rear right-hand side just comes to a stop, and I think they're ready to call it a day.
And they all have a fast repair, don't they? But I wonder if they've used it or something like that, and they just didn't get the damage repaired, and then just choosing maybe not to. They have gone back to the pit lane, so I do think maybe that is safety car. Oh, it is.
Safety car is coming out. We are getting a safety car, so they escaped before they were allowed to, which is a bit of a no-no. But the safety car is coming out then. So the safety car will join the racetrack for the very first time. We are under safety car, and Simon Black will be departing pit lane. There is the call that stops everyone from making passes and such. So everyone will have to stay in position right now. Good for some, bad for others. Simon Black on the exit of pit lane will try and pick up the leader. We are under safety car for the first time here at Sebring, which took a lot longer than expected.
Yeah, certainly did. Book his huge lead at the front in the number 89 Stingy Sim Racing is going to be losing all that time as Van Gisbergen finally comes into the pit lane. And I was just going to say, he's going to save a lot of time here, because the pit lanes are, it stays open, doesn't it? So there's no sort of any penalty or anything he's going to be getting for pitting, because I would assume either way he was going to be pitting this lap, because he's going to be out of fuel otherwise. But certainly going to be saving a lot more as the other cars sort of roll around at reduced speed. But he isn't going to be, I guess, gaining any positions, but he might gain a lot of track position if there's cars that go in between him.
Well, I mean, you say not gaining position, but I think, obviously he was battling it out quite a lot with one of the Vandervold cars, so regardless, he's going to gain an awful lot. There is your safety car, so it is no longer green. Fantastic.
Oh, wow.
We have
that looks amazing.
It doesn't now look like an AHU car, which is also a great sign. Either way, regardless of the other team. Now, the other teams I don't think switch tyres. Those Vandervold cars, I think they're the Vandervolds and the other AHU car, they didn't go up onto the jacks. I think they just did a tank. Now, Pablo Arroyo Castro is taking tyres within the GT3 category. I do very much like that. This one's the safety car by OSR. We do have two safety cars. One of them is by OSR and one of them is by VCO, of course. Big shout outs to our sponsors all here. We've got various ones sponsoring each of the categories as well. A reminder that in the prototype category, this is the LMP2 category, that is brought to you by Grid Engineering. GT3 Pro is the SimLab sponsored category, and then of course the GT3 Am Red. It's got to be Coach Dave Academy, isn't it? Of course, as they've started doing setups and data packs and such for iRacing as well. Simon Black's just waiting for our race leaders to come round, but of course, as each one comes round, another one comes into the pit lane. And to be fair, if the pit lane open and you're in the prototype category, you've got to go for it. Hour and 5 minutes. That's a good time to pit.
Yeah, it's sort of halfway through their next stint. So if they stay out, by the time we end up with the safety car coming in. There's only going to be maybe 5-6 laps left. So, yeah, certainly something that they need to do. And always, as we say, going longer is good, because in situations like this, you might then also have a shorter pit stop by a couple of seconds, and then you might jump a car in the train, in the pit lane as well. So, yeah, strategy is going to be very important. And if it stays green to the end after this one, all the GT3s should be good on 2 more pit stops as we've gone past the hour. But for the P2s, they might have to do just a little bit of thinking, because they might need to effectively splash at the end. But we'll have to do a bit of maths to see if that is correct.
Well, hopefully when the safety car comes into the pit lane this time, it's not going to crash. As anyone who stayed around for Spa will know, the safety car did crash on its return to pit lane on that final time. Good job we didn't need it back out again. I nearly choked sat here watching when I saw it happen, so that was a good sign. Apologies to our broadcast director who had me in their ear laughing my head off. Wasn't even on commentary at that point, I was just too busy laughing. I thought it was that funny. Either way though, after the sequence is effectively complete, once they're all back behind the wheel and back behind their cars, we'll let you know what the official order really is. But Synergy Sim Racing, they did pit. Tom Freer behind the wheel now did jump in not too long ago, obviously behind the wheel of the 89 car. Wayne Bork's done the entire race up until this point, so they've done a driver swap under the pit lane sequence as well to put Tom Freer behind the wheel. This is the car that's been running away in the lead. Now with a driver swap and a safety car restart, plenty of cars between them, not going to be under a lot of pressure. Not a bad sign to be, but we know obviously they'll do the wave round, they'll get everyone back together again, and they'll promote Ben Cornett potentially up to second in line directly behind Tom Freer. So it might be a stressy way to start your racing here at Sebring.
Yeah, I was just thinking this. We've had the driver swaps, and immediately we are having effectively a race start. So it's effectively just another race now with the second drivers. We've had the first 1 hour race, we're coming into the second one here in a few minutes time. So these drivers, they need to get up to speed quickly, because the cars around them won't be waiting around, but everyone's a little bit, you know, a little bit cold. They're not quite up to speed with what is going on in the race, so it could be a little bit messy on this restart, but obviously hoping that all the drivers have got up to speed quickly.
How many safety cars did we have at Spa? Was it 3?
4, 3?
3 or 4. We just only had one straight away. So we're already at 1.
Oh, did we?
We had one straight away at Spa, yeah. A little bit of a crash over Radion. And then there was certainly one later. I think it might be 4. I'm pretty sure there was a couple in the middle. So I'm pretty sure we left literally for Ewan and Zach. Literally straight into a safety car. Yeah,
it was either just before or just after a safety car, because it was absolutely hectic, and there was loads. Yeah, there's loads going on, and we're just like, hey, yeah, Ewan and Zach jumping in. But also, just as a reminder, Ewan and Zach will be here in the commentary booth at the 2 hour point once again to bring you through the second half of the race. And I think, Lewis, it's going to be a great second half of the race here, because the Sebring's certainly turned out to be a great race so far, and I think that's just only going to continue with all the cars being bunched up once again.
Yeah, we know how tight this such really is. The pit lane is now closed, so this is the time when they're going to use to basically allow a lot of the cars to switch round and get on with it. Of course, the safety car procedure, they've done a lot. They've got a lot of eyes on it. It's not just a safety car driver being like, oh, I hope everyone's listening to what I'm saying. You know, Simon Black behind the wheel at the moment. We know that there is a lot of eyes on as behind the scenes, just to make sure that everything is run to the dot. Say that the pit lane was closed and someone came into the pit lanes. That's a good sign. I think they're allowed to come in as long as it's for like basically a fuel to not retire.
Yeah.
But outside that, why wouldn't you have pitted before? I don't know.
Yeah, that is always an interesting situation. You're right, but sometimes people don't. They might want to, save that extra lap here or there. But it looks like we are going to be getting some reordering here of the grid. So I guess that means we'll end up with all the LMP2s in a line, and that gap that Synergy had is now going to go down to the square root of 0, and Cornett in the number 1 car is going to be all over the back of him, and we know just how fast he is.
The square root of 0. Nice.
Yeah, you do the maths.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. Obviously, they're called past one by one. It's not just everyone come through at any random time. They are told one by one to come through in this, and the reason for that is to make sure that everyone's organised, tight, clean, and smart. Because it's so easy when it's like this to make a mistake, you know, and be like, oh, does everyone go through? And it's like, there's a crash. Great, top tier. I have seen that before in league. I'm pretty sure you had one at Indianapolis in your certain series, Mr. Cameron Roger, of course, Formula Sim Racing. I'm pretty sure we had a couple of people get waved around and then crashed.
It is possible, especially once you got waved around. Do you want to get on the back of that group as fast as possible? It is an interesting one though, because obviously you're using a lot more fuel than the guys around you, but obviously it is your benefit to be on the lead lap and on the back of the pack. So but it is good that they do it when it's sort of a more of a one by one sequence, because if you just say, oh, lap cars overtake, it can get a bit chaotic, and obviously you need to make sure that the people aren't then racing and overtaking each other while they catch back up to the safety car.
We'll just say, by the way, within the GT3 category, Blue Flag Racing are actually the race leaders within. You can see there, of course, Jacob Todd. Obviously, they pitted a bit earlier. I think just timing-wise has sent them towards the front of the category. Whether that will last particularly long, we don't really know. Pablo Rio Castro isn't too far behind the Blue Flag Racing car. Literally, one car separates them, and that one being the Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green LMP2 car of Chris Pellet. And how they'll be waved around, we'll have to wait and see. Pablo Rio Castro, though, any guesses on where his residence presently is?
Well, I saw his flag was UK and Ireland.
It certainly is, yeah.
But I
only found out yesterday.
I'm not up to date with his nationality and his whereabouts.
Well, obviously by the name, you can tell it's Iberian of some description. But lives in Brighton. Of all places.
Oh, wow.
So why not? Well, I got told by Arjuna yesterday, a couple of days ago, and I was like, no, it's not.
That's quite a big.
It's a bit of a jump.
Yeah, big up Brighton, but it's not the coastal resort of other countries as such. But it's a decent beach. Yeah, and there's a nice pier down there.
The last time I went to Brighton, it was on the end of the London to Brighton bike ride, and I left almost immediately. We won't go into it past that point. I just think it's.
Do you want to know though? Right, final point of Brighton. Do you know the worst bit about it? It's got like a pebble beach.
Yeah, which is not pleasant. I don't really like pebble beach. I'm not really a beach kind of guy myself. But either way, the reason I bring that up is because, of course, there is, whilst it's being an Oz NZ series, obviously a lot of the drivers coming from that end of the planet, you are allowed European drivers now to keep things controlled, particularly on the server when it comes to obviously netcodes and stuff with coming from the other side of the world. You are allowed European based or American based drivers, i.e. drivers outside of NZ, Asian, whatever. But you are only allowed one per car. You cannot have an entire team. So we could not enter because we're both not from that region, so we would struggle. So they've controlled it with that, which I think is a very smart move. Otherwise, you just have one team which is just literally memeing everyone out of the way, courtesy of netcodes and such.
I think also just opening the doors to that sort of region of the world, because so many of these leagues that you see, obviously they're mainly European, and that is obviously great, but we want to see loads of drivers come from other parts of the world, because that's the cool part of sim racing, that you can literally be wherever you are in the world and be racing all at the same time. And but to do that, obviously initially you need to get a large group of drivers having a high level competition. And I think that's one thing that this AHU Endurance has really done over, if you look from the start of season 1 all the way to here, the growth has just been incredible. And there's so many new teams, there's so many sponsors involved now as well. It's really getting some good insight into the racing down under.
Yeah, absolutely. This is kind of why VCO, Florian Harsper, of course, behind VCO and our primary sponsor of the series, very much behind sim racing as a whole, right? Wants to see sim racing grow. That's why we see things like the VCO ERWC, the Esports Racing World Cup, and of course the Esports Racing League, which will be starting, I believe, next month, when that thing gets underway, obviously across multiple platforms and such. VCO have always been pushing various things in sim racing, and one thing which I know Florian likes the idea of is that sim racing isn't just a European-based esports championship. It's a global thing. It's a global series where we can see from all sides of the planet, and I think that's the important bit here that we need to see from all sides. That's why we have this Australian place. I really like doing on the Le Mans Virtual Series, of course, having Axel, the Axel Sports team, which I know you've commentated on in the Virtual Endurance Championship and such, but a Malaysian-based team, because it's and they're very proud of being Malaysian and stuff, and having a Malaysian heritage within the team and keeping that, because it's important to see sim racing growth there as the safety car comes in, by the way.
Yes, it's great to see the, I guess that you'd say Asian region of the world as well, really starting to have some growth there, as you say, the likes of Axel Sports, but also HM Engineering, the whole Indonesian side of it as well. They're doing loads of things for it as well. So as you say, sim racing becoming global over the last few years and into 2022 is good, and it's only going to mean more competitive racing. And talking about competitive racing, I think this restart is going to be frantic. We're back. We've got the back to the leaders at the front of the LMP2. Everyone's closed up. New drivers in the car. Cold tyres. I think we're really set up to have a great next few minutes of racing.
I think, yeah, deep breaths are very much needed to be had. Of course, race leader within the prototype category. Synergy Sim Racing, Tom Freer, Ben Cornett directly behind, Robert Gibbs, Christopher Norton. This is going to be very, very tricky indeed, but of course they've got plenty of clean air ahead of them before we reach once again those GT3s, those pesky GT3s, which will cause traffic problems once again as we get back underway. Absolutely awful start from Rival Autosport from 4th position, but look at the drop bear car that's already gone into 2nd, that's already trying to wrestle the race leaders. Exactly what they did at Spa. They took race victory in the final moments at Spa, tried to grab 2nd position there, and they've spun out. I'm not sure if that was a solo mistake or it was assisted. If it was assisted, it was definite netcode, but definitely been spun themselves down the escape road at T3. I was about to pick them up at how well they've been doing, but now gone.
And that is also the race lead there for Cornett. So quite big implications and changes to the race here. 89 there, led the race pretty much all the way from the start, and now dropping back, and that's going to be quite difficult for them to come back, because we know Cornett is so fast, but a bit of side-by-side action in the GT3s on the exits of the hairpin now. We've got Watson there trying to have a bit of a battle as we get the LMP2s come past them as well, with Serkovic just in front of him, coming up to Cunningham for another time. And as you see, the LMP2's already sort of mixed in a little bit with the GT3s, so this could be quite hectic, but hopefully everyone keeps it calm.
Yeah, this GT3 category is an absolute mess at the moment. Remember how we had Apex versus Vanderval versus Apex versus Vanderval? Well, we certainly don't at the moment, because as much as we've got the AHU 197 car, which has basically been gifted a golden ticket right now, as Watson just trying to, Serkovic tries to keep Watson at bay right now. The Vanderval and the other AHU cars, they are way down, 12th, 13th spot within the prototype, within the GT3 category. So it really has worked out very badly for those who pitted prior to the safety car, which is kind of expected. It's just awful luck, and it's why fuel saving is so critical.
Yeah, it's probably one of the major points really about fuel saving is not just the actual strategy side of it if it goes green, but the strategy side of it if it goes to safety car, because you just give yourself more potential, because it was only 2 laps Van Gisbergen stayed out, and it's because of the second lap that he stayed out that he got the safety car. And some might say it's lucky, but he also had to do the fuel saving and the strategy to get there, so that is good from them indeed, as we're getting a bit of a side-by-side action now with Fisher Motorsports and the number 43 there, Blackburn, going up the inside into the hairpin. Nice move there for Analytical, getting up that move into P4.
Yeah, really nice little move there from Tyler Blackburn. That's kind of like the move that we expect to see at the hairpin, that sort of late dive, the sort of look and the send, but nice and cleanly wrestled it down on the brakes. Yeah, it was a tasty little move. I'd accept that. Typically, when we see moves going down into the hairpin, it's normally ended in an enormous crash, just because people misjudge it so easily. Already clearing out, by the way, to a fair lead is Ben Cornett. You can see Freer 3 seconds behind Cornett in the AHU United Esports number 1. Of course, our championship winning car from a few months back when we did season 1. Trying to secure their first victory of the season. Were not victorious last time out in the championship. In fact, finished in 10th place did Justin Rougier and Ben Cornett. So a fair way down the order within the prototype category. And it's not a long season, Cam. It really isn't. Just six or so races. You don't have long to come back from issues.
Yeah, you certainly do not. Yeah, 6 races indeed. 1's already down. 2 is going to be down in a couple of hours' time, which would already be effectively a third of the way through the season. And that's why these shorter seasons are really so sort of action-packed. You can't sit around, as we're seeing Drop Bear here on the outside of turn number 1. And then we're going to see, is that the number 69 car? Sorry, number 89 car coming down the inside there. And this was on the start when he gets lost rear. I got to say, yeah, that was on the rear. I think that was just, maybe cold tyres, cold brakes, pressing the brake just a little bit too hard, and then coming out in all of the GT3s and having to overtake them and effectively losing more time because the LMPs ahead of them have just got a clear track.
Yeah, I think, like I say, this car, to give anyone a bit of a note when it comes to the LMP2, there is ABS. Oh my goodness me. That was quite a send down the inside from the second of the Summit Sim Sports car. It was the MRX car that had to foot the bill. That was bold. that's what I was expecting with the hairpin moves that I was saying about literally seconds ago.
Yeah, 3 wide isn't going to work in that corner, and we're seeing, just look at all these GT3s. It's pretty difficult to see exactly everything going on here. So much happening as we're getting the 296 having some more contact, this time with Bluebell Racing and Bodril there going around. And wow, that 296, 196, both of those cars in the wars this race, and it just seems to continue into this second hour of the race.
But this is the thing. This is, safety cars breed safety cars and all that. Yes, now, whilst we've obviously not seen one out, but it's this kind of scenario where we typically see the issues arise, as we'll see what's happened to Paul Blomqvist. You've got the Mach 1, I think it was, directly behind them. I believe it might have just been attached in the rear. And the R8 just coming in at the final moment, thinking, I don't really want to stop for that corner. Bang, have some of that.
Yeah, you don't want to be spinning in a restart situation, especially when you're sort of to the front mid-pack and you've got all the cars coming. You've got to be very lucky to avoid some further damage from that, as we're seeing Chris Norton here in the number 58 car for Rival Autosports, doing some good improvements there with the strategy. But we're going to get another replay, so a very hectic restart indeed, coming up towards Cunningham for another time. I guess it's going to be a replay to see that Porsche spun around, and that was just afterwards. The R8 having a bit of reverse onto the track, and Alpha Venturi, to be honest, just couldn't see anything, couldn't do anything. Very unlucky.
The only thing that you could maybe criticise in that of maybe not seeing, because you could see the smoke up ahead, but outside of that, realistically speaking, there was just nothing that could be done right there. It was such a blind entry. Like I say, all the cars just parted, and then boom, suddenly it was seen. It is what it is. it's happened now, and like I say, we're going to see a couple more of those incidents and issues, I am sure. What's happened to Robert Gibbs in the 22? More issues for Robert Gibbs, using the escape relief and the exit of the hairpin.
And that just shows you how getting up to speed can be that little bit tricky when you're fighting in such a close category. Indeed, you can see how just close to the times. I know Cornet sort of got off in the distance a little bit as we're seeing all the 169 there. Nice power slide actually through turn 3, but I don't think they're going to be able to keep it, as they are going to be going a bit wide there with Brad Newman just doing a little boop onto the wall.
Now, Brad Newman, that was the car that Richie Stanaway was driving, not the Shane van Gisbergen driven machine that was leading the race, as we focus back on Emily Jones, who was one of the... This is the thing, she was the earliest pitter within the GT3 category, and where all the other ones, the likes of Vendevold, have fallen by the wayside, as much as they are making a bit of progress. You can see Alexander Bird in 7th position in the Vendevold car, just behind, and you've got the Vendevold white, and then you've got the Vendevold blue just a couple of positions behind even the Pulse Racing team. What's happened to Jackson Rihanna? More issues for our pole sitter, as this day is certainly not for them. There's a nice cheeky 1X. Emily Jones going for a move down into T1, getting past the Evolution Racing team. And Ian Ford not really fighting that one hard, as that BMW M4 makes its move down into T1. Nice little tidy move, which is making a lot of progress, especially considering I do believe these are definitely 100% double-stinted tyres, as we know a few are doing, but definitely on that car.
Yeah, that is a very good job indeed from Emily, and hopefully can keep in a good position, as we're seeing now the Team Kraken going for a spin. How many cars are going to get involved in this? Got the BMW there not being able to slow down in time. Lamborghini coming in as well, another Ferrari coming in. 4 cars all just couldn't really do too much in the way of avoiding that, and that is just shows you how sort of fortunate you can be, or unfortunate you can be in endurance racing.
Just to give a bit of a note as to what's been happening from race control very, very quickly. Of course, issues and penalties given to the 277 of Pat Gallo. I believe that car is still in the race, although I think they might be now. Oh, no, they are still in the race. But given a black flag... Oof. That wasn't pretty, as Jesse Butler was sent off. I'm sure I'll get around to this one in a moment. But that one was obviously given a driving penalty for an incident they've had. But they've also given a second driving penalty for escaping before being allowed to do so. And we did pick that one up as soon as the safety car was called out. Escaping before being allowed, and also just escaping anyway. Not great there from Pat Gallo. The 296 Throgly Juiced Racing Blue. Santucci receiving a drive-through penalty as well for contact with the 225. That one being the Bluebell Racing, as we're seeing more issues again for Kraken. There's a lot of damage on that car. There's so much damage on that car. That spin, to be fair, it's amazing it didn't spin before that, because that is very, very tricky. The other penalty, by the way, going the way of the 108. The 108 being the Vendevold Sim Racing yellow car. Kobe Williams behind the wheel. That is the car that was shared with Dylan Burse. That one has received a drive-through penalty for contact with the 117 on their rise back up the order. The WEH Racing car of Zach Warden.
Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate. Excuse me, that is a bit unfortunate with sort of how it's played out for them so far, because they need to be obviously making time, not losing it, and that isn't going to help them, because a drive-through penalty around here will cost you a fairly decent amount of time, a fairly long pit lane here at Sebring, so that's not going to be too good as we get a replay here down the inside of Sunset Bend. We've seen one of the LMP2s there. That's a Cornet going round the outside of the 174 with a Gatrick there in the car. Unfortunately, Cornet going past before contact or potential contact was made.
Yeah, and then watch out for the rejoin. Kept plenty of space to the inside for all of them to go, but they were coming round too wide. So, I guess that's just how it goes sometimes. Very rough little moment there. Battle for third position within the GT3 Pro category and the GT3 overall. Of course, Marcus Watson RSR by G Performance, just on the rear end of Sukovic in the WEH E-Racing 111 car. as they battle it out. Of course, those high up, it's still Blue Flag Racing, Jacob Todd, another one of the earlier pitters that is leading the way at the moment from Pablo Rio Castro at the moment. So tight little battles, but Castro is closing.
Yeah, it's getting very close between some of these battles, as we're seeing now. Norton having a bit of a battle here with Zach Maguire just behind him, number 25 Fishy Motorsports, just behind the rival Autosports car as they come out onto Ullman Straight for another time. These guys not too far off the podium actually, so they maybe need to be a little bit careful with how much they are battling, because they could be getting themselves up onto the podium. But looks like trying to get out of the slipstream is Norton, but Maguire's going to drive it to the inside of Sunset Bend, get that position up the inside. But is Norton actually going to be able to hold this all the way around the outside? No, just a little bit too wide, and I think he's going to have to then come back into the slipstream as we come up to turn one.
So someone who's under a lot of pressure, not from anyone on the racetrack, but from race control. Emily Jones, that 177, involved in an incident. No penalty applied just yet. They are reviewing it, but is under investigation at the moment for contact between the Trans-Tasman racing car and the Sim 3D Sport Robocop. So potential issues on their way for Emily Jones, along with a couple of others over the racetrack. But yeah, I think this was the expected thing, that we were going to get some issues from race controllers. There is Norton down the inside of Fishy Motorsports into the hairpin. Nice, easy little move.
Yeah, the incidents are coming in, as you saw there for the last few minutes. Mike Yao on the production getting a lot of replays, a lot of incidents happening on this restart, and that just sort of paves the way for later on in the race. If we do get a late, and the BMW there, no front wing, but if we do get a late safety car, there could be some more carnage. But can't actually quite see which BMW that is, because he's lost a lot of the bodywork on that car.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. It's the Mach 1 Esports, the 222 car. Rob Harris behind the wheel at the moment. Of course, one of our drivers from inside the GT3 Am. Little bit of netcode there, and then was sent straight off into the barrier at high speed.
Yeah, that was a little bit unlucky, really, with the... it was only the tiniest bit of contact, but had a huge outcome, unfortunately. And yeah, that's going to be a long repair bill as well if they still don't have their fast repair.
Now, thankfully, as much as it is spitting smoke out, it is not dropping oil on the racetrack, so no one's going to be doing a slip and slide behind, as we've seen before on a few racetracks in real life. Thankfully, that is not simulated in iRacing, because I think we'd see a very swift safety car during the racetrack, as there would be chaos behind. But Rob Harris has got its way into the pit lane. The smoke will linger, though, just a little bit, and just cause a couple of visibility issues, as we'll see this battle. There is Harris into the pit lane, but it's Manafort versus Nash in 7th position in GT3 Am, as we'll see what's happened to Ben Collard in the Velocity Motorsports car. You've got the 22 drop there coming in directly behind, but I think it's going to be straight on just from them. Way too much speed into the hairpin. Managed to keep it on the track, though.
Yeah, that was a plus, because a lot of people have been going off lately. As you get the number 8 there coming past him just on the exit as well, has jumped to this battle for P15 in the GT3 Pro class. But you see number 18 on the board, because there's actually a few AMs just ahead of him, so he's actually going to be getting points for P18 if he finishes where he is, as we get all the 42 there, diving it down the inside there of Newman, just behind Newman, obviously having a bit of an issue earlier on, as you say, recovering from that little incident, as we're seeing Simon Evans now going off once again, coming out of tower.
Yeah, this was the car, I believe, that was in the contact with that Mach 1 Esports car, so potentially having a few issues damage-wise on board this car. And to be fair, sensibly just trying to stay well out of the way of everyone else coming through. They're just on a mission to reach the checkered flag. By the way, for anyone who's curious, the highest placed car from the GT3 AMs within the entirety of the GT3 category is the Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries car. Chris Weitzel was earlier the highest placed one, but they still remain as the highest. Big issue there. Not sure which one was spun out ahead of Jackson Rihanna, but was sent straight over the grass, courtesy of one of the prototypes being spun out by one of the GT3s.
This race is, Kel says we've got a Porsche round there coming out of Sunset. Yeah, loads of incidents happening. I wonder if that was himself or if he was helped around.
I'm pretty sure that was the Jesse Butler in the Mach 1 Esports 144 car having an issue down towards the pit lane. Car looks all right, at least from my angle, but we are seeing a much more chaotic restart this race than we did at the initial start, which I think is to be expected. There is Jesse Butler. Let's see what it's like through the final corner. There's Fishy Motorsports. There is Summit Simsports solo issue and pushed Summit Simsports. Not the first time we've seen Summit Simsports out that wide at the final corner.
It's not interesting to see. Oh, they actually hit the wall as well. Yeah, wow, that was a bigger spin than I was expecting them to have. Interesting to lose the rear end in that part of the track, though, but just shows you just really pushing on the limits, maybe going slightly offline because of the LMP2s coming around them as well. Just showing you how difficult that is to keep your race in line when you've got all these cars flying past you. Certainly easier said than done. As we see Robert Gibbs now getting just slightly run off the track there by the Ferrari pushing them. The Magen Turbo Ferrari pushed them slightly to the left, moving over, but finally getting around, and that could have been a lot worse as there was a bit of contact on the exit as well.
Now, I'm not sure whether that was Robert Gibbs sending that one back to the Magen Turbo Ferrari, because if it is, race control will definitely take a look at that and be like, that's a big no-no, because I'm not saying it was intentional, but you know, if it is returned, then yeah, that's a solid no out of 10. Either way, we're squeezed off. We'll see it again. I think it's just where the corner was going. I think it looked a lot worse from that camera angle, just with where the Magen Turbo car was. Drop Bear not known for doing anything particularly heinous like that, so I don't think it was any major issue. It's just naturally how the corner goes. Obviously out of the hairpin you've got the right, left, right, which when you're by yourself you straight line, you know?
Yeah, it's it can get a bit tricky in some of these situations, but a lot of the time when you come up to an incident, you just got to instinctively react to something and try and make sure that you're keeping yourself in line the best you can. As we're seeing Angus Cook there, this car having issues earlier on, still down in that 12th place for now, but having a good battle with Delaney now for Fishy Motorsports. Both of these cars you would expect to be higher up, but issues can happen here and there at this track.
Yeah, they have been indeed. It's why we kind of love this circuit. It's one that just provides drama. You don't, I mean, I don't know about you, Cam. I can't think of many boring races I've seen around the Sebring International Raceway, whether that is endurance, whether that is sprint. You don't tend to get boring. It's from a track map, it's maybe not the most spectacular, but you know, and especially when it comes to undulation, it's a pretty flat track if you ignore all of the bumps. But this track has so much character and it always bites.
Yeah, there's always the odd person here and there that will say it should be like repaved and stuff, and maybe this Sunset corner, maybe this Sunset corner, it is starting to get a little bit crazy, especially like in real life when you see the like the hypercars and the DPIs, top downforce cars really going through there, bouncing around. It is quite crazy, but for the rest of the track, you just love to see the cars moving around a little bit, dancing on the exit. There was a great shot I saw online of IMSA, I think it was one of the Mayor Shank DPIs coming out of turn number 1. And the rear end was just bouncing all over the place, and it's just an incredible sight to witness. And you just don't get that on these modern tracks that are just like a billiard board. They're just dead flat in terms of the actual tarmac. So yeah, it's great to see. As we got a Ferrari there on the inside. Team Kraken is that on the inside, facing the wrong way.
Yeah, it's Kraken again, I believe. Of course, one of the teams that was going quite well at Spa in the early stages. No calls towards race control right now. It's Simon Dwyer behind the wheel. The car remains stationary. Now it's just started to get moving as they'll try and do a 3-point turn. And they're going to drop straight through the world if they're going to continue where they're going. They've pulled right off the race track, and I think are trying to get the attention of race control, but no voice call has gone over to Simon Black or anyone behind race control. Not sure what is going to happen with the Team Kraken car, but either way, Simon Dwyer, the issues are very much there. It's stationary in a very odd place, but at least it is well out of the way. at the moment as we refocus on the battle for 10th place within the GT3 Pro categories. The Trans-Tasman car of Stenberg is trying to attack Hinsey and not finding a way past, courtesy of there being a car in between them.
Yes, it's always fun when a fast car or whatever, comes and breaks up your battle. But obviously everyone's fighting for their positions on the track. And yeah, hopefully we can obviously resolve that issue with the Team Kraken, because if there is going to be another safety car, then that is just going to bring this all back together once again. And so yeah, I wouldn't count one out as we get towards the... they've requested a tow, so we might be getting a safety car in the not too distant future, and that is just going to spice this race up even more as we're coming towards the halfway point.
Yeah, the T56 finally requesting it, but they are well out of the way. It's whether race control will force this to be a safety car or not, or whether they will just allow the return to pit laners. Here's the side-by-side. Look at this. We've got Nash, we've got Madaford, seeing these ones being quite close. Going around the outside in the PRT car, there's contact that sends Mag and Turbo straight off. They're going to touch the barrier ever so slightly, running down towards Le Mans corner. That one, I think, was just a little bit of hip and shoulder, escalated by the fact that it was rear wheel to rear wheel contact, which just spat the rear end of that Ferrari out straight away. Just to clarify as well, Team Kraken were given the all clear. They'd pulled themselves well out of the firing line and were given the all clear to return to pit lane. There's Nick Foster. They said they were a lap down and they would have liked a safety car. They got a safety car, still a lap down though.
Yes, difficult to come back from being in that sort of position, but yeah, if we do get a safety car to bring things back together, then that is going to just sort of open up the door to someone for someone to really try something different, because I think we're going to see, because it's been sort of 20 odd minutes, 25 minutes, I think we're going to see a lot of sort of pit stoppers in that sort of case, and that would obviously change the order quite a lot and put a lot of people out of sequence.
What happened to Pablo Arillo Castro? I think they've been into the pit lane once again, because they are in 52nd place overall. Now, this was the car that was running around in second. I'm actually going to take a while. There was damage. There must have been a crash of some description, and it's been into the pit lane for the usage of the fast repair. Not 100% sure myself, but either way, Castro, the car that was shared with Shane van Gisbergen, just actually seen it now on my end. They were sent off.
Oof. Wow, we've seen probably about 15 replays in the last 20 minutes of cars being put off, so I wouldn't be surprised by that. Yeah, just seen on the other screen. That is not, yeah, that's about 4 laps ago now. But yeah, that is not good if that is his teammate.
Yeah, no, just to clarify as to what we've just seen on our end, the number one, the Apex Hunters United car that is leading the race, Ben Cornett, made a mistake coming down into turn 3 and smashed off their teammate that was battling, was closing in for the race lead in GT3. There was a pretty hefty net code, so it wouldn't necessarily have been Ben Cornett's fault in its entirety, but it was silly to have even called it as close as they were going. So not great there from the number one car of Ben Cornett.
Yeah, just falling foul of some air, unfortunately, but as you say, getting that close to your teammate either way is quite because it's quite a bit of a dive as well down the inside, but you know that can happen. This is racing, and hitting your teammate. Race? Yeah, well, it's a motor race. We're going to go car racing, and you know, we're going to see how that one works out. But it's not the first time this season that we've seen teammates hit for one way or another, so it can happen.
Just to go back, by the way, to one of the instances that I was speaking of that from Race Control, and the list of incidents they've got is currently under investigation. 8 incidents long is how much is under investigation right now. Emily Jones, that one I was bringing up earlier about the potential of there being a penalty going the way of the Trans-Tasman Racing 177. That one's been cleared by Race Control as accidental and no action required. as we'll go back to Ethan Bass. Well, that is a name I have not seen in a very long time. Used to race in TPS. Mac 1 making another issue down at the final corner and trying to, I think it was the Mac 1 car anyway, coming straight over the front of the Texans Fitzy car, and Ethan Bass has just sat there.
And he's got a Scottish flag, so represent the brothers. But can you even have a Scottish flag in iRacing? I thought it was just the UK and Ireland, unless that flag is a little bit, or the overlay.
Has fought another way through.
But yeah, bit of an annoying incident there. But these things can happen. These cars they're just racing so close, and I'm not surprised that we've seen the amount of sort of collisions and stuff that we have. But I'm sure it'll be a little bit more than what Race Direction would have wanted. I should say their incident list now up to 8 just at this very one moment. So I think the penalties might take that tiny bit longer for them to judge if we keep up this rate of incidents.
Yeah, Paul Blancvest, the latest one to be cleared by race control, was under investigation for an issue between themselves in the 135 car. That one, of course, being the one of Paul Blancvest, the Apex Hunters United Esports car. It was the 144 they were under investigation, the Mac 1 Esports Ben Dowell. That one cleared, no action required, as there's more going on, as one of the PRT cars with Vanderbilt. Oh my goodness, coming through straight at the last moment. Classic.
Well, I mean, the cars ahead were stopped on the apex, both inside and outside, so that I think it was a 96 car there. Didn't really have too much, and when you're coming in on the limit of the brakes, you just sort of naturally press the brakes harder and then just lock them up, and it doesn't actually do your braking efficiency any better. As we're seeing Gibbs now, he's had a few issues in this stint so far, but he's now got Delaney up the back of him. I believe these cars have actually swapped positions at some point, but yeah, Gibbs trying to now get on the back of Rihanna a little bit up ahead of it, another second or so, but these guys fighting hard for this 9th place.
I think these lads and ladies just love making it absolutely chaotic for when Ewan and Zach join the commentary booth, which they'll be jumping in around about 10 minutes time to talk you through the final hour, final couple of hours of this race. And considering how chaotic the second couple of hours of Spa were, this was what happened then. So keep your eye on this. So Ben Cornett is coming through. This is what happened between the two teammates. Flashing lights from Ben Cornett. Look at the size of that netcode. That is absolutely enormous, and I feel bad for Ben Cornett, I feel bad for Castro, and that is an example as to why we have that rule where it is only one non-Oz NZ driver taking part per car. Reason being that it causes those kind of issues. As much as it's fantastic we all get to go racing on various parts of the planet, here's your boy Ethan Bass of Scotland, represent, of course you say that because as much as he doesn't have an accent and really isn't Scottish, Cameron's Scottish, as we'll see Ethan Bass joining the racetrack, and nothing more, very dramatic replay there, of course, obviously involved in that instant, the final corner, I think was just returning to the racetrack after serving that fast repair.
Oh, so we're getting Mag and Turbo there going for a spin. We saw them going for a spin earlier in, I think maybe the hairpin. But yes, we won't go into the accent, because if I did try a Scottish accent on commentating, that wouldn't end well, as we're seeing this battle now for 8th place in the LMP2, starting to get very close indeed. They've caught up on the back of Jackson Rihanna and getting very tight now for this P8. Gibbs is getting closer and needs to try and make some points back, really, leading the championship effectively after that first race, and potentially losing out quite a lot here.
You're almost as much of a posh English boy as me, mate. Just saying.
Well,
sorry, there you go.
We'll
just causing problems.
As number always, we're seeing Fisher there dive it down the inside into turn 15, round the outside now of 16 into Le Mans, and actually getting a position there, very opportunistic from Delaney there, and he's having a bit of bad exit though, so I think we might see Gibbs coming back as we get towards Sunset for another time. That was very good indeed, using the traffic, as we're now seeing Gibbs dive it down the inside of Sunset Bend, but just pulling out of it, as that would have been just a little bit tight on the inside there, but very good racing here. As we've seen Rihanna have a bad exit, Delaney might make two.
Robert Gibbs nearly had an enormous crash, and I think you are absolutely right. Delaney, who's jumped back behind the wheel, replacing Jamie Dyke within this car once again, is on an absolute mission to clear this. Mag and Turbo were just sort of in the right place. Brilliant stuff from Delaney, basically to force the Summit Simsports Everest car to basically make a decision, either have a massive crash with the Mag and Turbo car or let me have that place. I think that was well decided through traffic, and Delaney back behind the wheel and picking up the places left, right and centre, back up into 8th. Rihanna, though, not fancying remaining in 9th place as Gibbs behind. Gotta say for Gibbs, unfortunately, got a bit of respect just to keep your chin up and keep driving, but unfortunately a lot of issues within the 22 in the recent past, but looking stronger as the stint's gone on, looking a bit more comfortable as the laps unfold.
And yeah, fishy there with Delaney, making up some great places, just showing you how easy it can be, but very risky indeed, because if any of the cars that were slightly on the wrong part of the line made a little bit of a lock-up, he would have been well into the wall. But opportunistic is the way to be, especially in the LMP2s, when you really need to sort of take control of your race and make the overtakes in the traffic. And now you can try and catch up to Hao, who is about sort of 9-10 seconds up the road, so a little bit of a way to go, but certainly possible before the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what's happened with the Frog Leap Racing. This team, just in general, whether it's in the prototype category, just a solo spin from Chris Pellett, whether it is in the prototype category, whether it's in the GTE category, it has not been a good day for any of the Frog Leap juiced racing cars, whether it's green, blue, white, whatever, red, whichever one it is, they've all had serious issues through the day. And it's not just them; it's them being assisted into those issues, courtesy of other drivers being a little bit too aggressive on the inside of various corners, particularly down at turn. In fact, at that corner, actually, I'm pretty sure that is the 3rd Frog Leap juiced racing car that we've seen backwards at that corner. At
least there's been a few, and I do like it when teams do this. They've got all of the 96s because each category is sort of denoted as each 100 numbers. So up to 99 is the P2s, and then 100 to 199 etc. is pros, and they've got the 96, the 196, and the 296. They obviously like the number 96.
I think but I think it's important for teams to have your number and then you represent it, because if I was in either GT3 Pro or GT3 Am, it'd be the 1 or the 278 because it's my number. You keep your number, despite how the first number in this, as we've said before, is essentially the mark of what class you're in. So if it was a 0, i.e. not a number, you're a prototype. You're an LMP2, so it was a 027. You're a prototype. A 1. So a 1, 9, whatever, that is a GT3 Pro. The 1 denotes that is the Pro category, and the 2 denotes that it's a GT3 Am. It's a nice, simple system just to divide everyone up nicely and cleanly. So you pick your 2-digit number and go with that, because there are only a few 3-digit numbers which are acceptable, in my opinion, and those are all triples. So like 888, for example. Got to say that one for Shane, of course. 777, 111. Those ones. Those ones all work. 194 as a generic. But why? Why that number? Why is that your actual racing number? Get really angry.
I do. Yeah, I do actually quite like the triple numbers in some ways. A teammate of mine a few years ago, he had the number 707, and I was like, "Why are you doing that?" It's because he said if you turn it upside down, it says "lol." So that was his choice.
There was a racing team that we were commentating on a set of course of competency only. It was called Team Disconnect. Their number was 404, which I like that. I liked it until I was instantly informed that 404 is not the word, is not the code for disconnection. And I was like, yes, but if it was the actual code for disconnection, no one would know what it means.
Yeah, because
coders.
Yeah, everyone knows what the error 404 is, but yeah, the team numbers, etc. I actually quite, do like it when a team sort of keeps a number for quite a while as well. It sort of gives you a good identification. You know what's going on. For instance, like Fishy Motorsports, they were number 8 last season, so it's quite easy to know what is going on. As we're seeing, some of the prototypes come into the pit lane now. By my maths, this is slightly early for them to get to the end of the race as well. So as it stands, there is going to be a little bit of a splash if it goes green to the end. Yeah, they're more so doing 35 to 40 minute stints, not the 40 to 45s, which with there being more than 2 hours left of this race, there needs to be either a little bit of fuel saving or a splash and dash indeed. Very quickly, and before we hand over to our fellow commentators, we'll run through what is happening when it comes to the lead of each category. Blue Flag Racing are leading. Jacob Todd in the GT3 Am, starting with those whilst the prototypes are in their sequence. Blue Flag Racing leading at the moment in GT3. RSR by G Performance directly behind as well, although a fair way off. That one being piloted by Marcus Watson, who recently, or not too long ago, got past the WEH Racing car of Jared Sukovic. That one, the battle is still very much on for second position. Not too far behind that, you've got the 2 Trans-Tasman Racing cars of Emily Jones and Jake Maloney. Of course, Ian Ford, who we're focused on there, is actually in 6th place, but is very, very close to fighting for that top 5, and has Nicholson directly behind. Got Brandon Stanley in the pit lane in the 221 car, the Team JDR car that's just come out of pit lane. That is the leader in your GT3 Am category, or no, not anymore, as they've been passed by Bruce Tannock in the 223, which has just assumed the lead of that category. The 237 being the next one, the Team MRX Racing's car that we've seen a few issues from throughout the running of the day. Then it is the 286, the JWM eMotorsports Gold, and then Velocity Motorsports the next car in the GT3 Am. The prototype category is a bit of a question mark now. The race leaders prior to the pit lane sequence was the number 1 Apex Hunters United Esports car, Ben Cornett, of course, involved in that incident with their teammate. They are realistically the leaders in that category. Then it's Synergy Sim Racing, Rival Autosports, Analytical Race on Oz, and the Fishy Motorsports 25, I believe, as being the order, although that one is the big question. Cam, your thoughts on the opening 2 hours of the race? It was chaotic at Spa. I almost think it's a bit of a copy and paste on that one. Some would say more. As always, Delaney there having, big contact with the 144 on the exit of turn number 1 as he comes out of the pit lane, and that 144 got absolutely sent into the barrier.
Well, you remember how last time when we went racing at Spa, we said that it was about a safety car. Oh, there's Ethan Bass having a bit of an issue at the final corner, going to be big into the barrier. It was a safety car as we passed over to our colleagues. Ben Dowell, the Mach 1 Esports 144, is stationary on the exit of turn 3 on the inside and has requested a tow. I think we might be going under safety car. We're going to bring in, there is Ben Dowell, that car is toasted. Safety car is deployed. Safety car is coming out onto the racetrack just as we hand over to Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney. First off, hello Ewan, welcome to Chaos.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Thanks for dropping us into this safety car as well straight away. That's lovely. We thank you for that. But no, it's good to be here once again. I'm glad to be here for the AHU Endurance second round here in season 2. My name's Ewan O'Leary, of course, and I'll be alongside Zach Sweeney for the next 2 hours of this race, and it's a carbon copy of Spa, Zach, because we're straight into a safety car here, so I'm sorry about that, but it does open up a whole load of opportunities for everybody here. The LMP2s have just been in, so we're not likely to see many of them come into the pit lane, but it's a perfect time if you're a GT to stop by the pit lane and take on some more fuel.
Yeah, for sure, and as I say, hello everyone, and welcome again for joining us in season 2. It's just been up and up for AHU over the course of the last couple of months. So yeah, pleasure to have you all in and watching. But yeah, as you say, the safety car once again, we've been dropped in at probably the most awkward time, Ewan. But yeah, it gives us a moment to just settle in, paddle around for a little bit and have a bit of a talk. But yeah, the GTs, perfect time for them to come in, have a bit of a splash, and of course they're not going to be losing as much time as they would under green. But yeah, Sebring carbon copy of Spa, and yeah, it's just been crazy, and well, it's what we can expect with AHU. It's just crazy, but the good thing about it, it's a controlled crazy.
Yeah, you could say so. I mean, I was going to say a little bit. Oh, there's a spin under the safety car there for. That might have been the 237, quite possibly, from GT Am. Michael Ward dropped down the order just ever so slightly, and he's in that part of the racetrack as well. So I wonder if that was him who just went for a spin under safety car, as if it couldn't get any more chaotic here in this one. We do have a couple of guys from LMP2 coming in as well, because as Cam mentioned just before we came on air, these guys in LMP2 pitting when they did won't be able to make it to the end of this race on 2 more stops. They'll have to make a third for a splash and dash, so that safety car does also help them. Robert Gibbs, the hero of Spa, having taken the lead on the very final lap to win that one. We thought he lost it on the final lap, but it turned out that wasn't the final lap, and we had a different final lap. That's a story for another day, I think. But yeah, it's a good opportunity for an LMP2 to just bring the car up at the moment, and yeah, get yourself on your way here once more. But yeah, I was going to say just before we came on air that this race may be a little bit less chaotic than Spa. Certainly the opening stint before the safety car, I think it was. Maybe after the safety car, it's been quite chaotic, as we've seen. But yeah, at least we didn't have that big crash and smash at the start, because we had a lot of cars retired by the time we got in last time around. This time we've still got good 59 cars running, I think, maybe 58. But yeah, looks like up towards the 60 cars still running after 2 hours.
Yeah, it's good that everyone's kept it clean, which, to be honest, is quite surprising, because you look at Sebring and just look how narrow it is compared to a track such as, you know, Spa, which is quite wide, quite broad, and, well, not necessarily has a lot of runoff, but certainly a lot more than Sebring. You can look, they've got probably barely enough room for 2 prototypes wide, and then it's just grass to the left. So, yeah, it's good that everyone's kept it clean, but maybe that's the mindset they've carried forward. They know it's Sebring, and they know they need to sort of take an extra air of caution, perhaps, or something along those lines. But yeah, for the prototypes, it's a good opportunity for them, because as Cam and Lewis were saying literally just before we come on air, that it's awkward timing for them to come into the pit lane. They're doing sort of 35-40 minute stints as opposed to the slightly longer 40-45. So this safety car period, they're not really asking a lot more, well, anywhere near as much of the engine as they would be going green. So nice opportunity for people to sort of just take a chill pill, save some fuel, and it'll be interesting to see how it pans out in the P2s with the safety cars and going green and all that, because in terms of endurance racing, the ideal strategy you carry forward into this race is not always the one that you sort of end up being on.
No, especially in this series, really, with the safety cars, it can throw the cat amongst the pigeons, we'll put it that way. So GT3 Pro has all changed, by the way. I know Lewis did give a brief rundown of what was happening in the race just before they left, but it's all changed since he said that. So we might have to do that again in a few moments' time, because it's all changing, as you might be able to imagine. A few of these guys have just been into the pit lane, notably 2nd through 5th. In the GT3 Pro category especially, and then again, since we're under safety car here, people diving in all the time, all the while as well. But at the moment, Ian Ford is leading this category for Evolution Racing Team, ahead of Simon Nicholson and Andre Youssef. Madison Down has gotten in to the Trans-Tasman Racing 177 car, replacing Emily Jones in 4th place. And then we've got Brady Myers, who's just been in, he's now 5th. Youssef, Down and Myers have changed tyres there, whereas Nicholson decided not to and did end up jumping them. Ian Ford also in the pit lane. This is the kind of look he can get in a safety car period, really. You know, we saw those GT3 Pro cars, some of them only just exited the pit lane, but Ian Ford's just been able to dive in now because he's in the queue already. So there are advantages and disadvantages to letting people come in whenever they like. I suppose that's one disadvantage, but it's turned out pretty well for Ian Ford, it looks like, on this occasion, because he's just been able to dive in quite nicely, and yeah, he's now going to presumably come out the lead. Well, he's not, Riley Preston is, but yeah, he might well come out in the lead here. We'll see if he can hold on. but Nicholson might well do, actually, given the fact he's not taken tyres. Either way, it's a good thing we only have, or that we let people come in under the safety car whenever, because we only have to do one wave around, and that's what we're doing right now. And people are going to start to ready themselves for a restart, which is going to be very, very difficult for everybody. As you said, narrow circuit. Some of the prototypes are going to be towards the back, and they're going to have a lot of GTs to overtake when they'd really rather not.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, and we've seen some issues with traffic and things like that this race so far, and hopefully the P2 sort of take a second or two extra just to breathe and try and negotiate their way through a little bit more cleanly, because yeah, we've seen how awkward it can be, especially around a circuit like Sebring where there isn't much margin for error. So just got to be careful, make sure the P2s get through cleanly. But that being said, you know, they're going green for the likes of Norton and Blackburn. You know, they could see themselves get themselves like into an opportunity to maybe get themselves into the race lead or something along those lines. These safety car restarts are golden opportunities, especially in endurance racing, to do that, because with endurance racing, you know, everything sort of funnels closer towards the end. You're all sort of on different strategies here and there. There might not be many opportunities to sort of get it done on track. So for Norton, for Blackburn, for Whiting, even we've seen 4 cars get involved off the safety car restart. So yeah, for them, they need to sort of, well, yes, be careful of the GTs. You know, also they sort of want to get involved amongst themselves as well. But now we're seeing the GTs now come through past the safety car and double back on themselves and get themselves to the back of the queue. Which, yeah, you know, the way we do the wave around in AHU, I think is probably one of the cleanest ways we can do it. Saves sort of the awkwardness, the fiddliness, and yeah, race control, as busy as they are, certainly do a very good job behind the scenes, which I don't think is credited enough or even seen as often as it should.
It looks like a lot of these GTs have been caught between the leader of the GTs and the safety car, because there's a lot of cars passing by at the moment. If we're quick, the next lap there might be the last one under the safety car, but it might be 2 more. Depending on how quickly people get themselves around here. But interestingly, Riley Preston has taken a very long pit stop. I actually speculated whether he would actually come out in the lead since he took over for Ian Ford there. They were in the lead when they came in. However, a 1 minute 17 pit stop, which is a good 15 seconds longer than it should have been, has put him well down in 5th place. Interestingly as well, Madison Down and Brady Myers came in for a splash and dash there just to top off and make sure that they can make this race on only 1 more stop. We've seen this race track be quite fuel thirsty, in all honesty. I wasn't quite expecting that at the start of the day, but for whatever reason, Sebring is really eating away at the fuel in this race. And yeah, it's becoming a difficult thing to contend with for everybody, as shown by Down and Myers coming in and topping off. Normally, at Spa, for example, you wouldn't have seen that with exactly 2 hours to go. People would feel very comfortable making that on only 1 more stop, but people clearly are not that comfortable on the fuel around here.
No, I mean that's the thing. Sebring has a lot of sort of stop-start. There's a lot more in terms of heavy acceleration zones as opposed to Spa. But you know, it should be around equal, because the time you're full throttle at a place like Spa should probably even out the amount of fuel you're using. But again, I think the pit stop around Sebring is a lot less sort of, I don't want to say penalising, but sort of in that sense that if you come into a stop, you're not really going to lose sort of as much time as you would as a circuit like Spa. Well, especially if you're using the endurance pit lane as well, which, yeah, it's another story indeed. But yeah, the pit lane lengths certainly will play a factor into that, but yeah, certainly not a lot of comfortability around here. But the teams are playing it safe. They're just making sure they get to the end, because at the end of the day, if you're not, doesn't matter how quick you are, doesn't matter if you take the lead of the race, if you're not going to cross the checkered flag. We saw last season at events like Monza, where we had a good few teams having to literally limp their way home in terms of fuel. You don't want that, because that's just an extra load of stress on top of the general stress of endurance racing.
Yeah, I'd love to know, by the way, as we see some of the GT3 Am cars topping off as well, or indeed coming in for the first time. It's almost difficult to keep up with at the moment in these categories. But yeah, I'd love to know how Daniel Yearman has managed to get himself into the lead here and in front of the safety car, because no prototypes should have been going through the field, and I didn't see any go through. But all of a sudden, he's just popped up there and he's got a minute's lead all of a sudden. So I have no idea what's happened there. But either way, I'm sure it'll be sorted out, whatever problem is there. Because that's not supposed to happen. Speaking of tight and twisty circuits, by the way, we're talking about this one being very narrow and difficult to overtake on. Well, we're going to have to get used to it, because Suzuka is the next track on this calendar for a 6-hour race. It's an early morning for us, so there's that. We're looking forward to that. But yeah, since it's a longer race. But yeah, tight and twisty circuit, very narrow, very difficult multi-class traffic around there, you presume, as well. But one that will suit the prototypes absolutely down to the ground. You can imagine high downforce cars like this one going to be an absolute joy for 6 hours on the 13th of March, I think it is, for our third round.
Yeah, no, and of course it'll be the longest race of the season as well, so they certainly get a lot of time to enjoy it up through the S's in these LMPs. Will be, pretty fun to say the least. The change of directions, the cars love it, really. They just flick left, flick right, flick left again. So yeah, Suzuka's going to be a good one, but as you say, going to be interesting to see how the P2s and the GTs manage in terms of traffic, because realistically, there's not. Well, there's obviously the run in towards turn 1, the one in towards Spoon and 130R, but apart from that, you spend a lot of time in some, I guess, one-line orientated corners, one-liners we could say, sort of ones that you can't really go offline, otherwise you're just going to understeer or not make the corner as well as you'd particularly like. And especially at a track like Suzuka, it's all about momentum, and it's all about retaining that momentum and just having that rhythm throughout the whole lap, a hop, skip and a jump all the way through. So if you ruin that, if you tarnish that, you sort of ruin your lap. But yeah, we'll have to see. We've got a nice variety of tracks, and ones we haven't been to last season. So again, the teams that were with us last season can't then carry that experience and have an advantage through season 2.
Yeah, obviously we don't know what the track for the 4th round is going to be yet. That's the community vote coming up. I'm not sure when that opens, but keep your eyes peeled for that one. Yeah, I do believe, other than that 4th round, we've got a question mark over. There's no repeats this season. We were not going to any circuits that we did last season. It was quite a European-focused season, really, last season. There were a lot of circuits like that. One, obviously starting at Silverstone, ending with Le Mans. We had circuits like Hockenheim involved in there, etc., etc. A lot of European, but this time there's almost no European. Obviously, still with that question mark over round 4. It's America and Japan combining. For this one, obviously starting at Spa, but that looks like it might be it in terms of the European continent this season. So changing it up, which of course we like to see in the AHU Endurance Championship. Meanwhile, by the way, Daniel Yeoman has slowed down to let the safety car through, and now he's leading all of a sudden. But I'm still unsure as to how he got there. I don't know if we're missing something glaringly obvious as to how he did get there. But yeah, he's been in. Apparently, according to the timing screen, which I'm struggling to believe at the moment, he pitted not the lap they're currently on, obviously the one previous, for a minute and a half, which is a good minute longer than anybody else in the last pit stop cycle, which suggests to me that he would have had a lap's lead to be able to hold on to that, which is obviously not true. So I have no idea quite what's happening at the moment, I've got to be honest. But yeah, man has found himself in the lead ahead of Ben Cornett and of course Christopher Norton, who's in third at the moment, where he started this race. Tyler Blackburn and Michael Whiting rounding out your top 5. But yeah, confusing at the moment. Not sure how the 88 has got itself into the lead there at all, but it is in the lead right now. Speaking of those teams, by the way, who won the race, won their class last race around, where are they? And are we seeing some consistent performers at the front of the field? Because, for example, we saw Team F8 alongside Kart Australia winning all of the GT3 races in Season 1. Is that likely to happen again? Well, probably not, to be honest. Drop Bear Motorsport are not even inside the top 10, and neither, by the way, is the 73 car, Scott Cisłowski, who they were battling with towards the end of that race. They're 11th and 12th after finishing 1 and 2 only a month ago, so that's weird. But they've got a lot of work to do. The 194 that won the race in GT Pro isn't even here today, so they're not getting any points. And the 223 is the only race winner from last time at really having a good time of things, to be quite honest. They were running third before this safety car, but now they're no longer. Ricky Roy is down in 44th overall, which is quite a long way down in the GT Am car. or in the GT Am class, I should say. So they've got a bit of work to do. By the way, while we're in this one, if we do get another lap of safety car here, then I will bring in Angus Cook for an interview, but I don't want to bring him in now and then going to cut straight to a green flag racing and then not get to talk to him at all. We are going green this lap, so we're not going to be able to talk to Angus Cook, unfortunately. Would have been helpful to be able to talk to him a few minutes ago. And don't forget, if you are a driver, we'll pull you in at a quiet moment. If you put yourself in the green room, we'll have a chat, bit of an interview mid-race, because we'll likely only be interviewing class winners after the race, because we're trying to keep the show a little bit short. There's other things to do in the afternoon, other places to be for VCO and everybody involved. So yeah, if you want to have a chat, put yourself in the green room, and we'll have a bit of an interview midway through this race. Either way, 1 hour 45 remaining. Looks like we're finally going to get some racing here after this lengthy safety car period, second one of the day, and now it's down to Ben Cornett to be in control of this field in the number 1 car, of course, Apex Hunters United, sharing with Justin Rougier for this season. When is he going to go to the Sunset Bend, or even indeed out of it onto the front straight, backing up the field? See the whole of the field in one shot there down the Ullman Straight into the first apex of this long-winded final turn. Cornett just picking his moment, waiting, and Norton trying to kind of jump the gun here and anticipate the launch. A long wait here for everybody. Blackburn as well, really trying to anticipate, and here we go. Cornett hits the gas and we're underway once more. Looks like Blackburn was very, very attentive on that restart indeed, because Norton is already under fire into turn number 1, but the 58 car swings around the outside, gets into second place, holds on well, nice and single file LMP2, couple of cars running onto the grass and the dirt in the background, but everybody getting away nicely, as it looks like most of the LMP2s have been able to start in front of the GT3 field, which has helped everybody out massively, including these guys at the front of the GT3 Pro field.
Yeah, certainly so. Very clean restart from everyone. Good stuff to see, and you can just see the GTs in a nice little train. This is Riley Preston on the back of Myers, the 162 versus the 128, trying to get himself inside the top 4, and you can see having well, a little look to the well, not looking to the inside, but just trying to find a way through, pick their moments, and again, just it's all about opportunistic moves, as we see some moves in the P2 that's going 2 by 2 through the right-handers, and just trying to get themselves involved in terms of, you know, picking up some places, getting themselves and capitalising off these opportunities, off these safety car restarts. Everyone's close together, everyone's sort of, you know, bunched up and going slowly, so you can really see it as a good opportunity. But Andre Yusuf in second, only 7/10 off the race leader in Pro at the moment, so yeah, it's very close, and people are going to be charging after the race lead, but not much in the way of moves. Everyone's keeping it sort of relatively single file for the time being.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fairly calm restart by the looks of things. We say that there's a lot of stuff. Oh, goodness me, a lot of stuff going on in LMP2 there. A lot of ducking and diving around. Robert Gibbs inside the top 10 here once again for the race winners last time, getting dived by Fishy Motorsport. I think Delaney, who was the one diving around on the Ullman Straight, he's making moves through Sunset Bend as well, onto the front straight now. Yeah, trying to stay inside the top 10. He's got Daniel Yaman in the 88 behind him, and maybe in front of him in a second, because that's a dive from the 88. Oh, close between the two. Just about room given through that first left-hander and into the braking zone. Tight little section, little chicane coming up as well, and still side by side between the two of them for 10th position. Very close on the exit as well. Great battle coming through Big Ben now. Turn 6, and finally Delaney is able to get back in front and hold on. Zislowski wants a piece of the action here as well, but he's going to lift off, and rather sensibly doesn't get involved in this.
Yeah, no, certainly so. This is the battle for the top 10 all as he goes for a bit of a switch. What have you seen, Ewan?
Just somebody going, taking the alternate service road on the, I think it was Whiting actually, in the 25 car, just taking, almost looked like he intended to take that service road on the left hand side there, but he clearly didn't, as Delaney's still defending here from the 88 car. And yeah, Fishy Motorsport getting very much involved. Whiting and also Delaney very much in amongst the action early on here.
Yeah, really trying to sort of get themselves involved. They sort of calmed down between these two fighting for the top 10. And Scott Zazowski, of course, in that 73, finished second place last time out, is now in P12. Just goes to show how sort of fluctuating the field can be in terms of pace. One round you're really quick, another round it might not go your way. You're not quite on the pace. But yeah, it's a big train, I think, from, is that Gibbs downwards to the 25? No, it's the 25. Then comes the 22. So it is Michael White in the Fishy Motorsports, and it's a train from pretty much P7 down to Scott Zazowski. So we've got 5 cars fighting for a pretty good position in terms of midway through the prototype pack as they go through Sunset and onto the pit straight. They're all using the absolute maximum of the circuit, but just look, they're all in a slipstream train. And is that a tribute to people being cautious, or is that a tribute to them not being able to find a way through?
Well, it's probably a bit of both, to be honest. We'll see what happened in GT a little bit further down, because there's a lot of cars here and not a lot of room. The WEH Racing at 117 of Joshua Rimmer getting turned around here by that Lamborghini, and I think, oh dear, the cars get connected as well. Going through turn 5, that is, the left-hander. And yeah, I have to say, I think Rimmer just came down on the Lamborghini just a little bit there and got spun around quite easily. Unfortunately, around the outside for a bit of a shoulder barge from Yeman on Stride, who he was trying to get through on the 27 car, and it looks like Stride might even be going even further back with Angus Cook, who's was in the green room a second ago, but he's driving. So that's an interesting one. Nick Foster, by the way, I think he's still lapped down here in the 13. Oh, and locks the rears in a world of GT traffic, and most of the prototypes were able to avoid this, but unfortunately Nick Foster has had to start, it looks like, almost at the back of the GT. You can see the difficulties that's presenting him with.
Yeah, just look, he's having to just sort of dart his way through, and that's always going to be slow when you're amongst the GTs for him, and that's the leader of the GT3 Pros, that's Rimmer, into the pit lane. Not quite sure as to where he's going to come out, but yeah, again, same story in the P2s. We've got Scott Zazowski trying to get himself inside the top 10 on the back of Yeman into the final corner, and just looking again for a way through, but again doesn't want to take any rash, sudden judgments. Don't want to send one to the inside when there really isn't one. What's happened here? This is Darren Lobb in the 199. A lot of GTs going on, and it's just very awkward. Yeah, you can see the Mag and Turbo taps him round, and then he just gets collected straight into the barrier. That is a very high-speed crash, and then gets tapped again for good measure. So yeah, not exactly the best corner, and yeah, for the two Ferraris, not the best day in the office, certainly so.
There's a bit of previous in that incident as well, because the Mag and Turbo car on the left-hand side had damage already. That's oh dear, oh dear. I've never seen. Well, I'll say that. Oh goodness, he's full lock to the right. He's trying to get in the pits here, but I've never seen suspension damage quite like that. Oh my word, he's done a very good job there to get it out. Thank goodness there wasn't any cars coming, but he's actually going full lock there to just turn right a little bit, and that is, well, you never hope to see that, but he's going to be in the pit lane for a very long time here. Again, bent suspension, that is taking it to an absolutely new level. New heights being reached there. That was remarkable stuff.
Well, I don't think it's a record you particularly want to be breaking in terms of how damaged your car can get. It's going to be quite difficult for him to actually get into his pit stall now, because they're all on the right-hand side. He's got to really struggle to get that one in, but hopefully he can. And well, hopefully for him, they've still got their fast repair, because that is going to be a ton of damage. This is Christopher Norton, the 58. He was right at the front end of the field, right at the sharp end of the field. And what's happened to him? Over the curb, unsettled the car, and around he went. Luckily not into the barrier, but a loss of momentum onto the grass, dirty tyres. He's going to bring all that onto the circuit, and Angus Cook as well having a bit of a struggle as well. So yeah, the P2s amongst the safety car restart are, well, struggling quite a little bit.
Yeah, it's difficult out there at the moment as we go through Le Mans. This is on the curb as well, and the walls are there to collect you. There you are, into the tyre wall, and that's a little bit of damage for the Summit Sports car. But yeah, from third place, Christopher Norton, a potential podium today. He's thrown that all away with a little bit of a spin, I'm afraid. Looks like there's a bit more for Angus Cook here. Damaged rear end and no rear downforce either. There's the effect of it. He's going to make sure this rear end is damaged, I think, in a moment. There it is. Into the tyre wall. Sunset Bend. And that's even more damaged, I'm afraid, for the 56 car. which is a big shame to see, I'm afraid. Third place at Spa. They're going to be very disappointed with their day here at Sebring.
Yeah, certainly so. And they were just trying to sort of pushing very hard, of course. It's very easy to do, certainly so around a track like Sebring, but again, you're in an endurance race. I mean, 4 hours compared to some endurance races might seem to some people more like a sprint than an endurance, but it's still, it still has the challenges that you partake when you sign up to an endurance race, being consistent, being on it lap after lap, and just trying to maximise every opportunity you possibly can. But yeah, mistakes happen. We're all human. They're not going to be perfect. They're not like the AI that can just drive around like sort of scale electrics, I suppose, around a circuit. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to make things happen. Of course, it's racing. There's a billion different things that go on. During the race, there's a lot of variables to take into account. Some things your fault, some things not so much. But yeah, nonetheless, what we're calling in terms of on track at the moment, 7th, 8th and 9th in the P2, Gibbs, Delaney and Norton trying to make up for a pretty dire previous lap. He was running in the podium, a potential podium. He's still got the chance there. Of course, everyone was quite bunched up off the safety car restart, but he's now got to get through all that traffic once more. Has he got the pace to do so? Has the track position that he's cost himself? Because that's the important thing that he had. He had track position. People couldn't get through, but now he has to do all the hard work that the people behind him were trying to do on him.
Yeah, it's a real train at the moment for 6th place. Two Fishy Motorsport cars involved in the form of Whiting and Delaney. We've been watching those guys involved in multiple battles and indeed incidents a little bit earlier on. Robert Gibbs making good progress on this restart, I have to say. Teammate Cameron Dance started this one and was in and around this kind of position. Gibbs took over outside the top 10, or at least at the start of this safety car restart. He was only 11th and he's already made up 4 places in the 10 minutes we've been green so far into the right-hander at Tower and out towards Bishop, where it just starts to widen out a little bit again. Let's not forget this is a former airport, or airstrip, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of wide open spaces in some part, and then you get to the middle part and it's very narrow all of a sudden. So here's the open part, a bit of an overtaking opportunity here, especially for Robert Gibbs, because he's got a great run out of Le Mans and might have even had a look down the inside into Sunset Bend. But we look at GT3 Pro as Madison Down is starting to make progress. We saw him come in for that splash and dash just under that safety car, topping off to try and make sure that he can make it to the end of this race. That shouldn't be an issue now, but Trans-Tasman Racing and Rival Autosport look like they are going to go head to head for this race win in this category by the looks of things, and Madison Down is certainly on a charge.
Yeah, certainly got some good pace in the BMW. Very big and chunky car compared to the very sleek and small Lamborghini. This is Paul Blomqvist looking to the inside of the Lamborghini. The 135 managed to get it done pretty plain sailing up into 14th place, so a pretty good move for the Porsche on the Lamborghini, and hopefully the Lamborghini in front, leading the race, isn't going to be overtaken particularly as easy as that one. But now it's two AHU cars, I think, actually. Castro and Blomqvist going at it, 13th and 14th. Not particularly where you want to be on track, but you sort of want to be amongst the top 10. You've sort of got those milestones that you sort of aim to achieve, sort of the top 10, the top 5, the podium, and then of course the win. You've got different stages of where you like to be, and at the moment they've got a good, I think, what is that, 5, 7, 8 seconds to the top 10, as we can see on the time and time to the left hand side. So they've got a little bit way to go, but as long as they continue their way forward and make sure they nail their strategy, they should be all good. I don't think there's been much happening between, I stand corrected, I think Nicholson has gotten passed down into the race lead, the Rival Autosport 158, managing to get through, but Down, actually no, I don't know what I'm talking about at all. It was Down that was trailing and having to go through. This is Luke Quist, the 11 spinning around. I think I'll shut up for a moment, but 4 tenths is the gap between those two, and they're still going at it, and Down looking for a way through.
You're a bit harsh on yourself there, Zach, but
there we are.
There we are. We're still looking at the 2 AHU cars here with Paul Blomqvist getting himself, or trying to get himself through. A lot of LMP2 traffic is going to start to come through, though, as you can see in the background there. We have got, all these guys have got problems because there's still a lot of cars out there. I don't think anybody's retired from this one, having from those who started in this race. Although maybe there is one retirement now, but either way, we're still in the high 50s in terms of cars still running in this race, and that's a big problem for the LMP2s trying to all get through all at once here on the GTs, down in towards the hairpin at turn 7. And yeah, it's a very, very busy time. It's the thing with these safety cars, really, because we always talk about at the start of these endurance races that this is going to be the most difficult portion of the race, the first time through traffic, because everybody's so bunched up together. But in these AHU endurance races with the safety cars, you know, it happens. Well, it happened about 5 times at Spa. It happens an extraordinary amount of times, and we talk about how dangerous it is when we're seeing it just once in a race, but about having to do it multiple times a race. It's very, very dangerous for everybody to try and all get through at once, as you can see here.
Yeah, especially when you're in these sort of the tight fights. You can see Gibbs trying to find a way through, and again use the traffic as an opportunity. But just look at that, Peter Hunter tap round. I think maybe that was an assisted spin. Looked like the P2 sort of tapped the rear, and when they're going that fast, just look at how he's, and that looked more like netcode, which happens and is a shame for Sims. But yeah, that is a huge crash. That's probably one of the fastest corners you're going through, and just absolutely smacked into the barrier. But yeah, that's another thing you need to take hope. Just similar to the thing that we saw. He's not full lock, but really having to wrestle the car down just to keep it in a straight line. And that's another thing, avoiding cars like this that are sort of parked on the on the inside. That obviously it's not their fault particularly, they're going slowly, but again having to avoid that. And it's all things that you have to take into account with endurance racing.
That's extraordinary. I don't know what it is with the Ferrari suspension pieces today, but not holding up at all to these some of these impacts. So we go, oh goodness, this is quite high intensity. Ooh. And a bit of shoulder barging there. I say shoulder barging, that was fully a full-on whack, and that's a big shame for Christopher Norton, who got tapped around by the Lamborghini, but was probably being quite ambitious there, really, trying to go around the outside of Sunset Bend, and that is the result, I'm afraid. Very aggressive fight, and you do get this as well in lap traffic. Sometimes, as a faster class, you want to kind of trap your rival behind a slower car to force them to yield the place, but sometimes they just try and intimidate you out of the way sometimes, which is quite scary. Unfortunately for Norton, there was a bit of contact and quite a big accident at Sunset Bend. The Lamborghini seemed an innocent party in that one, really.
Yeah, sort of. Again, that's the thing with the GTs. They've just got to do their thing, and we're having a look up and down the field. This is Ryan Hunter trying to get himself inside the top 7, just flicking through where we're going. But yeah, for what's his name? I'm trying to think. Anyway, for the Lamborghini, just sort of locked in the in between the two P2s, and for the P2 that sort of unfortunately crashed at the 58, just isn't their day, and that happens even though it looks promising for them, and they're going forward, they're trying their best in order to make up for it. Some things just don't go your way. It happens, it's racing. You sort of just have to take it on the chin and sort of do your best to not be too hardly knocked by it. Of course, the mental side of things is something that particularly isn't maybe talked about as much in sim racing. It does take a toll. As good as you can be on track, if you're not in the right mindset, if you're not confident in yourself, it's going to be quite hard to do so. And this is Vanderberg has Ryan Hunter behind him, but I think Hunter just sort of takes a step back because he can see the P2s coming through and doesn't really want to get involved.
No, it doesn't at the moment. It's very busy up in front though, as you can see. That was going on pretty much everywhere. Daniel Yeman trying to get through here on Robert Gibbs, or on some of the lap cars, and then maybe close up to the race winner from Spa, ducking and diving through some of the lap cars, one of the Vanderbilt cars. 108 down the inside into the 7th turn, and out once more. But yeah, less than 90 minutes to go here at Sebring. The 4 hours of Sebring for Apex Hunters United Endurance here in Season 2. 6th round season, of course. This is round 2, and it's been an interesting one so far. Still Ben Cornett leading for Apex Hunters United, the reigning champions, and Tyler Blackburn just 4 seconds behind in the 43 car. See if we can get a closer finish than we had at the Spa race. It would be it's quite difficult to get any closer, but it's worth a go as we Go back to GT Am in that category at the moment. We've got Lachlan Capel currently leading in the 279 Pulse Racing team car. Got nearly 12 seconds over the 221 Team JDR Ferrari, I think they're driving. Could be wrong. Josh Mertens, either way, who's driving that car right now, and under a little bit of pressure as well for that second place. So that's a brief rundown of what's happening in a few of your categories right now. But yeah, these are the fights going on. It's always hard to know whether it's a real one in GT3, not least because BMW still don't display their positions, which does annoy me, as you've heard already this season. But it's Pro and Am split, which is making things very difficult because as the wording in the rules say, as Lewis alluded to earlier, Pro cars can't steal your silverware, but you can steal theirs, as it were, and you can certainly get involved. We've seen Am cars getting involved with Pro cars, as they are right to do in this race so far, and we will continue to do so throughout the season.
Yeah, certainly. So it is confusing. You see GTs, you think, oh, they're quite close to the other. They're having a bit of a race on track. Then you look on the timing sheets, and it's, oh well, no, they've got 2-3 seconds to the car in front, so it can't be. But yeah, a little bit awkward. And yeah, well, we know your opinions on the BMW, don't we, Ewan? And you'll seek to perhaps distaste to them. But we won't get into that. We won't throw yourself under the bus again after Spa, because you did that quite a lot, and I think we'll give you a break for Sebring. But yeah, still Andre Youssef on the back of Myers, trying to get themselves on to the podium in the Pro category, chasing down the 128 just in front of him. That BMW holding on at the moment, and still the battle for the lead. Nicholson and Down separated by less than a second. Very close in the GTs, and that's what we like to see. Even though they're different chassis, different cars, different manufacturers, we still have very close racing. And I think Preston as well in the Porsche is joining this train, 3 car for the podium places. So yeah, even though they're 3 different manufacturers, from 2 different countries, we still get close racing, and the balance of performance definitely playing a factor in that.
That is what we want to see. Trans-Tasman Racing currently 2nd and 3rd, by the way, in this race. It's a good performance from them. I do like what they've done with their livery, because it masks how ugly the front of that car is. There you go, I've said it. But yeah, Brady Myers is the one driving for the Trans-Tasman Racing team. Andre Youssef and Riley Preston applying the pressure just for the moment, and doing so quite effectively. Youssef down the inside into turn 3. It's going to be very tight through this little chicane section, because it gets quite narrow here, but around the outside, sweeping through in the BMW, nicely through, and the inside line for Big Bender short all the way around, so Youssef is going to be completely shuffled back, with Riley Preston just walking through an open door there. Thank you very much, straight into 4th position. That was one of the easiest moves he'll ever do, really.
Yeah, very, very opportunistic, and that's the thing with being in 3rd place in the train. You can sit back, let the 2 in front just sort of do their thing, and then sort of slip through an open door when you find one. But yeah, Andre Youssef turned offense into defense, and unfortunately for him, the defense didn't exactly work particularly well for him. So yeah, Myers doing a great job hanging on just about in order to keep this double podium for Trans-Tasman, but he's got still a lot of pressure. Youssef hasn't disappeared, definitely so hasn't Preston either, but I think through turn 1, Myers just got a little bit squirrely, a little bit wide, and the thing with turn 1, you've got to be on your marks, you've got to be on your line, otherwise you sort of lose all that momentum down in towards the following braking zone. So yeah, Andre Youssef tried to put that into effect, but great stuff from Myers in order to stay in front. But now Preston, he certainly looks feisty. He can see an opportunity to get himself onto the podium. Was 5th this time last lap, but they've got the prototypes coming through, so might need to take an air of caution. But down into Sunset, he's got some slipstream, and this is Gibbs up into the top 6. Let's not forget and he was 11th at the safety car restart, so he's making steady progress through the field. Yeah,
fantastic progress for Robert Gibbs, who took the win on the final lap, of course, at Spa, as you know. As that race went on a bit longer than it should have, quite possibly. By the way, people were saying that it always goes 1 lap longer than when the timer runs out in iRacing. It doesn't, but you do need to see the white flag, and if iRacing thinks you can fit 2 more laps in, even if you can't, it's just not going to show you the white flag. So we need to see. Hopefully, it doesn't get that close again, to be honest, because I hated it from a few weeks ago. But yeah, hopefully less confusion this time around. We'll see the white flag, and then we'll get the checker flag, and hopefully it will be an exciting finish. But yeah, it's certainly been an exciting stint for Robert Gibbs so far. He's not been in that car very long, but he's climbing up almost towards the top 5 here for the first time in a while, and we're almost approaching on pit stops once more. For the prototypes, these guys can do about 40 minutes. There's about an hour and 20 to go, so maybe one more stop after this one, but only if they can do those few more laps, and we've seen everybody struggling with that so far.
It is, it's tough. Everyone's been struggling with a strategy and things, and yeah, it works out well. An hour and 22 40-minute stints, that they can do it, but again, it's just about, has the timing worked out for you? Did you put a lap too early in that case, and that's really going to sort of harm your sort of thing, because one lap, it might not seem like much, but over the course of a 4-hour race, when you're making multiple pit stops, it does, and that one lap certainly adds up, and it means you have to sort of either have a splash and dash or save that little bit extra, which no one wants, and it's just about maybe saving enough fuel to maybe go a lap lap over where they're going in terms of their strategy. But yes, Preston's still putting a lot of pressure on Myers, just isn't giving it up at all.
He certainly is, going in towards Sunset Bend again, but struggling with straight line speed there. You saw the gap coming down, as you say, that Zach, good exit there from the Porsche. Kind of always a rear focused car, so there's a lot of weight over the rear wheels, and it's always very good on the traction, makes it very good in the wet weather, of course. But then again, the straight line speed doesn't seem so great. Now, we do have Angus Cook in the green room again, by the way, but none of us actually have the power to bring him in, so that's going to have to wait for us to wait. So yeah, he's not around anymore, yeah, none of us can actually do anything about that. So we'll have to get that sorted before the final race. Excuse me, before the end of the race, and then we'll be able to hear from the class winners after this one, as we did at Spa. But yeah, Riley Preston struggling to get through here, and when you don't have the straight line speed, as we saw here, it's very difficult to get through. But that does help. Very wide from Brady Myers, a real colossal missing at the braking point there. He's gone straight off, and Riley Preston straight through.
That was as easy as you'd like it. This is Whiting on the back of Howe in towards the final corner, darting onto the inside. That's going to be probably as easy as he'd like it. Whiting just sort of left the door open for him, and just sort of just said, oh well, I'm on my way through, thank you very much. And Chris as well, this is a similar mistake. He's sort of going very, very wide a lot of the time through here.
Oh, this is weird. An Audi trying to get through there from GT3s. Always dangerous game playing around the outside of turn 1, but look up, Branley was just able to make that one work, and this is what happened to Brady Myers. Just really, oh dear, very late on the brakes, and he's down to 5th in the GT3 Pro category. Kobe Williams only 4 seconds behind him, 3.5 seconds behind at the moment as well. I do wonder if that LMP2 had anything to do with it, because the LMP2s of course can brake that little bit later, if you kind of follow them into the braking zone there, then you can get yourself into trouble quite quickly. I just wonder if that's what happened to Myers that time.
It's certainly easier to sort of be distracted by them. You can't obviously see your braking point as well. This is Whiting on the fence, trying to get past Yeaman once more down the inside. Yeaman's going to try and hang it on the outside, but not quite going to be able to do that again. And Whiting back in front for the time being, but Yeaman's going to try and set up maybe the cutback. Not quite going to be able to. So Whiting straight back onto the offensive and straight back up inside the top 5. Was not going to let this one go, but they've still got Robert Gibbs, who fell down to 7th again, but on this train for the top 5. If he can get himself into here, that's going to be great. Tom Freary into 2nd place, a little bit further up as well, the 89 inside the top 2. So a lot going on at the moment in P2, but Yeaman, yeah, even though he managed to get in front, it's never ever a done deal, and Whiting, even though sort of left the door open for him, certainly has the pace to come straight back at him and free it into the pit lane. So heading the charge in P2. Is anyone going to follow him in? Because Blackburn and our race leader didn't, so they're going to go a lap earlier. So again, for the 89 coming in a lap early, that is one of them coming in. Is that didn't quite see, I think it might be Yeaman coming in. No, it wasn't. It was someone, Ryan Howe. I saw a prototype going in, and yeah, they're the ones coming in a lap earlier. Could hurt them later on, Ewan.
It could do, but I do feel like, despite all of the issues today, that things might be all right in the end for all of these guys in terms of making it on only one more stop after this one. Michael Whiting continued to be under pressure here. 4th place, he's got Yaman and Gibbs behind him. And let's not forget, Gibbs was 6th, but they've overtaken somebody from the pit lane. So I guess he's technically 7th at the moment to lose the place to the 88. As we go on replay and look at Tom Gibson, it's not been a great day for the Apex Hunters United GT car in the Am category anyway, and that is not going to help at all. You might suspect a penalty is going to come for them.
Yeah, probably so. It was just a clumsy mistake, a little bit of a tap, and yeah, a lot of these cars are quite sensitive to sort of taps, especially to the rear end. So very easy to just get tapped round, and it happens. But you've got to own up to your mistakes and sort of take it on the chin. But yeah, that's a shame. AHU not really, yeah, as you say, going well, particularly in the GTs, going quite well in the P2s. Ben Corner is leading the way. Of course, he won the championship in the 69 for P2 last season, and still able to carry that pace into this season. We've seen a lot of times a lot of teams sort of struggling to get their feet in this new season. A lot of new teams, which is good. We're getting a lot of attraction from a lot of people, and it's good because, you know, last time out not everyone managed to make it through pre-qualifying. We had a lot of teams that wanted to participate, but unfortunately couldn't. So yeah, we've got a lot of popularity, a lot of new teams trying to sort of, you know, test their pace against some of our best in AHU, and yeah, we've got a lot of accomplished sim racers, a lot of accomplished real life races as well. And once again, we're kicking off in the P2s as they try and negotiate their way through some GT traffic. This is Whiting on the inside, Yeaman trying to go around the outside of turn 1. That's going to be quite difficult to do. Just got to keep the foot in and hope the car sticks through there. Gives him the space, Whiting, fair enough to him, but they're going to be coming into the pit lane very soon. This is Yeaman once again around the outside. Beautiful respect between these two. The 25 going to come back up him to the inside, but Yeaman just has the momentum on the outside, keeps his foot in and stays ahead, and Gibbs just trying to find a way through, can't quite, but there isn't quite an open door. Whiting in the slipstream, going to come right back at him in towards turn number 6, getting the squeeze. They've got a BMW just in front, they're going to go 3 wide. The 88 just says, please let me through, I do not want to get boxed in, and despite that, they were still side by side for a good portion of that corner.
Yeah, Whiting put up a good fight there, but he couldn't hold the 88 back in the end. And Yeaman is through after all of that battling. Did very well to go around the outside of turn 1, I have to say, but the job wasn't done, and Whiting made sure that he had to work for that one. But in the end, the 88 is through, and looks like deserves to be through as well, looking at the pace that it has already. I know that bit of traffic didn't help Whiting at all, but it does seem that Daniel Yeaman is a little bit quicker at this stage in the race, with the low fuel, etc. Getting it into less than 1 hour 15 to go, so we're really getting into the point of this race where people are absolutely fine with making it to the end, absolutely no problems at all. Robert Gibbs looking to get through here as well, big slipstream for him, good straight line speed in this 22 car as well, but look at that lifting off into Sunset Bend, doesn't really want any piece of this, as we see the 42 coming into the pit lane. Ryan Howe is into that one from picking from 3rd place, by the way, into the pits. Yaman in, and so is Jackson Rihanna as well, from a little bit lower down in the order. So lots of pit stops flying around, and the penultimate ones as well. Maybe final driver change as well, maybe, but we're not going to see much of that. Not many driver changes or tyre changes before the end of this race now for the prototypes. We're really getting into the final, the home straight, if you like.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, you know, 1 hour and 13 left to go. It is literally pretty much a sprint to the finish, you know, and they've just got to get to the end. They're probably not, as you say, going to change tyres, going to change drivers. It's just a hassle they don't really need to have. If they've got their driver in that's doing well, he's absolutely fine to carry on, then why not? Because, you know, if you get a new driver in, they're going to have to then adjust to the car, get themselves going, get into that rhythm again, and it's just going to sort of slow yourself down. But with again, with tyres, is it worth the time loss? Because are you going to gain that back with a set of fresh tyres? You know, that it will lengthen your pit stop, prolong it a little bit. Have you got the time with only 1 hour left to go to sort of get through? And we've seen, you know, how difficult it can be to overtake. Of course, Yeaman and Whiting proved that and threw that completely out of the water with their side-by-side action, which was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, it is, you know, notoriously sort of maybe a little bit difficult to overtake. Are you going to gain that? As our race leader, Ben Corner, into the pit lane for the AHU #1 car. He's completely just hasn't been under pressure for most of this race at all. Blackburn follows him in, so it seems like the majority of the P2 field that haven't pitted probably going to come in on this lap. And yeah, probably one more stop to the end pretty comfortably as well, because they've sort of got it well a couple of minutes, probably a couple of laps into their 40-minute window, so fairly comfortable for those that have pitted now.
Yeah, it is comfortable. Robert Gibbs able to go a little bit longer though, so Scott Cisłowski. So these two are going to be running one and two again for the first time since we saw them 1 and 2 towards the back end of the 4 hours of Spa only 4 weeks ago or so. So that'll be bringing back some bad memories for Cisłowski, I'm afraid, in that one. But yeah, most of them in at this stage, and a few driver changes as well, with Luke Mitchinson getting into the 43 car and Troy Maguire taking over from Michael Whiting by the looks of things, and so that should be the final driver change for those guys as well. Not sure if there is really a fair share rule here, but in terms of actual driver fatigue and whatever, it's not really going to be a problem in these 2-car teams in 4-hour races. As you say, you can barely call them endurance races anymore with the way endurance racing is these days. I guess the only proper endurance race, other than the Suzuka 6 hour, which we've got coming up on the 12th of March, obviously the Daytona 10 hour. That's going to be the only one where actual mental fatigue of the drivers may come into effect. But all the others should be light work for guys of this caliber.
Yeah, as I said earlier, we've got some of the best in sim racing and even real life, so they know what it's like in order to sort of maintain themselves and sort of condition themselves in order to make the distance. And we don't know how long round 4 is going to be. I'd assume probably going to be 4 hours like Motegi was last season. But yeah, Daytona 10 hours is going to be the big one that they're going to have to sort of prepare for, I suppose, and make sure they've got all their drivers up to scratch. And it's the longest race we've ever had. Le Mans last season was only 8 hours, so 10 hours is, even for the teams that were here last season, is a bit of a step. 2 hours longer, half a race in terms of round 1 and 2. It's a big chunk of time. It's a lot to prepare for, and it's an extra 2 hours where something can go horribly wrong as well, which is probably one of the lovely things of endurance racing. You never know when your race might end. It could be a lap or two away. It could be, you could get 6 hours in and suddenly something happened. We saw last season a couple of people's engines just spontaneously popped for them, a couple of too quick of a downshift or something like that, which are simple mistakes that come into things when you start getting a little bit fatigued.
Yeah, and I'm glad as well that we don't have to sit through Le Mans safety car laps this season, which is great, because they were long, we'll put it that way, at the end of it. But yeah, there we are, at 10 hour of Daytona, our season finale coming up. Should be good. We'll see who's going to be up there and competing by the end. I think it's double points for the final race as well, which is a lot of points, because you get 300 for a win in the normal ones, I believe, if we're using the same point system as last time at least. So yeah, there we are. It should be a battle until the end, as we look at a battle right now between two very well-known faces, Richie Stanaway and Thomas Hiens, both for different reasons, of course. Stanaway, real-life exploits, not just in the Australian side of things, the V8 Supercars in more recent years, but a little bit further back in the World Endurance Championship for Aston Martin, etc., and sports car racing all over. And Thomas Hiens feels like he's been around forever, to be quite honest, in the sim racing scene. Very, very, very experienced driver, very reliable as well. You will rarely see him make a mistake, and two very solid drivers battling here. GT3 Pro is so close at the moment. We've seen this at Spa, all of the gaps very close. Madison Down is leading at the moment by nearly 10 seconds, but other than that, less than 5-second gaps populate the rest of the top 15 by the looks of things. It's very, very entertaining in GT3 Pro at the moment.
Yeah, it's incredibly close. I mean, it's literally separated by nothing. And if you look in other series, even sprint series, take some Formula Championships or whatever, you'd have a 3.7 second gap after half an hour or so. So the fact they've maintained it over the last 2 hours and 53 minutes is pretty incredible. They've had a lot of things. Of course, they've had safety cars to help them along the way, bunching everyone back together. But even then, that's not a given. You can still maintain gaps, get caught in traffic, strategy and things like that. And it's great to see how all the strategies and everything just sort of funnel their way through. Of course, a lot of teams are going to be on very similar strategies for a 4-hour race. It seems pretty clear cut. Pit here, pit then, pit then. But with all the safety cars and the drama we've seen in terms of damage, it's not always going to be as clear cut as that. So yeah, great that everyone's kept it close. It seems really close on pace, and this closeness is why we've had 30 different teams step onto the podium at least once over the course of the last season, and around really 30 different teams have been inside the top 3. That's how close it is. That's how close it can be, and that's why it's such fine margins. Little mistakes here and there, losing maybe a tenth a lap against your competitors could cost you. So being really close, and a lot of teams have been able to boast success because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see as we jump up ever so slightly further up towards the front. Freddie Myers. Now, I want to have a look at Simon Nicholson as well. Just a little bit behind here in the Lamborghini, that black Lamborghini just behind. He was running in the lead of this one not so long ago, but Madison Down is now leading by a good margin. So what has happened to Nicholson? It's not a pit stop, because that is not long enough for a pit stop, but something has clearly gone on here. A little bit of traffic, and now the opportunity for Nicholson. It's a bit of a squeeze here into the chicane, but maybe an opportunity into turn 5, the left-hander. Oh, it's a squeeze again, but with the outside line and the better exit, Brady Myers is going to carry on in the lead of or at least in front of Nicholson. And through Big Bend into turn 7, he's going to stay in front, but clearly Nicholson on a charge here because he was leading and he's made a big mistake somewhere.
Yeah, and that's how easy it can be, but still inside the top 5, and probably, hopefully for him, soon to be top 4. But we've seen how good that 128 is, especially Brady Myers at the wheel. He's just incredible at managing to sort of use that big brain, as you can see in his little profile picture there. Use it to be able to defend, use that outside momentum, keep his foot in all the way around the outside, and manage to maintain the lead. And fair enough to Nicholson for giving them space. We've seen, especially recently, people just on the inside hit the apex first and think, it's my corner, you're on the outside, it's your choice whether or not you back out, and if you don't, we're going to crash. So, it's your choice. This is Paul Blomqvist, a little bit wide through turn 1. It's a very fast corner over the grass, and luckily didn't result in a spin. Very well held from the AHU car. But yeah, Brady Myers still inside the top 4, trying to chase after Yusuf, just a second in front. But Preston, I think, is sort of cleared off 2.5 seconds clear of Yusuf and Nick Foster. More troubles maybe for the 13. Yeah, again, similar mistake to Blomqvist, where they're just a little bit over and there's just no grip out there at all. You sort of look at it and think, they're on the grass, so it can't be that bad, surely. But then you drive iRacing, you get onto the grass and you try and turn. The car just says, absolutely not. Yeah,
it seems to be the AHU line by the looks of things over the last couple of laps.
Maybe they know something we don't.
Well, maybe, I suppose. But given the fact Nick Foster is 15th and 1 lap down, or 2 laps down actually now, I would suggest maybe not for this one. But there we are. Meanwhile, Wayne Bork apparently, according to the timing, is leading the race, but I don't believe that, or at least I don't believe the gap that is being displayed to us right now, because it's 1 minute 18 apparently ahead of everybody else. Scott Stuslowski has just dropped behind Luke Mitchinson there. They're in a bit of a battle, bit of a fight right now as well. Here is Wayne Bork though, and just under 2 seconds, that's much more like it, to Ben Cornett, who had an 8-second longer pit stop here. Now, I'm unsure as to quite right. Looks like it was actually a full service for both of those guys, but Wayne Bork somehow managed to find 8.5 seconds in that pit stop, so I'm kind of unsure as to what you can do to gain that amount of time. Did he not take one side of tyre? Did he only take 2, 3 tyres? Did he, what has he done here? He surely can't underfuel because everybody's nearly on the limit here. So something has happened here, but it's a good strategy from Synergy Sim Racing, where it's paying off at the moment anyway, because leading this race.
Whatever they've done is obviously working. We thought the AHU number 1 car was going to be uncontested, but Synergy have done something with the strategy, done something with Bork in order to get themselves into the lead. And yeah, again, we're as astonished as sort of probably people watching are. Did he take maybe less tyres, perhaps? Did he, not take them or take them earlier so he could not take them now? I'm not entirely sure. But as you say, yeah, with the fuel, it's such fine margins with the P2s. They can't afford to actually under-fuel the car. And he's still got some good pace. Cornet has been very quick this entire race. Of course, they've got some traffic to get through, but he's maintaining that 2.5 second gap, and even in some places extending it. So, yeah, Synergy have put themselves into a very good position. We'll have to see how it pans out. They've still got one more pit stop left to go, so maybe that can be where the AHU car gets themselves back in front. But for the time being, the 89 Wayne Bork is probably going to be a little bit chuffed with where he is at the moment.
Oh well, not quite there on the dirt on the outside line.
Picking up what AHU's putting down, I think.
Yeah, but by the looks of it, that's a cam phrase for you. But yeah, going a bit wide. Wayne Bork, by the way, has been with Synergy Sim Racing since the dawn of time. It seems like anyway. They've been a partnership for a very long time now. No surprise to see him doing well at the front. Oh, a bit out of shape for Paul Blomqvist, who's been struggling in the early part of the lap over the last few minutes, but covered himself up quite nicely. Meanwhile, in GT3 Am, a pretty big development really, with Lachlan Capel coming into the pit lane. Had a fairly big lead for the 279 Pulse Racing team. However, we've got over an hour to go, and we've seen fuel thirsty cars around here. Is he going to make it or not? This really could turn into a bit of a fuel mileage race for some of these cars a little bit further down the order. Some of them obviously pitted quite early in this one. Most of the leaders, like Grant Manafort, for example, who's now in third, pitted a little bit later. So did Reese Morgan, who's now in the lead. So some of these guys will definitely be okay, but some others, like Capel, may well just be struggling here. 42-second pit stop, no tyres for his final stint here. He's got a long stint ahead of him of arguably saving fuel and also on the old tyres as well. It's a difficult task.
It is, yeah, to nurse at home. It's going to be slightly difficult, but they've seemed pretty quick, pretty consistent over the course of the race so far, so should be okay. And of course the Am category in GT3 hasn't been quite as close as Pro, so maybe they can afford, even if this is a strategical sort of blunder, I suppose you could say, they might be able to afford making it, because it's not as fine margins in the Am category as opposed to the Pro. This is Scott Staszewski. He unfortunately fell outside the top 5 because Aon just in front managed to pip their way into the top 5 for the 58. So Staszewski, who finished P2 last time, still in 6th, so keeping it, good points coming through, and for the championship as a whole, still a long way to go, and we'll have to see how that unfolds. In terms of the 58, he's right onside, right behind, I should say, the 43 of Mitchinson, and this is Yemen on the back of Chris Noble in the 42. Trying to find their way through, but they've got some GT traffic to get their way through, which has been a tale for the entire race so far, sort of limiting the amount of battling that the P2s can do. But yeah, Yemen certainly hasn't been robbed of any action, certainly hasn't had a boring race whatsoever.
Yeah, he's been involved in a lot of things going through here. But where has, I would ask, the 22 car ended up? Robert Gibbs, it wasn't really a long stop, but the 58 and the 73 have had shorter stops in this one, and I always think it's a bit of a risk here for the likes of Troy McGuire, Chris Owen, and also Scott Staszewski, who have all not taken tyres, or at least not all of them, in their last pit stop. They'll either end up making an awkward pit stop for tyres with only just under 40 minutes to go, which is very awkward and not very efficient, or they'll end up doing a triple stint on some tyres. So whatever way you do it, it's not nice. And Troy McGuire just got into that car, so he got in with old tyres coming onto the car. So questionable strategy from a few of these teams, no doubt about that. But I suppose we can question them all day long, really, given because it's open to interpretation, I suppose. But for me, I wouldn't be sending my driver out on old tyres with an hour and 20 to go. I'd put new ones on and say that's a lot for the race. Even if the previous driver only did one stint on that previous set of tyres. So arguably mistakes made there, but if they end up getting a result, then it was a good choice. Obviously we'll have to wait just under an hour to find out. As we look at Lockhart Brownlee, been having some trouble in the last couple of laps. We saw a brave move around the outside about half an hour ago. Well, I'm afraid this is just losing the rear. Those famous sunset bumps, catching out another driver.
Yeah, the prototypes are very sensitive to bumps. You know, they focus a lot of the aerodynamics under the floor, getting that air underneath and sucking the car to the floor. So if you disrupt that, if you go over a bump and disrupt that airflow, yeah, it's going to unsettle the car quite a lot, and it is not exactly going to be the best day. And it's a challenge they've had to face for the last 3 hours. Of course, all their practice they've been doing, but unfortunately, those things happen for the Frog Leap, and and that's just going to go from bad to worse. For their day, this is still Mitchelson under pressure from the 58 behind, trying to get themselves inside the top 4. They've got 2.5 seconds to Troy Maguire for P3, so maybe they're going to work together. Maybe the 58 is going to think, okay, you know, we've got 2.5 seconds. Maybe we can both benefit from this. They are closing 4/10 and 5/10 to Troy Maguire. He maybe gets caught up in a bit of GT traffic, but either way, you know, Mitchelson is closing. Does the 58 want to get in the way of that? Does Chris want to start battling and then lose time and then be completely out of a shot for a podium? Or does he want to sit behind the analytical and just say, okay, we're catching, and then when we catch up, I'll get involved? Because we've seen time and time again, once you're inside that slipstream, once you're inside that toe, you just latch onto the back rim and they just can't, you know, shake you off. Even at such a tight and twisty circuit like Sebring, it still makes a massive difference.
Yeah, it certainly does. It does any circuit, really. As we go back to P11, just outside the top 10 GT3 Pro. Stuff going on everywhere, really, at the moment. Thomas Hinz comes in with just over 55 minutes to go. This is a lot more feasible for the GT3s. Michael Healy doing the same for Trans-Tasman Racing. As another TTR car. We go up to the battle for third now. Simon Nicholson, look at him. Third place all of a sudden. We're still unsure as to what happened to him, because he was leading, but either way, the resurgence has been fantastic from him, and now he's chasing down Riley Preston. So whatever did happen hasn't phased him at all, quite clearly.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that's one of the things you can put down as separating the good from the great. Being able to make a mistake, take it on the chin, say, yeah, fair enough, and then get on with it. Because, you know, we've seen drivers that might be a little bit quicker than him spin and then completely lose their composure for the rest of the race, which, yeah, is the bad thing. But having that composure, having that mental strength to just brush it off and get on with it from then on. He's still got a while to go. He still sees an opportunity to get himself onto the podium, has worked hard, got himself back into a position where he can be on the podium, and he's only got 2.5 seconds to Riley Preston. Maybe down is going to be a little bit tricky to get through, but anything can happen. Maybe Down makes a similar mistake, or whatever happened to Nicholson. We don't actually quite know. We didn't quite catch it, but yeah, he's doing a great job in the resurgence, as you say, and is working very hard in order to close that gap. But Yusuf, to be fair, in the Blue Flag Racing, has kept him honest, has kept with him, and Myers isn't too far off either. So Nicholson might have to, you know, look in his mirrors a little bit, which is certainly not what he's going to be wanting to do.
Yeah, it's going to be looking over his shoulder. Brady Myers is almost in this fight as well. Three of them battling in the near future, quite possibly. Final pit stop as well coming up, of course. Let's not forget. We see. Looks like Troy Maguire might have made a mistake somewhere along the line, because it looks like he's just been overtaken actually normally by Chris Owen, who's inside the top 3. He was 5th not so long ago. But Luke Mitchelson's dropped behind him, and now so has Troy Maguire here. So yeah, lots of dropping back. This is the 223 that won the GT3 Am race in Spa. Ricky Royer dropping back, and he's quite a long way off the front of the field. Not what you'd expect to see from the race winners a few weeks ago, but just picking up points to wherever you can, I suppose, is the order of the day. They're still going to be disappointed, really, as Brady Myers gets through on Andre Yusuf. This top 5 has been very static so far, but they keep changing positions within that 5. It looks like Yusuf might have made a mistake, really, allowing Myers to get through.
Yeah, for the Magnum Turbo, as you say, just picking up whatever points they possibly can. Of course, winning last time out's going to help, but even when it's not your day, being able to salvage some points always does, go a long way. But Andre Yusuf, falling behind Brady Myers for the time being. I mean, they were very close, but in having their skirmish or whatever's happened, they've fallen off Nicholson a little bit, allowing the 158 just to have a bit more breathing space. But Yusuf doesn't look like he's waiting around. He's trying to push that BMW through the corners. This is Sebastian Flock in the Pursuit Sim Racing. I was not quite sure what's going on there. Clipped the grass a little bit. Maybe the P2 nearly slicing his nose off. There's the mistake. Probably, I'm going to guess, has just dipped a wheel onto that right-hand side, because it's a mistake I've made countless times when the iRacing GT3 came to Sebring. It's very easy to do. It's a very small mistake, but it's one with very drastic consequences if you're not careful, especially with worn tyres. Just pressing the brakes a little bit too hard, a dab onto the grass certainly isn't going to help either. And unfortunately for them, we're sent around. Luckily, managed to avoid the P2.
Yeah, everybody else stayed out of the way. That one. Hunter in for the 111 team as well in the GT3 Pro, allowing everybody behind to shuffle upwards just a little bit. But yeah, everybody in GT3 seems to be, other than the Am leader we saw earlier on, Lachlan Capel. He is not quite back in the lead again. Still third and waiting for Morgan and Manford to come in, but he will have a bit of fuel saving to do. Will Capel. Apart from him, I think everybody is going to be absolutely fine here in terms of making it to the end on fuel in GT3. And we've got about 10 minutes to wait to find out how many of the prototypes are going to be in trouble with this one, because it's very possible some of these guys could be fuel saving towards the end. Particularly the battle for 20th in the overall GT3 race. Andrew Gillingham trying to get through here, and Blake Delaney is trying to get. I thought that was for position actually. It's just the relative, isn't it? Just cycling its way through. Meanwhile, in LMP2, Chris Owen into the pit lane already. This is an odd time to pit with 50 minutes to go. He took on a full lot of fuel last time as well, only half an hour ago. So this is a very strange time to pit for the 58 car.
Can't get to the end, obviously, and if he'd just waited 10 minutes, would have been able to sort of get to the end. But yeah, not at all sure what's been going on between, with him. But into the pit lane, we'll see how long that pit lane is, how long they take. But yeah, they were going really well as well in terms of on track position. They were driving quite well. But yeah, if they have made a blunder, all their competitors behind are not going to be complaining. But we'll have to see how that pans out, because they certainly cannot do 50 minutes, 45 maybe at a stretch for these P2s. But yeah, certainly not 15 minutes. So maybe an extra stop, but that's really going to put them on the back foot.
So Preston, Nicholson, Yusuf, Stanaway all into the pit lane here. Oh, and a reversing for Nicholson. He still can't find his box. 2 goes at the reverse there for the former race leader. And that is going to cost him badly as the GT3s come in for their final pit stops of the day. We also saw Jamie Dyke is now in that car, but Blake Delaney came in as well in the number 8 LMP2, so they're not going to be able to make it to the end either, which is a shame for them. But these GT3s certainly can make it to the end, and it's the classic sliding through the box there really from Nicholson. I don't know why these guys don't take it a little bit easier going into the box, because losing a 10th or 2 on the brakes into your box is a lot better than having to reverse and losing probably 2 or 3 seconds for Nicholson in that one. It was really, really costly.
And that's the thing, you go in, you hit your marks, you think you've hit your marks, and then you wait a second for your car to go up onto the jacks or whatever it's going to do if you're changing tyres, and then you realise it's not going up onto the jacks and you're not actually fueling up, so then you have to go into reverse. It's all just time lost. But when it's a busy pit lane, very easy, because obviously the cars don't disappear. You can still see them, of course. There's no contact in the pit lane for iRacing, but you can still see them, and they can be quite distracting to hit your marks. So yeah, easy mistake to make, but as you say, just taking an air of caution, just going through, making sure you hit your marks, making sure you're on them, is a lot better than having to reverse. But for Nicholson, yeah, from the race lead, whatever happened to him, a mistake, something, whatever it was that then cost him, he then had the resurgence back up into the podium, and we thought maybe he was going to try and chase after Preston, but once again, he's taken 1 step forward, 2 steps back at this point.
Yeah, it seems that way. Unfortunately. Meanwhile, in GT3 Am, Lachlan Capel has come out with nearly 34 seconds of a lead, and that is good for him, because he might need to just keep an eye on that fuel gauge, and if anybody can save fuel in this field, it's going to be him, because he's got a long way behind him as Madison Down, Brady Myers, and also the 197 car, Pablo Arujo Castro, all into the pit lane here. So final pit stops being made in Pro. They're going to be absolutely fine, but yeah, Capel at the very least has the space to be able to fuel save even in this race. He's got 30 seconds to play with, fortunately for him.
Yeah, that's the good thing. He can afford to lose some times lifting and coasting and, short shifting up the gears, making sure to keep the revs nice and low because, Brian, realistically, 34 seconds is going to be a tough ask unless Capel does something ridiculously silly. But yeah, it doesn't quite have the gap to come in for a splash and dash, but certainly has the gap, as you say, to just make sure and monitor that fuel. Maybe it's not as big of a deal as we're making out. Maybe it's only a couple of laps or so, or a couple of litres or so here and there that he has to sort of save, which is certainly doable. He's all by himself. And certainly can, and this is the fight for 14th in the GT3 Pro. We've seen a lot of action amongst the GT3s as we've come to expect, because of how close the field is in terms of pace and on track, and the safety cars making such a big fuss of it as well, making them all very, very close. So Gibson on the back of Nicholson, who really has fallen back. Of course, I think we're waiting for a couple of GTs to come in, so probably isn't exactly where they're going to be. But yeah, 14th, even if it is only provisional, is not the sight Nicholson's going to want to see at all.
No, it isn't. But there's still a lot of pit stops to shake out here. You would imagine the GT3 leader is Madison Down again. Oh, you say that? Yeah, Nicholson. There's really not many to pit here that haven't made their final start. Only Joshua Rimmer is the final one to come in, I believe, here. So the fact that Nicholson has taken tyres, which is why he's so far back, is really setting him back. 14th just shows how close this field is. That just taking tyres will set you back so far by about 10 places. But he is going to be a man on a mission, and we're going to be watching him quite a lot throughout the next 45 minutes, because he has new tyres and a lot of cars to overtake.
Yeah, we're going to see him on a charge, 6.5 seconds to the next car. The GTs in front of him, of course, are the GT3 Ams that we oftentimes do get confused with. But yeah, Nicholson, if anyone can do it, certainly he can. He's been able to keep himself composed. He's got the fresher tyres now, of course, which are going to help him. By how much, we'll have to wait and see. But of course, his pure pace, his pure fight to get back up to the front as a driver, it's going to be very frustrating to have been in the lead. Things have happened out of your control, in your control, either way, frustrating. And he's just trying to dart his way through the traffic and get some clear air. Try and focus his energy on getting up onto Thomas Kerscher in P13. But even then, P13, even if he gets himself there, it's still sort of. It's not the best taste in the world when you thought you could have got yourself a win, at the very least a podium. But yeah, Shane van Gisbergen in the AHU 197 on the back of Kelly in the 191, 6 tenths between the two. Shane van Gisbergen, at least for the AHUs, of course, Cornet is doing quite well in the P2. So we've seen a lot of bad luck for the AHUs, but at least for Shane, he's inside the top 10 and chasing after a top 8. We've seen how good that Porsche is at getting the release off the corners, especially versus the Lamborghini in the slipstream. Just hasn't quite had the straight line speed, but 2 tenths between the two. He's going to, I think, pull one to the right hand side, or at least try to. Not quite close enough. Is he close enough for a send to the inside? Looks to the right hand side. How late can it be under brakes? Very twitchy, that Porsche is on the stop pedal. Gets it stopped. Very nicely done into P8 in 2.5 seconds to Hunter in front. So yeah, Shane making some decent progress, it must be said.
Yeah, he is. He's going to be another one to watch really over these next few minutes. Weren't even able to get a top 10 for the 197 team last time around spot. So they're going to be having for a much better time of things this time. From memory, I don't even think they made it to the end of the race actually in that one. But yeah, there we are. It's a decent result at the moment, 8th place, but he'll be hoping for a bit more, Van Gisbergen. And so will a few of these guys in GT3 really. There's a few people out of position. It's all been going on. But, yeah, Madison Down, Trans-Tasman Racing, looking very comfortable at the moment in that 177 team. Another team that didn't manage even a top 10 in the first race at Spa, but are winning here by 12 seconds ahead of Riley Preston and Brady Myers. the 162 Evolution Racing Team car, 8th 4 weeks ago, and the 128 Trans-Tasman Racing car, 4th last time. So both of those having a couple of decent results strung together, but I feel like this season, especially in the GT categories, a lot more unpredictable than last season was. In GTE and GT3, we saw the same race winners very how can I say this? Very frequently we had the same race winners, but a lot more unpredictable this season in GT, to add to the unpredictability we saw in LMP2 last season.
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, last season in the GT3 category, we had the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia taking a lot of pole positions and every win of this season as well. And of course, we're not going to have that dominant sort of spell that we saw last season. That seems to be a lot closer, and people, it's such fine margins, as we've seen with Nicholson falling so far down the order, just taking tyres, and as you say, with Down not even being inside the top 10 last time out, it's close. And in terms of the championship, in something like this, it's all about being consistent. Are you going to be one of those that fall outside the top 10 and then, as Down has done, spring to the front end, or are you going to be one of those that sort of sit in 5th, sit in 4th, be that consistent driver all the way through the season, just trying to sort of maintain that form, and instead of fluctuating all the way through, maintaining that and staying sort of in the mid-pack? Surely that's going to be better, as we see Gibbs to the left-hand side and towards turn 1 on Noble, gets it stopped. We've seen that 22 car have some decent pace. The Drop Bear Motorsport was the race winner. Ooh, a little bit wide out of turn 1. Very nice car control in order to save that one. But the 22, yeah, managed to get himself inside the top 9 and is driving forward pretty well. Yeah, hopefully a little less mistakes. That is a very damaged BMW. Look at that. That is a very knocked in front right fender.
Well, yeah, we've seen worse today, unfortunately. Not BMW wise, but certainly Ferrari wise. Looking at some of the suspension damage for a few of these guys. Robert Gibbs, though, making his way through into 8th place ahead of Chris Noble. Both of those guys will be pitting shortly, you would say, because we're only 40 minutes from the checkered flag now. And so these LMP2s should be able to make it at this stage to the end of the race if they were to make their final pit stop now. And they'll certainly be doing that soon. It's a bit of a duck and a dive for Drop Bear Motorsport car. Race winners at Spa. And 8th place right now, 9 seconds up to Liam Reston in the 7th place. So a bit of work to do, but a little bit of pace about Gibbs at the moment, so might be able to close that gap. He's actually the fastest car, bar 1 on the last lap. Ben Cornett was the only man quicker than him. So we see Scott Cieslawski and Troy McGar having a bit of a battle. 73 of Cieslawski getting through there into 4th place. Turning into a good day for the 73 team. Simrigs.com DPR lost out, of course, on the final lap, as we mentioned previously, but they're bouncing back well here with a top 5 position at the moment.
Yeah, certainly doing well. Then Gibbs not really going to be making much headways further up, but yeah, Cieslawski and Maguire, as you say, further up, having a bit of a fight. This is Howard Sadler just behind the LMP2s, going side by side through turn 1. Probably, I'm going to guess. Oh, just what happened there? Just a random twitch. Maybe turned a little bit too early. Saw the wall, tried to turn back out, and then just has no grip. Just didn't turn, just straight into the barrier. Tried to brake, but again, that just locks the front and is going to make your day even worse. As we see the Frog Leap Racing Green once again, the same corner just a little bit later on, snap of oversteer, snaps back on him, and then bounces off the tyre wall. No, I was going to say he just managed to get away with a skim, but that rear end completely clattered that tyre barrier, and his diffuser is a little bit bent. Unfortunately for him, he's got to do the whole lap. He's just past the pit entry and then pulls onto the track. That was sketchy. Very sketchy indeed, which might have a look, but luckily for him there was no consequences from that.
No, fortunately not. Troy McGar looking to apply the pressure and overtake Cieslawski again, but we're so close to the pit stop stage, I think they might decide just not to. As Wayne Book is into the pit lane for Synergy Sim Racing from the lead, of course. What's going to happen at the front of the field? because Book versus Cornet was a bit of a battle for the win in this one, and may well continue until the end of this race. We go on board with the 88 Drop Bear Motorsport car right now, looking at the battle between Szyslawski and Maguire. It's a close one for now, and very good traffic awareness from Szyslawski there to not go around the outside through turn 5 and expose himself through Big Bend and into the hairpin. But he goes for the undercut and gets a good exit onto this straight to defend himself, and looks like he's going to put Maguire into a bit of trouble, but nothing, no overtakes there. Very close between these three though. We do get the feeling that they're taking things slightly easy until we get to the pit stop phase. I say that, Yaman heads straight down the inside in that 88 car, which hasn't shown any signs of letting up all day.
No, not at all. He's on a charge and wants to get after Szyslawski, who wants to make it a double podium. He's running low as, I think it was 12th or 13th earlier on in this race. So the fact he's in P3 right now, very consistent, probably one of the most consistent teams we've seen on the entire grid, even to make it a double top 3. That's how close it's been, how fluctuated it's been. But yeah, 3-car fight for the top 3. As you say, we've still got that strategy playing into effect. They're not really going to be pushing as hard as they possibly can because of the fuel perhaps, but yeah, still going at it. Szyslawski is making a bit of a train between these guys. I think Liam, Reston trying to get involved as well in that 55, just behind as well. So this could be a 3-car train turn 4 for the top 3. So all of them want to get themselves there. This is not only a fight for the top 5, it's a fight for the top 3. They all want a taste of the podium, get themselves on it. But yeah, Szyslawski is making a good job of keeping Yemen behind, who at the moment can't quite... Oh no, he's going to dive one to the inside of turn 1. Very opportunistic, very well done as well. Gets it stopped, carries the momentum through, has to dart out of the way for the BMW. I don't think Szyslawski was expecting that one. He looks back up the inside, but Yemen manages to do that quite well, as Reston and Maguire going side by side as well. It's all kicking off between these guys who just want to get their way through, but that BMW going to sort of put a halt to this traffic and put a halt to the 4-car train that we were hoping for. But Yemen, yeah, great move through T1.
Liam Reston almost accidentally did that. I don't think he really meant that, but on Troy Maguire, who's continued to fall back, but that was a very late move into turn 3, and he was given the room in the end. He was fully alongside there and made the move in the end. But yeah, it was almost on accident, it looked like. Nick Mitchell is starting to apply the pressure to Mertens at the moment for second in GT3 Am. And he did 19th in the overall GT race. Very close between the two of them. But Capel miles out in front, nearly 39 seconds, clearly not slowing down at all. As off on the grass goes Mertens, and now Mitchell might have been able to get through there, but we're going to go back to Wayne Bork. Oh no, we're going through the middle of the LMP2 there, the 58 car, straight through the middle of this battling pair. The second place in GTM, good fight between the two, but Nick Mitchell not able to get through for the moment. He's still applying the pressure. He's very close to the Lamborghini as well.
Really is putting that pressure on us. Once again, we're seeing BMW versus Lamborghini. Different teams, different drivers, but yeah, these two manufacturers can't quite get enough of each other. If you see Yemen and Reston into the pit lane, going to be their final stops of the day. And this is crucial times for the P2s, in fact, to get this part right. But yeah, for the GT3 Am, Capel, as we say, we thought he was going to slow down. He had the gap. He's only just extended it nearly to 40 seconds. So yeah, doing a great job up front, even if he has got the fuel issues at hand. But the fight definitely has been for second for the entire field. Closest battle on track at the moment. And Mitchell, again, just can't quite find a way. That Lamborghini seems nimble enough through the tight and twisty sections. And then, being just, again, good enough off the exit of the corners. That's the most important thing. Like the Porsche, being able to get that drive off the corner is probably going to help you a lot, because there's no significantly long straight, so the acceleration certainly a lot more important. But Mitchell wants that second place, as we see the Lamborghini glitching out a little bit. But yeah, trying his best. Preston as well on the back of Myers for GT3 Pro. So yeah, GT3s will definitely give us a show today.
Yeah, they certainly have. LMP2s have been a little bit spaced out for it today, arguably. But the GT3s have been very close. As Ben Cornett, on the lead of this race, comes in the number 1 car, Apex Hunters United. Have been in contention for this win all day long. Wayne Bork, though, is he going to be able to steal it from them for Synergy Sim Racing. His pit stop was just under 34 seconds and came in front, of course. So, however, Cornet, of course, will have less laps of fuel to take in this one. So, it could be close between the two of them. Luke Mitchington also in the 43 car. I think Cisłowski's going to stay out though, because we saw him do this last time around. He does indeed, but Troy Maguire comes in. Robert Gibbs will stay out as well, because he went long in the last stint as well. So this is going to be the battle for what is actually third on the road, but going to be net first position. And Ben Cornet already in the pit exit. Looks like Wayne Bork is going to be behind, but quite possibly it's going to be so close, but Bork just about gets through. There it is. Oh, and there it is. Look at that. Bork has a real job on his hands here, because Ben Cornet is right behind him in the reigning champions car, and he has a Sebring 4-hour win in his sights.
He's certainly going to be pushing for it, isn't he? He managed to gain a little bit of time, as you say, taking that lap less of fuel, looking to the inside of the Ferrari, not waiting around at all. Needs to get through this GT traffic. It could be the make or break, because we've only got half an hour left to go. This is the fight for third, Team Thomas versus Jamie Welch. But yeah, between the two at the front, it's a final half an hour dash, as we saw last time out at Spa. It never disappoints, does AHU, and we'll have to see how that one unfolds. Is Cornet going to be able to put that pressure on and maintain that pressure? Is he going to be able to stay there? Is the desperation going to get ahead of him, because he's lost a good 8 temps amongst this traffic? Sometimes flows your way, sometimes doesn't, but he just wants to get through, get on with it. But for Bork, he's going to be hoping that the GT sort of are a bit more of a mobile chicane for him, but they seem to have a bit more clean air. We're still waiting for Cisłowski and Gibbs to come in to the pit lane, but yeah, for Cisłowski as well, I think that's going to be quite interesting to see where he comes out, again taking a little bit less fuel than everyone else. And again, the Frog League not having a good day at all through this final corner, are they? Over the bumps again, maybe? Yep, similar mistake, just different points in the corner. It really hasn't been their day today at all.
Yeah, Lockhart Brownlee has had a bit of a disaster, really. We've seen him spinning around many times. Able to get back to the pit lane though without causing any trouble. And so yeah, he's back in there now, and hopefully they'll be able to go again. But yes, that battle between Bork and Cornet is going to be very, very interesting indeed. Scott Cisłowski comes in for the lead of this race, allowing Robert Gibbs to lead once more by a good margin. But well, I'll say that it's not a very good margin at all. It's about 3 seconds, to be honest, looking at it right now. But he's going to be in anyway. There's no way he can make it to the end of this race. But most of the drivers will be able to at this stage. Only a few more prototypes to come in, really, after this. Robert Gibbs being one of them. And yeah, then it's all up to Wayne Bork and Ben Cornet to fight this one out at the front of the field. GT3 Pro, Madison Down is continuing to run away, but Brady Myers and Riley Preston is a battle that might just hot up a little bit later. The second place in the Pro category, and we've got Jacob Todd just a few seconds behind. Then Dylan Burst, James Van Gisbergen has managed to get himself into 6th. Simon Nicholson still well down in 12th place, I think, at the moment. So he's still got a lot of work to do in that Lamborghini, and I expected more from the new tyres, I have to say. He was fastest man on the circuit last time, I think, although, I say that, Ryan Hunter and Brock Kelly, despite the fact they were double stinting tyres, were faster than him last time. Van Gisbergen was faster than him last time around, so was Riley Preston. So those new tyres clearly nowhere near as influential as they were hoping.
Yeah, not at all, and it's a risk you take, especially with the time we've got left. It's always going to be a risk, but yeah, it's weird there hasn't been much difference between the fresh and the old, but maybe it's just these guys saving them so well. Maybe it's Nicholson not being able to make the most of the fresh tyres. Got caught in trap a little bit. Of course, he's going to be a little bit knocked, a little bit phased by the mistakes and things that haven't quite gone his way. But yeah, it's certainly taken a turn for the worst after the first half an hour that looked certainly very promising for him. But overall, yeah, not going to be the best day. But there's always positives to take. Yes, they had the pace for the first 2 hours, but anything can happen. It can always turn on its head in a moment's notice. Doesn't matter how far you're in, how well you're doing. Yeah, racing, it doesn't discriminate. It will punish anyone at any time.
It has done indeed in this race. Evolution Racing team still trying to press for a result at the moment. Only 8th in the first round. Podium position on the cards this time around, which is certainly good news. Just accumulating those points. This is exactly what you need to do. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, GT3 a lot more unpredictable in both subcategories there this season than it was in the first season, which we're thankful for. And hopefully, because the only thing really missing from last season, we had 6 very exciting races, but in the end the championships were sewn up from quite far out. We were still question marks going into the final race, of course, because of the point system and so on. But in reality, we did know who was going to be a winner with a few hours to go, really. As we see a mistake from Brenny Myers. He just tapped the wall through Sunset Bend there, and through goes Riley Preston very easily indeed. The Trans-Tasman Racing 1-2 has been shattered, and Brenny Myers tries to get back down the inside again, but he can't do it into turn number 1. We've spoken about Sunset Bend all day, how difficult it is, and it's caught out Brenny Myers by the looks of things, going too far on the inside and tapping the wall, and consequences have been pretty poor for him as Riley Preston goes through.
Easy mistake to make, but again, dire consequences for him. But yeah, Riley Preston has shown some really good pace, not really, setting the timing sheets ablaze by any means, but just sort of put themselves in such a good position, being consistent. Their racecraft has been phenomenal. They've been in 3-car trains, just picked their moments, made sure they get through cleanly, make sure they pick their moments. While they have been aggressive, they've made it work, and to PT, they've been rewarded for it. But Myers, he's been quick, and he certainly isn't going to give this up without a fight, and hopefully for him, not going to be making as many mistakes. This battle for P5, Sesowski, Yemen and Reston still raging on. That's Reston looking to the inside of the 88 car, manages to get it stopped, but the 88 sees it coming, sticks it around the outside, and the more they fight, the more Sesowski's, the more breathing room he gets in order to stay in front. The 55 versus the 88, those two have been quite aggressive before. Doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping. The 55 really is flashing those lights. Everybody's unhappy with Yemen, or wanting to signify to the GT3s to, come on, get out of the way. But either way, 3-car train for P5. And they're only, what is that, going to be 3 seconds to the podium? Mitchelton's only 3 seconds away from Sesowski, so maybe they work together. I'm not entirely sure, but Ruston doesn't seem like he's going to be waiting around at all.
He's been very aggressive so far, but in a good way in this race. Down the inside into Le Mans, here we go. You don't often see that, but a very nice move into that chicane, and there was nothing that the 88 could do about that. And a poor exit here from Scott Sieslowski is going to see him lose his top 5. Liam Reston with 2 overtakes in the space of 1 sector here at Sebring, down the inside into Sunset Bend, and Sieslowski's going to be very disappointed with the way that traffic went, because it's cost him 2 places.
Great stuff from Daniel to just see the gap, think, Reston's going through, I'm going to come through as well. So he actually had that bad of an exit that Eamon just stuck on the inside, used the gap that Reston was making, and followed him through. So great racecraft, and that's probably good that Reston got through, because it allowed him to gain a place himself. Back down into GT3 Pro, we've got Kelly versus Hunter. They were 111 and the 191 fighting for P8. Jean-Marc Gisbergen has made a couple of places. He was 8th, but up into 6th at the moment. So again, good consistent drive from the V8 supercar driver. But yeah, still raging on, still very close, and gaps of maximum 4-5 seconds really in GT3 Pro. Of course, we've got Down, who's sort of dominating at the front with 13 seconds, but really hasn't been that big at all. So yeah, the GT3 category is certainly one to look out for.
It is this. We see Ryan Hunter trying to chase down Brad Newman and not get overtaken by the 191 car of Brock Kelly at the moment. Difficult situation to be in, and it's a difficult place for that LMP2 to be in as well, trying to get through on Kelly, but he couldn't do it. 96 car that was. It's used, I think that's Brownlee, just trying not to get involved in anything else today, and it'll be just looking to get to the end of this one. But yeah, a lot of pressure on the 111 now for WHE Racing. And a very nice livery, as I was saying a little bit earlier on. Don't look if you don't like green, but if you do, it's great. And it is a very nice livery. It might be a bit more fitting on an Aston Martin maybe, but either way, it's a nice livery. And at the moment, trying to defend from another pretty nice one, to be honest, for 8th place in GT3.
Yeah, no, they do look quite nice. Do like that green stripe that sort of wraps around the entire car. But luckily Lewis isn't here because he would find something wrong with it. He'd nitpick. He'd think, it's a little bit off, not quite to my liking. We know what Lewis is like with the liveries.
Better with the livery.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he does.
We'd definitely get sacked for this, by the way.
Oh yeah, we are. Yeah, this is our last time. It's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you very much for having us. But no, yeah, Ryan Hunter definitely in a nice livery, as well as Kelly, and they're going to be fighting it out for 8th place, which again is a decent position. Every point helps, especially in, as you say, a point system like this one where you've got to maximise every point you possibly can. And we had, of course, not quite as of a close championship last time out. The GT championship was separated by 230 points, and then the GT3 was, I think, even more than that, with about 264 points. But yeah, the P2 places were definitely a lot closer match. So hopefully we can have more of that in this season going forward, which it certainly looks to be the case. The GT categories are a lot more competitive, and for the P2 seems to be more of the same.
Yeah, it's good to see. Kelly, though, still applying the pressure, and that Lamborghini does look a little bit quicker than the Porsche. Just needs that little bit of luck through traffic, and there could be an opening here. It's in the background, by the way, over the last hour or so. We've a very nice colour to the sky, and it's still hanging around. The area surrounding this, by the way, we're in Florida, for those that don't know. Very, very flat, very, very, very flat around here. So the sunsets go on for years, it seems like, because there's just nothing for no hills or mountains or anything for the sun to go behind. So you just see it slowly dip below the horizon for hours and hours. It stays this nice colour, so you do get some good sunsets around here, and we're having one at the moment. It's going to get a little bit dark towards the end of this one. Yeah, turnout transitions finally in iRacing took probably long overdue when they were introduced in 2019, I think, early on. And yeah, certainly adds that element. It certainly feels like you're in an endurance race when it ends in the dark, or at least in the fading light, as it is going to this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. It sort of adds to the immersion, I suppose. The Porsche going a little bit wide, just in front. I think, is that Newman? Not quite. No, that's not a 3-second gap. It's probably one of the GT3 Ams. But yeah, no, that is the 169 actually, just in front. Yeah, so yeah, a little bit wide. That can't be another AHU car if it's wide at T1. But anyway, still Luke Richardson under pressure from Chris, the 58, just behind the fight for the podium. Chris has looked quick. They've got a bit of GT traffic just in front. This is not going to be what the analytical car wants at all, to negotiate their way through, pick their moments, as they also have to lap the number 11. But the 43 just trying to find a way through. He's saying get out of the way, but Chris is like, come on, hold us up a little bit. I want to find a way through. Maybe open me a gap up a little bit as they go through Le Mans. And onto this back straight, the 58 tucked up nicely in the slipstream. Is it going to be enough to go for a move in towards sunset? Of course, Mitchelson's going to get the slipstream from the 11, who I think is just going to let them go. He's going to maximise every bit of slipstream he can before darting to the left. He's saying, I need every bit of straight line speed that I can possibly have in order to hang on to this one. 19 minutes left of this race to go. He doesn't want this podium to be stripped from him at all.
No, he doesn't. And he's going to do his best to make sure that doesn't happen. Through the gears into turn 1 again, Luke Mitchelson versus Chris Owen. Now, I'm not sure this is going to continue on for much longer, because Chris Owen pitted 10 laps before Mitchelson, and so I think he's going to have to be in soon in that 58 car for a splash and dash. It's going to drop him outside the top 5. It's going to drop him to 10th, quite possibly, which is a real shame to see for him. But yeah, the battle well, I say that, I was going to say the battle that's going to take our focus for the final few minutes surely is going to be Bork versus Cornette, but this one takes centre stage for the moment. Mitchelson down the inside and holding on to third. Christian applying all of this pressure, but if you're Mitchelson at the moment, surely you just let the 58 car go, because you know it cannot make it until the end of this race. Look how hard they're battling. This is increasing the likelihood of an accident tenfold, and he really doesn't need to.
Yeah, well, whatever's going on, he's making that car as wide as possible, giving Chris a massive headache in order to get through. Whether he can get to the end or not, he wants to fight, but all this battling is allowing rest and allowing Yemen to close, because, the more they fight, the more time they're going to be losing, and only 2.5 seconds rest, and definitely with how hungry he's being for this race, is certainly not going to be squandering at the opportunity of maybe a top 3 if he can get onto the back of Chris. But yeah, still very close, and he is pushing very hard in order to find a way through. A little bit of breathing space for Mitchelson at the moment, but again, that's going to be dwindled down. Chris, as soon as he sees an opportunity, needs to get through, purely because of the pressure from the 55.
Yeah, it's being rested as well in 5th place. You don't really want to let him catch up, because if he sniffs an overtake, then he's going to absolutely go for it, and pulls it off with success quite often as well. Richardson outside line of this very nice blue Lamborghini, and now Shane van Gisbergen. He's been on a bit of a charge during his stint. He took that car over in not an ideal position, but started to make some progress, and Dylan Pearce is the final man to overtake before he can get inside the top 5. A little bit wide for him there, really, but the lack of straight line speed for the Porsche is not going to be a factor here, since they're both in the same car. It's going to be Van Gisbergen to the outside line, and Pearce didn't fight that one at all for whatever reason. Don't know if he's horrifically down on straight line speed for whatever reason, or whether he just let that one go, but it'd be very weird if he did just let Van Gisbergen go through.
Well, I mean, into sunset, Shane was always going to take a quick line on the outside, wasn't he, and just try and cut across him as best he can. Maybe Pearce was sort of preempting the inevitable tuck in and then get into the slipstream down into the pit straight and maybe come back at him. But he doesn't seem to have a lot of pace. Shane is completely gapping him, even through the first corner alone. But look, oh no, it was a mistake. Corners into the pit lane though. Not quite sure what's happened there, but he's certainly going to lose a place down into P3, probably. Well, surely he's got to. And this has really handed the race back into Wayne Bork's hands as the battle for P3 still rages on. But why is Corner into the pit lane?
Well, what has happened here? I do wonder. Not the lap they've just completed, but the lap previous. He lost nearly 3 seconds. I do wonder if there was a bit of contact. Thinking it may be a splash and dash, but he was so comfortable on fuel. So comfortable. He hasn't stopped in his box. He has not stopped in his box. I don't believe. There's no pit time. So, cut tracks, I suppose, is the only situation, but I didn't think that was an iRacing thing. Although maybe you get a drive-through for not serving slowdowns. I'm not entirely sure, because people don't often do that. But it's on the penalty sheet. It is a steward's given penalty. It looks like for this one. Try and get confirmation on, or try and get a little bit more detail on that, but. Stewards have ruled that Ben Cornett has fallen afoul of the rules, and there you are, into the pit lane for a drive-through, and there it is. We'll have a look at for a bit more detail here as to what the penalty is for. Ben Cornett, number 1. They've had not too much today. There's not too much to do today, the stewards, but Ben Cornett deemed careless driving. Careless car contact. That's not really a phrase, is it? But you know what I mean. Contact with a GT car. So there you are. Given it was that was not a sentence at all, was it? But you get the idea. Making contact with a GT car, and has to come through for a drive-through. Unfortunately, kind of spoils our race for the lead, Zach. But you can't be driving into other cars. Simple as that.
No, not at all. It's always down to the P2. I assume that's for lapping traffic, because he's not really been near anyone else apart from Bork. So yeah, you've got to be careful. But you can understand why. It's desperation. He's trying to get onto the back of Bork, but still no excuse to be diving to the inside carelessly and making those mistakes. Luckily for him, it hasn't cost him P2. So at least there's that for him. Just to get to the end, bring it home P2, of course, is going to be bittersweet. Of course, yes, P2, but he's been leading the way for a lot of this race. It's been sort of taken away from him right at the end because of Bork's insane strategy. But yeah, it's one of those things that happen, and you just got to take it on the chin, unfortunately. Still 20 seconds back to Mitchelson, so he can sort of just drive at home, I guess. But yeah, this fight for P3 is still going on. Chris unable to find a way through, despite the fact they're darting their way through traffic. Liam Reston has managed to close over a second from the last time we checked as well. So Chris wants to get on with it, needs to find a way through quickly. As you can see, Mitchelson having to go defensive. Chris darting to the outside, trying to go for the under and over, the switchback maneuver, get the exit off the corner. Again, that momentum is just stunned because Mitchelson is parking that car perfectly.
He's defending well. Once again, I asked the question why, because Chris Allen will surely have to be in very soon. In fact, that was late on the brakes on some of the BMW GT3s there. He all managed to get through. It's inviting even more pressure. And down the inside into Tower Corner. You don't see that very often, but a very nice move from Chris Allen for Rival Autosport. It has allowed Liam Reston right into this, though, in what is going to become the battle for the podium between Mitchelson and Reston. We've seen Reston even make moves into this right-hander here, and he's going to do it again, quite possibly a little bit later on in the corner. Oh no, there's contact. Mitchelson hits the 58 around, and Reston's going to walk through here. Two overtakes once again in one corner, and I'm afraid it's all got a little bit too close. This is what I was saying earlier on from Mitchelson. Let Allen through, let him get away, keep your own pace, and so you don't invite more pressure onto yourself. Unfortunately, he has invited more pressure, and this is exactly what's happened.
It's just one of those corners that it's completely one line oriented, especially in these P2s. It's just a flick left, flick right, whatever it might be. It's so high speed, you can't be looking your nose up to the inside. It's especially in such a high stakes battle like this one. He tried and yeah, just unfortunately tapped around, and it happens sometimes. But yeah, Reston once again just says thank you very much, I'm on my way. Didn't really have to do any hard work at all apart from closing the gap. But yeah, for Chris Allen, it is such a shame that it's ended that way. It didn't look, at least I've only seen it once, of course, but it didn't look like they made that big of contact. It might be in the camera angle or something, but quite possibly could have been netcode. But yeah, this is Simon Evans, the AHU 136, a little bit over the curb maybe, or just unsettling the car. Not quite sure what's going on. Ooh, a bit of a slide. Is he going to hold that? No, he's not. That once the Porsche decides it's gone round, it's gone round. You cannot do anything about that.
Yeah, it's a common thing really with the GTs we've seen. Well, we've seen it occasionally with the prototypes as well, losing it on the way in, and then there's no chance after that. This is a replay of what happened. I'm afraid, well, we've not seen the angle quite to see the contact, but it looks like there's quite a large gap between the two cars. By the looks of things, that is a strange bit of contact. But there we are, bit of netcode. Wouldn't be an iRacing race without it. And yeah, unfortunately, tapped Allen around, and yeah, into the grass, dropping outside the top five. And yeah, there's it's unfortunate to see, but Mitchelson might even get a penalty for that. I'm not entirely sure what they do really, because after all, there wasn't much physical contact, but kind of Michelson's car being in that situation kind of makes it his fault. So it's I don't know, awkward one to judge really.
I mean, you obviously it's not our call to make, but you can't exactly blame Mitchelson for it. I mean, if it was netcode, if there was contact, completely slam dunk penalty. It's completely put Chris out of contention for a podium. But if there wasn't, it's netcode. You can't. Unless it's on Mitchelson's screen that they made contact. You can't exactly blame him for it. This is Dylan Burst, a bit scared by the P2, maybe having to turn out. Sort of saw him on his inside, turn out of the corner, and then it snapped back on him in the Vendaval car. But the 108 actually, as I saw on the YouTube chat, has got wheel damage. So yeah, that's going to be something they're going to have to nurse all the way to the end. Only 9 minutes left to go. Only a couple of laps left to go around Sebring. It's been a great race so far, but yeah, for Mitchelson, I can't really see him getting penalised for that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we are, but yeah, he's nursing his way home, dropping back on Reston, who is just so quick and has managed to pick up the pieces and get himself into third place. So very well done to him.
Yeah, just about 5 laps to go then, with just over 8 minutes left in this race. Mitchelson, what's happened to him here? He's dropped out briefly midway around the circuit. I just wonder if there's been a disconnection or something, because yeah, he's dropped out very suddenly there. Disconnection, unfortunately, for Mitchinson. He was in that battle for third, but it looks like it's going to be Liam Reston's to lose now. The big gap, well, I say big gap over Daniel Yaman. It's really not a big gap, about a few seconds. Not quite as close as that timing gap is quite tight, trying to tell us, but it is still quite close. Speaking of close, you were talking about the 108 having wheel damage. That's Dylan Burrs in the Venderville car. You can just see in the foreground of this shot, Ryan Hunter and Brock Kelly are battling away here and chasing him down. Brad Newman also here, chasing him down as well. So this is all very close, and Dylan Burrs is going to have his hands full here. Very difficult though with wheel damage to do anything, as we saw in his battle with Shane Van Gisbergen earlier.
Yeah, it is certainly an awkward one. This is Ethan Bass. Again, just a touch on the curb maybe, gets spun round. Ooh, T-boned by the Lamborghini, who had to slam on the anchors in order to not have that a bigger crash than it needed to be. But yeah, Dylan Bass, 1 second between him and the chase and pack behind of only 2 cars. Probably soon to be 3 maybe with Newman lurking in the background. But does Kelly and Hunter know? Do they see how quickly they're chasing the 108? Do they work together? Again, we say it time and time again. Is it worth for Kelly to actually make this move at the moment? We'll have to wait and see, but Burst is going to have to make that car incredibly wide, well, as wide as he possibly can in order to keep him behind. Or is he going to do the opposite to what Mitchinson did, which was just let them go? Because it's better to finish 8th or potentially 9th than to have a massive crash and fall potentially outside the top 10.
Well, yeah, Kelly has been trying and probing for a long time now, but Hunter staying in front quite easily, really, at this stage. Oh, that's a dive from the 56 car. Jamie Welch in the Summit Sim Sports 56, a little bit further down, a couple of laps down. Him, I'm afraid, and that's just stopped Brock Kelly in his tracks slightly over the last couple of moments. But yeah, look at the Vanderbilt car here. Dylan Burst was in the top 5, but he might well be 9th by the end of this race. There's only just over 5 minutes to go, but there's a train of 3 GTs just behind. 4 laps, including this one for Wayne Bork. But Dylan Burrs is going to be in big trouble. And it's such a helpless feeling. Look at this. He's got no straight line speed. And Hunter already through on the inside line. This is going to be horrible to watch for Venderville Sim Racing.
They're going to just plummet down the order once they lose one. In fact, no, he had a look coming back, but I think, again, similar to his battle with Shane, that he's just not fighting this one at all. Just wants to let them go and get on with it and nurse his damage to the end. But yeah, it's going to be heartbreaking to see that we're running well. P6 is, it's a decent position, especially in a field such as the GT3 Pros that we've got. And I mean, it's still a top 10, still a decent result. But again, in terms of championship points, in terms of the self-satisfaction of getting, P6, it feels like a decent position. And yeah, he's got Kelly and Newman chasing him down. I mean, he's kept Hunter honest. I think that's maybe more to do with the traffic, but he certainly isn't going to be able to mount a challenge coming back through. And even if he does, probably going to be a little bit silly to do that with the challenges that come from behind. But with only a couple of minutes left to go, only a couple of laps left to go for these guys, it bring it home for P7, P8, P9 at the maximum is probably the best bet.
Unideal lap traffic moment for Hunter. That's not English either, is it? What's happening to me today? Anyway, this is battle for 6th, and the battle for 3rd is creeping up on us here as well. Brady Myers, after being part of a Trans-Tasman Racing 1-2 earlier, made a mistake. Ronnie Preston got through. Now all of a sudden he's under pressure from Jacob Todd for this final podium place in the Sebring 4-hour here. Not a good stint here for Brady Myers, falling back ever so slightly, and he's got a big job on his hands here as well as diving around the outside one of the LMP2s. Lots of GT3 battles to end off this race. The Lamborghini firing around the outside through turn 1, but Myers is going to be easily in front through that turn. Although, oh, look at that. Very good defending in the end. It looked like a bit of a swipe across the Lamborghini, but in the end it was all fair. Oh, he's got around though. He's pushed it too hard. He's pushed the limits too far, and he's lost 4th as well. Down to 5th for Brady Myers. He did a good job defending the undercut off of turn 1, but got too excited into turn 3, spun his car around, and I'm afraid it's a really disappointing couple of moments for Brady Myers, dropping down to 5th in that 1-2-8. Very disappointing for him.
Yeah, but look out for Shane. He's now less than a second to Jacob Todd in P3. He certainly could, maybe realistically, get himself onto the podium. Look, that's the 197 trying to chase him down and get himself in front. 2 more laps left to go in this race. Only a couple of minutes left, and Shane is certainly trying to put the pressure on Jacob Todd as best he can. This is the 197 Porsche. That's the Lamborghini, the blue flag racing of Jacob Todd. Just in front of him. It's very close. Yes, it's a shame that Myers went round. It was just a silly mistake, all on his own. You know, on the inside, the dirty side of the track. He's of course trying to brake a little bit too late in order to get it stopped, in order to defend that position. And unfortunately, it sent him round, and luckily didn't collect anyone else. But yeah, that's a shame for him after 4 hours to be in the podium place, defending it for the last couple of laps, only for it to be taken away from him. But Shane van Gisbergen, as we've seen time and time again, very good off that corner. Jacob Todd having to go defensive down in towards Sunset. Has Shane got the drive in order to send one to the inside, or is he going to have to sit behind as we approach the final lap? The Lamborghini having to go defensive, but Shane is, whoa, no, a dart one to the inside. The Lamborghini goes very, very wide indeed. Shane seizes the gap, and then gets himself into the top 3, but Jacob Todd's going to come right back at him, side by side down the pit straight. Bit of a crash further back, the P2 into the barrier, but we're going to have to look at what's at centre stage. Jacob Todd on the outside of Shane van Gisbergen for the podium. With the dying moments of this race, the Lamborghini tries on the outside, but Shane claims the corner, and from 5th to 3rd in only a couple of laps, he gets it done in the Porsche, and now the AHU 197 onto the podium.
Oh, who would have expected this 1 hour ago? The 197 Apex Hunters United Esports car onto the podium here at Sebring. Remarkable turnaround for them, getting through on Jacob Todd. What a dive that was for Sunset Bend, though. Very, very late on the brakes, making full use of the ABS in GT3s. You can be sure of that, because that was late from Shane van Gisbergen. Meanwhile, further down in that battle for what is 6th place, we were watching Dylan Burst try and hang on. Well, I'm afraid he's fallen his way right the way through that group. He's down to 9th, unfortunately, in this one. Heartbreak for Venable Sim Racing, I'm afraid, in this race. Disappointing end for them, but Gisbergen there was very, very good on the brakes through Sunset Bend and managed to make his way through. It's why it's one of the most challenging corners in the world, and one of the most exciting as well, because you can get it wrong there very easily. It's very challenging, but you can also make overtakes there as well in very exciting fashion, as we have just seen, of course. But the 4 hours is about to elapse here at Sebring as the light is also starting to fade. Wayne Bork is about half of the way around his 121 first lap of this race, and it's going to be a cruise for him here until the end. That drive-through penalty for Ben Cornet has really defined this one, because it's set them a good 26 seconds apart. For car contact, of course, with a GT, part of the game of getting through lap traffic is avoiding those penalties. That's exactly what the 89 team of Synergy Sim Racing and Wayne Bork have done today, to be able to take this race victory home. In the end, it wasn't a very good start, wasn't a very good opening to the Apex Hunters United Esports Endurance Championship, but for Synergy Sim Racing and Wayne Bork, it's a fantastic Sebring as they come over the line to win the Sebring 4 hour in the darkness by a good 26 seconds ahead of the reigning champions, Apex Hunters United, and Ben Cornet, who's going to be very disappointed with his final half an hour. It's still a second place for him. They continue their title defence, but it's a case of what could have been for this team. Ben Cornet and Justin Rougier going to be second at Sebring, ahead of Liam Reston, one of the most exciting drivers to watch over this 4 hour race. You could say they may be disappointed too, having sat on pole earlier. It's third, but still a podium for Summit Sim Sports as they come over the line with their GT3 Am teammates. Speaking of GT3 Am, Lachlan Capel has come over the line in the 279 to win that category by a huge margin. His fuel worries absolutely non-existent towards the end of that race. It was a comfortable final hour for him in the end. And in GT3, Trans-Tasman Racing have had a fantastic day. It's 2 teams within the top 5 for them, but most importantly, Madison Down and Emily Jones are going to win here at Sebring by a fairly decent margin, just over 10 seconds ahead of Evolution Racing Team and Riley Preston in the end. A very good GT3 race and a very good LMP2 race in that one, Zach, but deserving winners in all three categories with comfortable margins towards the end, you'd have to say.
Yeah, it's weird that everyone has won by sort of a comfortable margin. I think Bork was sort of 20 seconds down, was just over 10, and then Ogden Capel was sort of near in 40 seconds lead. So despite the drama and the chaos that we've had for this for the 4 hours of Sebring today, you know, the winners have done a great job in themselves. Just, you know, for Down it was getting their heads down, getting forward, pressing on, and then once they were into the lead, managing to remain consistent. Similar to Bork, that synergy, I don't know what they did with the strategy, but they made it work. Completely stunned. We thought it was going to be a slam dunk AHU #1 Ben Cornet across the line to win, but no, it wasn't that the case at all. And of course with his drive through, couldn't quite convert either. But yeah, for a lot of people, they're going to be very, very happy with today, and I think we can be very, very happy with today as well, Ewan.
Yeah, it was a very exciting race indeed. Battles going on up and down the field all day long, and yeah, that's what you want from an endurance 4-hour race. We'll hopefully speak to the class winners after this one, but let's see who they are for a start. Starting with GT3 Am, of course. Pulse Racing Team ending up winning this one by a good 40 seconds ahead of Team JDR and the other Pulse Racing Team car, rounding out a very, very good day for that team. Mag and Turbo Motorsport, after winning at Spa, down to 4th, I'm afraid, with their best result here at Sebring. Pulse Racing Team also 5th and 6th, absolutely locking out the front positions in this category. JWME Motorsport were 7th ahead of Frog Leap Juiced. Then Mach 1 Esports and Apex Hunters United Esports rounding out your top 10 for GT3 Am, and you can see a number of others a few laps down, a little bit further down towards the bottom of your screen. In GT3 Pro, it was Trans-Tasman Racing 1st and 5th in the end, holding off Evolution Racing Team and Apex Hunters United, with Blue Flag Racing managing to take home the 4th. Very close, but some very high-class teams here as well, by the way, with RSR G Performance just outside that top 5. The other AHU car was 7th ahead of WEH Racing, holding off a number of cars throughout that race. Bendable Sim Racing yellow after wheel damage late on. Fell to 9th, I'm afraid, ahead of Rival Autosport, and Trans-Tasman Racing won 8-4, a final car on the lead lap in GT3 Pro. Once again, a number of others at least one lap down in that race. And finally, Wayne Bork taking the Synergy Sim Racing car over the line for a famous victory for them. Nearly half a minute ahead of the reigning champions. Summit Sim Sports managed to get their podium ahead of Drop Bear Motorsport. Simrigs.com DPR 5th after their 2nd place a few weeks ago. Drop Bear Motorsport also in 6th to add to their 4th further up. Alpha Aggressor Racing were 7th, then Fishy Motorsport. Rival Autosport were 9th, and then rounding out your top 10s, Analytical Racing Oz Esports. The 2nd car, 1 lap down in that one. So then, let's get into the interviews, shall we? Starting with GT3 Pro, because we're now joined by Emily Jones and Madison Down. First of all, Madison, we'll chat to you first, since you brought the car over the line. It was a good gap towards the end, I suppose, but yeah, a very difficult race. There's a lot of good teams in this championship now, and it's very difficult for everybody. But yeah, talk us through how your stint really was with regards to holding off the field as you were.
Yeah, we had good margin at the end of the race there, so Emily put the car in a fantastic spot, and yeah, when I inherited the driver's seat, it was just about managing a gap really. So our pace was pretty good across the race. I think we made lots of good calls, and some other guys had some misfortunes. So yeah, amazing race. We didn't expect to come away with a win, but yeah, it was great fun.
It was great fun to watch. And Emily, starting this race, it was very chaotic from where we were sat. How was it for you being involved in what was over 40 GT3 cars just thundering around early on?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. The first 2 stints were a lot. There was a lot of racing at the front of the field, it seemed, in that first stint, as people were saving fuel and some people were trying to get past and stuff. It was kind of interesting. A couple of people got slowdowns and stuff, which helped us, but I don't know, it was one of those races where you don't fully know what's happening with strategy, so you just go as fast as you can and try and make the right calls at the right time, and we got a little bit lucky, but also I think we made some good decisions, which is good.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's turned out pretty well for you both. So congratulations to you both, and yeah, thanks for coming for an interview with us. Enjoy the victory.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
There we are, the Trans-Tasman racing team of Lee Jones and Madison Down joining us there from their GT3 Pro victory. We'll move on to GT3 Am before we get the overall winners in. We're now joined by Chris Waitzel and also Lachlan Capel. Lachlan, we'll start with you, bringing the car over the line as well for Porsche Racing Team. Must have been a good feeling for you because you had a very big lead and you probably could have enjoyed those final few laps. But you came in quite early for your final pit stop, at least to my eyes. Was fuel ever a problem for you today in that final stint? Were you kind of wary of your fuel situation, or was it always comfortable from where you were?
Fuel was definitely a problem. We had an early tactical crash, we'll call it, and put us on the back foot a little bit, but the two safety cars brought us back into contention, and once we noticed that about midway through that we had a big gap, we were like, okay, we could probably ease this out. We came into pits pretty early, as you said, because we were just about to run out, and I spent most of my last stint saving that fuel, so I was consistently clutching everywhere, saving about 400 mils a lap, which was pretty good. And then at the end, my fuel calculator kind of went, you still won't make it, but I still did make it after a little bit of issues, but we managed to come across the line in P1, which is a massive redemption from last week. Got pipped by a few pros at the end, but honestly, that wasn't our complete focus for the race, so I'm very happy about getting the P1 today.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a comfortable gap by the end, I suppose. And Chris, starting this race for you, Lachlan mentioned the safety cars there. What is that like from a driving perspective and a strategical perspective as well? Are you a fan of the safety car rules in AHU? I have to say, from a spectator point of view, it's absolutely fantastic. But what is it like for a team competing?
Well, the safety car really sort of mixes it up. I had a little bit of a bingle and had to come in halfway through my first stint, so that obviously, like Lockie said, put us on the back foot. But yeah, it ended up kind of from a strategy front putting us in prime position. If it wasn't for the second safety car, we were looking really good to finish right up the order. So that one didn't play in our favour. But yeah, full credit to Lockie. He was absolutely flawless today. Fuel saving without losing pace and didn't put a wheel off, so really great drive from him.
Yeah, absolutely, congratulations to you both. Great driving from you both, I suppose, and yeah, P1 once again today. Congratulations on the victory, and thanks for coming to talk to us.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
There we are, Lachlan Capel and Chris Weitzel from the 279 Porsche Racing Team, joining us there from GT3 Am victory, and finally joining us from overall victory and of course in LMP2, it's Tom Freer and Wayne Bork. We'll start with you, Wayne. Late on, you were battling with the reigning champions, of course, the number one car. It was an intense fight for a while, but then Cornet had to come in, of course, for that drive through which kind of separated things out a fair amount. Towards the end of that race, but how much pressure were you under before that drive-through? How were you feeling in the car as the minutes were ticking down?
Yeah, fair bit of pressure. I knew I had to push really hard because I knew Ben had a shorter pit stop coming up than us, so I knew I needed a little bit of a gap, and so yeah, I was pushing pretty hard, and in traffic I was taking some risky moves just to try and get all I could out of it. And then I think on the pit stop we came out almost next to each other when he came out of the pits, so it was just like qualifying laps after that and trying to get through the traffic as best as I can and to put some traffic between us to hopefully get a break. And then unfortunately he had an incident which cost him the drive-through, but it would have been a pretty exciting finish, I think, apart from that.
Certainly, it certainly would have been. And Tom, having been driving a little bit earlier on in this race, you mentioned traffic there, having to take some risks. Did it feel like you were constantly kind of mired in the traffic and kind of having to take risks in traffic? And does it concern you maybe a little bit going into Suzuka, of course, in a few weeks' time, where things are going to be arguably even narrower and even more difficult?
A little bit. It plays on your mind, obviously. The traffic obviously plays a very big role in where you finish. But yeah, there were plenty of risks. I think from my perspective, I took a little bit less risk. I knew I had a role to play, and that was just to keep the car clean and make sure Wayne had a fast car at the end so he could steer it home. But yeah, definitely Suzuka with the tight bends and some pretty tricky corners. It's probably going to be very interesting traffic-wise.
Certainly is, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you there. But for now, we'll live in the moment and let you enjoy the victory here tonight. Congratulations to you both, and thanks for coming to talk to us.
Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you very much.
There we are, Tom Freer and Wayne Bork from the 89 team. Synergy Sim Racing taking the victory here at Sebring. That is it then for the Sebring. For our final word from you, Zach, because it's been another very, very exciting race indeed. It's been a pleasure to cover these final couple of hours, and yeah, we look forward to the next event now.
Yeah, certainly. Can't wait for Suzuka at all. And it's, the last couple of races have certainly promised for a really close and competitive season. We've had different people on the podium. We've had, different paces. We've had drama, chaos, action, all you can ask for, really, especially in an endurance race. Because, you often see a lot of endurance races sort of be a little bit dull after the first half an hour. But AHU consistently delivers throughout the race. There's never really a dull moment from what I can remember. And pretty much every race from last season and this one, we've had drama at the end. Something's happened. So yeah, really I'm looking forward, and yeah, well done to all the race winners. Thanks to Race Control and everything like that for putting on this show for not only us but everyone at home. So yeah, it's been really good, and I'm glad with now we're partnering with VCO that we can have a bigger audience and help to get the viewership that this series wholeheartly deserves.
Absolutely, and we hope that everybody watching will join us in 4 weeks' time. For the 6 hours of Suzuka, which is going to be our third race of the season. It's starting 2 hours earlier than we started tonight, so convert that for your whatever time zone you're watching us from. It's going to be starting 2 hours earlier so that we can finish at the same time in the evening. 6 hour race at Suzuka. It's going to be a fun one. Make sure you join us 12th of March, same time, or not same time, but same place where you found this one. We hope to see you there. Thanks very much to everybody who has joined us here tonight. I have been Ewan O'Leary alongside Zach Sweeney. Lewis McGlade and Cam Roger have been on for the first couple of hours of this race, and Mike Yao has been behind the cameras here for this race. Thanks very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.